Hello, everyone. We're having a good Saturday. Are we ready for Calling All Heroes? We're getting to the business end. I'm ready to lock in. I'm grateful. And we are starting at 7 p.m. and not 1 a.m. Woke up at 2 p.m. today. So, sleep schedule is well and truly ruined. But what better way to start the year than as we mean to go on by completely into my sleep schedule within the first two streams. So, it's all right. We'll lock in. I was very tired yesterday. I felt like I was so tired during the stream yesterday. But I feel like I'm back. Hi, Hanno. Oh. Can you watch all the games this time? That'd be nice, won't it? Yeah. Good games today as well. Where's my thing? Yeah, so we are getting... I think we're only going to watch... I think these games are happening at the same time, so we'll watch one of these two games. I don't know which one yet. And then we'll watch this one. And then I think we watch both of these. I think that's right. And then on Sunday, we'll get the big three. Ooh. You got a gift from for the Fairface stream that's happening in a bar in Paris because there's a Peps party? As in, you got them a gift or they got you a gift? I saw they were having like a Peps con. Is the schedule? Oh, we're going to show all the games? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. They're going to know. Okay, yeah, they're going to show the Queen's Gambit versus Moths Genesis. Okay. Fair enough. We can work with that. We can work with that. Oh, I've still got my speakers on. Oh, thank you, Reformed. Thank you for the 10 months. Thank you as well, Boundless Bread. Sorry I missed it while I was getting ready for the stream. My fiance just got back from dress shopping. So these subs are going to be integral to pay for the dress. Ooh, I pressed F1. I don't need any help right now, Microsoft Edge. Thank you, though. Yeah, I think she found one she liked. So, on track. Did you react to sandwiches? We did that yesterday. Can't tell me there's more sandwiches. Always Microsoft edging. Have I seen the new SRP check? Yeah, I saw they announced. I think their roster's been kind of known for a bit because they were registered. Do they have their own Twitter or is it just they're just on Cloudies? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Pretty good. I get behind it. Feels suitably Finnish. Feels suitably Reinhardty. Yeah. Interested to see how they do. It's pretty much the same team as last time, right? Got their 1 billion supports just in case. Just in case. But the resting ground. The resting ground for every support player going. The artists also finish? Let's see. There's no way to tell. Oh wait, it's literally it's on it's on the Finnish link to Instagram, so I'd wager it's pretty likely. 4 supports under can play Lucio. They'll make it work, don't worry. Just get someone on Lucio, mate. Can't be that hard, just skate around. Oh god. Do you guys ever eat like hold on. I've got like you know when you eat spaghetti? So I had spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. But whenever I eat spaghetti and meatballs at the computer, I always get sauce on the screen. I presume this happens to everyone and I'm not just some kind of idiot. I think this happens to everyone, right? Yeah, you get it, because when you're twirling the spaghetti, I don't know if that's a technical term, but when you're twirling the spaghetti, and the sauce flicks, you know? Lunch, you mean? Well, I woke up, I had 2 bacon sandwiches, posted for the sandwich roll videos in subscriber chat in the Discord. And yeah, then made dinner. It's not just me, guys. It happens to everyone. You're lying. You're gaslighting me. It happens to everyone. I was trying to see if I had those dice around. I don't know where they are. My brother-in-law did get me one for like a Christmas a while back, so I do have dice around. Where would they be? I actually don't know where they would be. When I was on YouTube earlier as well, my fucking feed. Oh, recommending me to myself. Where was it? Oh, it's not there now, but on my like the suggested thing. So it's cleansed itself now, but earlier it was just all fucking sandwich videos. Didn't have the toothpicks? I don't have toothpicks. Does anyone actually just have toothpicks around the house all the time? Can we watch the Richard Lewis video about Australis? I reckon it's too long, you know. Yeah, 30 minutes. You don't got time for that. I'm not very up to date on the CS, the CS one. What's the top right one? Who's a Mart? You just saw Derpy? It's not convinced me.
Pushing. Reloading. Wait, native?
Someone.
Is it Ryan from BO?
Yo, they're still in the bot.
Don't even trip, dog.
Legit.
Gotta deflect this fire
You guys
streak.
about to play KD?
What?
Nice Kefri on Reinhardt.
Are you human? I use my pass, bro.
For this guy.
I use my pass, bro. Are you human? Holy shit. Bro, I'm so glad I went live, by the way. Like, these games need to be documented somewhere.
I know, right?
In video, though, with, like, reactions.
Yeah, I know.
It sounds like Ryan.
Where we at?
Met Ryan in Stockholm.
Yeah.
Nice kid.
I got mine,
Yeah.
Yeah, ready, I'm walking up in 3.
I can, ring it.
Go.
How did I not mind control every?
I don't know, I put his ass to sleep, though. Oh my god.
Did he give Vibot vibes? Of
Oh
course.
my god, and then I walked right into him. Fucking Thor.
How does Jeffrey not get mind control? Anybody know?
And just play Sojourn.
Or he's too and he can't react to the whole idea.
Dude, do you even know what I mean? He didn't fall for
Yes.
This is the whole game.
Oh,
That's criminal, dude.
I thought it was going to be more of a highlights.
I got you.
He's on Zen.
What?
Double fire strikes.
Bro, I had to miss it. You couldn't do too many, nigga.
I want to see this.
Wait,
Learn it.
I want to see the agent.
What the fuck? Oh, he's what? Over here. Bro, don't do that. Fuck yeah. How calm are you? In a trap?
Dash him one.
I B. Don't trip.
Don't Ajax.
Don't get off the point.
Send the point. Alright, I'm beating. Go push.
Fuck. They only teach you that on the O block.
That's the first time I ever Ajax in Overwatch in my life, bro. Oh my god, bro. Bro, don't say that, bro.
Okay, we got visor rolls.
Oh my god.
He's having a breakdown.
We're gonna win this game. Bro, y'all don't know
Thank
what
you,
I just did.
Jax.
I just hit the
Thank you
lock
for the 8
thing,
months.
Like, the face turning, like, I literally just walked in
Watch out.
and amp nothing. Literally, amp juice.
Versa walking up on it.
Wait, so right top.
Heard.
Force the Versa.
Surely they win the game, though.
For has.
I'm buzzing this.
Yeah. That's just herb. Soldier.
Huge tower incoming.
Oh my god!
Painkiller's got him.
Watch the Bastion.
I think we're ult. Oh my god, I slammed out of it.
You guys need to kill all right now.
Doge.
Kill all, penta. Kefri, ISO, far left. Kefri, please. Please. Oh my god. He's ulted off point. Yes, yes.
They got it. They got it. Strong guys. I mean, he was screaming to kill Kefri, and then he also fucked off and stopped shooting him as well. So, I don't know, mate. Gotta lead by example in those ones, Ryan. Love it when one of my players is calling a focus target, not even shooting them themselves.
right, let's go.
Which is sponsored by Dimension 20. If you've ever watched Dimension 20, then you are more than likely familiar with the Box of Doom. Now you can give your home game rolls the same
Bits Archie,
gravitas
bitch.
with the
I
Box
just
of Doom
bitch.
dice
I just
tower.
watched a little bit.
Available
I
on
saw
Dropbox
the.
Store.
I watched the
We're
tail
gonna
end of
use the
Brentford
Box of Doom
Plymouth.
along with the official
Plymouth?
Dimension
Plymouth.
20 dice set to roll up
Big
today's
result for them.
sandwich. All right, gang, let's get to it. First up, we're gonna roll for our bread. 2 freezer ends. From the icy depths of my freezer, I have retrieved some white bread. And with a little toasting cantrip, it is good as new and ready to go.
Or what's it good as new?
Hey, Oren.
Next up, let's roll for Maine. 2 again. That's Gummy Frog. When I was at the Mars Cheese
What is
Festival a couple
that?
weeks ago, I saw this and I just had to get it. It's green apple flavored, so that's nice. Sure to be a textural nightmare. Some people will point to this
Oh, Flats is
episode
gone.
and say the
He's
Wolf
gone.
Sandwich guy
He's
has dumped the
gobsmacked.
shark. I take umbrage with that. I have leaped the frog. Thank you very much. Next up, let's roll for cheese.
No, not to the list.
2 again. That's chocolate cheese. I also picked up this cheese fudge made with Havarti from the Mars Cheese Castle. It seemed pretty interesting. I was
Don't
able
they
to
have that
sample
kind of
some
stuff
there
in
and
Norway? What's it
found out
called?
tastes
Any
kind of like a
Norwegians in the
fudge
chat? And
sickle.
it's like,
And
I don't think it's like
guess if I
chocolate
was gonna
flavored.
roll
I guess
it
it's
on
more
any
like
sandwich,
like
maybe
faintly
it's better
caramel
that I rolled
flavored.
it on the sandwich where the main is a giant piece of gummy candy. I like those.
It's like really
dark
popular
cups
in
you get
Norway, I
in
think.
Elementary school. Maybe this will be
I
like
tried it
that.
once. I wasn't that
And
into
next
it,
up,
but
we'll roll for
I know a lot of
roughage.
Norwegians are big on it.
Brother.
That's 2 dates and 10 pickles. I am
Oh
absolutely
my goodness.
flabbergasted by the amount of 2s I've been rolling today. It's insane. But I guess the date is kind of another lucky roll. It's just really sweet, and that should go with the candy. I can't tell if I'm lucky or unlucky today. Maybe
Unlucky.
rolling every single roll in the box of doom.
Unlucky.
was not a
He's
good
having a
idea.
hard time spreading these
Unlucky.
dates.
We've already started,
Fuck.
so we might as well finish it.
Unlucky, for sure.
Now, pickles are definitely not the first thing you think of when you think of candy, but I've heard of people combining pickles and chocolate and other things
Those people
like
are
that.
crazy.
I guess we'll see. Maybe
Those
the
are crazy people.
dice are pregnant or something. As if we need to get any wild.
Pregnant
here's the
mention.
wild magic roll.
Shout out
Oh,
for
no, it's gonna be like pickle seasoning or something.
14. Gosh, I thought it was another 2 for a second. St. Elmo's seasoning. Steak seasoning. The least wild
Seasoning,
thing on the
close.
sandwich so far. Except for maybe the white bread. Sure, dice.
Can't get over the gummy frog
All right, and I
packaging
may
from the
regret
dollar
this,
store.
but
It's a
for
dollar
the
store. Yeah, no
220
shit.
sauce roll, you know I have to use the OG Box of Doom. All right, hold on to your butts. It's Box of Doomception. Here we go. That is 7 hot honey. I mean, all
Oh,
things considered,
no.
it's just another form of sugar, so not the worst roll possible here.
Oh, the
Spice
cope
and
goes
chocolate go together
crazy.
well. Let's get our sandwich closed up here.
The cope goes insane.
Get our toothpicks in to hold it together. And let's get it cut. Okay, I had to put this at 10 times speed. Let's just say cutting through a giant gummy frog is not easy. And let's take a look at that.
Oh, thank you,
cross-section.
Dragon.
Translucent.
I love slop.
I kind of hate when sandwiches get this crazy, if only for the fact that no one would believe that I didn't rig this. I did put everything on the list, though. Just didn't think it would happen at the same time. Well, this is sure to be something. Let's give it a taste.
I'm glad I did this before I eat dinner.
It was
Oh my
about
God, the
here when
rocking back
full
and forth to
realization of what
bite.
I had done settled on me. This thing is almost impossible to
Zero.
bite through.
Negative 1.
Flavor-wise, the green
Zero.
apple and the chocolate cheese
Zero.
does
Zero.
kinda give
Negative
that
1.
dirt and worms effect, and everything else is just sweet except
Zero.
for the pickles,
Zero.
which
Zero.
are not playing nicely. They
Zero.
don't really go.
0.
After a while, it started to become painful to eat.
Oh no.
He's gonna get himself an
Not
injury.
one to be trifled.
0.
Still, I got a pretty lucky combination of flavors, all things considered.
0.
There could have been clam juice on it. But texturally,
0.
not a great experience.
0.
I think I'm going to go ahead and give this
Flats,
one a
please stop finishing the countdown. I've got nothing left in the tank.
I feel like we just coped ourselves up to 3.7.
And I'm going to call it the Boggy. I kind of have to. Thank you all for sticking around and hanging out and having a good time at my expense. See you on Friday for hopefully a better sandwich.
I have 110%, without a doubt, in all my reactions.
3.7.
Seen a worse sandwich.
This guy just loves
rated
sandwiches,
lower.
though. We've seen this on all of them. He'll eat.
Or sorry, better sandwich.
He'll have like a
rated lower.
disgusting combo. He'll just be
I can
like,
say without a
that was alright,
shadow of a
actually.
doubt, I have seen sandwiches that were much better than that get rated lower. That should have been a 0.
Oh,
When a
he's
sandwich
camping, isn't
becomes
he?
painful to eat, GG's. Let us continue. Hopefully this one is better than that last monstrosity.
Roll for Sandwich, the series where I let fate decide my lunch. Let's go. Today I'm going to be using these cheese dice that were sent in by a viewer.
Oh, those
Thanks.
are cute.
First up, let's roll for bread. 2 freezer ends. Today from the freezer we've pulled some American pumpernickel. We're going to get that toasted up using our toasting cantrip, and then we'll be good to go.
What's the random occasional howling noise? Oh, I'm still in Overwatch.
Next up,
Whoa.
let's roll for Maine.
Thank you, Mayrise.
6 tuna. This is
It's
the
from
first time
2018, this
season
one.
that this situation has come up. We're going to be using our
2018.
second cantrip of the episode, the Midwest Salad cantrip, to add some mayo to our tuna. Cantrips in D&D are
I don't
not
like
very
tuna
powerful
at all.
spells, but they are able to be cast at will, meaning as much as you want. Most of the time, the only limitation is that you can't cast more than one spell in a turn. I consider each phase of the sandwich, bread, main, cheese, etc., as different turns.
That's
and
fair.
so, though I may occasionally use 2 cantrips in the same episode, I cannot use them at the same time. So we've got tuna with mayo, an okay start.
I hate
though
all
one
fish.
that can
Same page,
sometimes
Oren.
clash with other
Honestly, Oren, you
ingredients.
know who else doesn't eat
Next
fish?
up, let's roll for cheese.
Chris as well. You, me, and
Honestly,
Chris.
I'm
Cheddar
fine
blue.
with
We're
it.
going to keep those
This
fish in the
cellar-aged
ocean.
Cheddar blue is
Everyone
a
else trying to
cheddar
take
that
all the fish
is
out of the
made
ocean,
in
we'll
the
keep 'em
same
in there.
fashion that you would make what you typically think of as blue cheese. That is a cheddar that has been inoculated with the same bacteria that you see in other blue cheeses. That
You telling me you found some underage photos of Sparker and
Look at
Astro
that so
Trash
much
Panda?
other than this little chunk. Like
You shouldn't. You probably
caused
shouldn't
that
disclose
blue
that
mold.
publicly.
Like, if I have blue cheese, right? The best part about blue cheese is if there's like a little blue chunk like this, there's like the sauce part of the blue cheese that you can kind of just like whoop, wipe over it with, and like you don't see it and it's gone. You're not gonna be able to do that with this.
form. It's a nice, sharp, dry cheddar with some
Oh,
of
trust me, I'm a blue cheese enjoyer.
that distinct
I
blue
trust you,
cheese
mate.
flavor. Not bad at all. Let's roll for roughage.
I just,
5 lettuce and 8 onions.
I can trick myself
All right,
into
we're
saying it
gonna
doesn't
add a
exist.
little romaine lettuce to our sandwich. It'll give us a little extra structure, which is nice with having a loose main like tuna. Got something a little more special today for onions. I've got
Like
some
my
pickled
brain is
onions that
powerful
are
enough to
left over from
override
some
my own
takeout I had
thoughts. You
recently.
know, like my
Those
own
will add a
eyes.
little bit
It's
of
like, yep,
acid,
okay,
which
I
will be
didn't see
nice.
it. Nope, that's
Okay,
not a
let's
thing.
get wild with our wild man.
I would
Okay,
not be
it's gone.
doing that, Steph.
2. Natto. Natto is fermented soybeans from Japan. This will be my first time trying it. I've heard it can be difficult for the American palate. It is typically eaten with a small amount of Japanese mustard and soy sauce,
What's
and
happening?
then mixed until it develops kind of a stringy goo in between all the beans. Then you would probably most often eat it over rice, but today we're
What am
gonna
I looking at?
put it on a sandwich. I've heard it's supposed to have a pretty strong smell, but it's not really as strong as I expected it to be, though it's been talked up to me. Still, I'm afraid the texture might be too much for me. I guess we'll see. And last but not least, it's the D20 sauce roll. Here we go. 13, Mr. Mustard. Mr. Mustard is a hot Dijon mustard from Ohio.
That looks
Considering
gas.
that natto is typically eaten with Japanese mustard,
This is rough, actually.
probably not the worst roll in the world.
What's that called? Mr. Mustard? Hang on.
Hanging on.
Mustard is a hot Dijon mustard.
Why is
from
he Googling
Ohio.
the mustard?
Considering that natto is
Is he
typically
ordering
eaten
some?
with Japanese mustard, probably not the worst roll in the world. And maybe having the strong mustard flavor will help cover over anything that
That
might
tastes pretty good.
not
Not
be
a
my
sandwich.
Thanksgiving to you as well.
I mean, this sandwich
get our
looks
toothpicks
actually
in to hold this
rancid.
together,
You want my
and
rating?
let's
This
get it
would be
cut in
like
half.
an easy 0, I reckon. I wouldn't join us at all.
And let's take a look at that cross section. Actually, the cross section is pretty aesthetically pleasing.
It's actually
Well,
not bad.
just when I thought the curse of the 2s from Wednesday was over, I rolled a 2 on the Wild Magic and got knocked.
Oh, the little
But I haven't
string
tried
that
it yet.
came out.
I'm often
Oh,
surprised
hell
by this
no.
show. This might be one of those times. Let's give it a taste.
Oh, the goose sipping out the. Oh, hell
Complete
no.
honesty, this one was tough to get through. The texture is the worst part. It's really just sticky, gooey, slimy, and having the natto be on top of tuna salad already, just too much goo. I don't really taste anything bad at all. The mustard and that strong cheddar blue are pulling a lot of weight. They go nicely with the pickled onions and the tuna, honestly. But yeah, natto on a sandwich is not for me. I will have to try it over rice, though. I'm on the fence about this one, but I think I'm gonna go with a 1. Tastes fine, texture really rough. And I'm gonna call it natto today, Satan. Please get these out of my sight, Earl. Have a good one.
Honestly, a 1 is.
All right, are we nearly starting? Starting. So we're on 0. Why isn't chat on screen? It didn't work, Ellie. It's still broken. We need to have a proper play around to fix it.
Hello and welcome, Calling All Heroes family. It's the end of the road.
Now, a rotation. Unlucky, going in the back, attempting to give some mobility to the Orisa, who needs that speed to come in close. The Terra Surge pulling them into the center.
I've lost chat.
Getting a 2-piece with a javelin into the wall. And that's going to be Exo being able to eliminate the remaining few.
Happens there. Valentine goes super aggressive, finds Velvet. Oh my god, that might be a huge pickoff for Mari, but Mari will get...
Has anyone watched, what was it called? Has anyone watched Amelia Perez, the film? I watched it yesterday. Anyone else seen it yet? I saw it was getting a lot of hype. A lot of hype at the Golden Globes. Yeah, I quite liked it. I'm not really a, thank you, Bob. Thank you for the 8 months. Let me turn this down. Yeah, I'm not a musical fan. The only musical I ever think I really enjoyed was Les Miserables. But it wasn't kind of like a musical, I guess, like a musical in the traditional sense, where there's like it's like full like breakdown numbers and songs. It was a lot more story told through song. But I don't know, I was engaged the entire time. I was caught into it, you know. I thought it was actually really good. So yeah, I'd recommend it. It's not really like anything. I don't know what I'd compare it to, honestly, because it doesn't feel like any other musicals I've seen. But it was good. It was good.
Every single game is going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, when it's weird because it takes like a serious turn as well, because it starts almost like really tongue-in-cheek. For those who don't know, Amelia Perez, it's a relatively new film, and the main premise is this lawyer gets hired by a cartel boss in Mexico, because this cartel boss, he wants to transition from a man to a woman, and he wants to disappear. So he hires this lawyer to do that.
After a long year of tournaments, majors, minors, last chance.
Whoa, is it actually? Thanks, Cloudy, mate. Hope you're all good. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Just in time for the start of Calling All Heroes. Hope you had a good one, Cloudy. I saw your roster announcements, so your new logo. I've actually still got it up. Looks premium, mate. You've done well for yourself there.
I'm incredibly happy about.
I feel like it's been a long time coming, but worth a wait. I'll be doing next weekend as well, when it's the open qualifiers for OWCS, where SRP Check will be playing. I'll be covering those on this channel as well. So welcome, everyone, and good luck for next week, Cloudy.
Meta has very much been determined around Azathoth just being that S++ tier tank. Still got a little bit
until then.
In terms of that backline lineup,
until then,
like the Juno Brig, the Juno Lucio,
we'll get all the Calling All Heroes action.
We've seen a whole bunch of
oh yeah, that's what we were just talking about Amelia Perez. I watched it yesterday, so enjoyed it. Good film. Give it a crack. Give it a crack.
And I mean, we're also more than likely going to be getting a 5-map series between Valentine's and Nightmare Eclipse. At least you gonna watch Sonic 3 tomorrow?
I've not watched any of the Sonic films.
Buckled in for that 5-map, and I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't go the distance.
Why do you gotta say it like that, Mox? Why you gotta hype us up when you're just caster cursed it? Unbelievable. It'll be.
You haven't watched 1 or 2 either? How are you gonna know what's going on, Sova?
I'm gonna caster curse it back, so we do get that.
I'm the last bastion of Overwatch. What does that mean?
I think specifically that
there's loads of Overwatch content, right? Right?
I mean, you said it. I mean, Hazard's that SSS plus tier hero at the current moment. I mean, Maga still seems good, right? And you know, like you mentioned, some teams are still running it, so it still has some viability, right?
Oh really? That's cool.
Has been trying to run
didn't know she
into the hazard. It can struggle though because didn't know she did coaching as well.
This is like a throwback duo. I feel like Moxie and Dogman. It's been a hot second since we've seen them. Noob Hunter doesn't even react. Did I ever tell you guys? Noob Hunter included me in one of his videos. So I copyright striked him and then he took it down.
One of them being mobility, because while
He emailed me afterwards. He emailed me afterwards and just, you know, like apologized, blah blah blah, and said again. I said it's fine, you know. So we're, you know, good terms, good terms. It's my content, mate. Use my content without asking. Give the legal action, you know.
Moving forward, I think we have
Give the legal action.
like you said, Mox. So, you know, yesterday, I think that we had, at least towards the latter half, like you said.
He was nice enough about it in the email afterwards, though, like apologized and said he wouldn't, you know. So I said it's fine. You know, no bad blood, right? No hard feelings.
At least one map going down for at least even the team that won. So
doing my part to kill the game.
So with that in mind, Era was a huge part in yesterday. How a lot of teams played well, right, with Faeble.
Faeble getting to run that Pharah from Mickman was just so dominant on Control Center, on that Lijiang map, and it
You're uploading all my VODs to Live Leaks? Fuck. I don't even know what Live Leaks is. But I'll find it, and my legal team will be on to you, Ellie.
Got to see Exo Azathoth here, Jeremy coming through with Pharah.
What clip was it? It was when I was ranting. Do you remember when the whole partner thing was going on between NRG and Cloud9? It was my rant about Cloud9. I don't know what Live Leak is, no.
And it's really easy to see why, right? Hazard is very much.
It sounds like it's just going to be a website for like just like illegal streams of like TV shows and movies and stuff.
Instigator, or if he wants to go for a little bit more of a brawl heavy style composition.
What legal team? Juby? Yeah, I've got a host of lawyers.
I think you talked about it, I believe, with me off broadcast a little bit. So, Mox, like specifically, I think.
Oh, it's more like gore. Oh.
Oh.
Gore of my comfort character.
And you know, like you said, Mox, I think that like specifically Hazard just can do it all, right? It's just
name one lawyer. We have a. I don't know. I've not seen him in a while, but there's a Twitch, there's a subscriber called Commander X Lawyer. He's the lawyer. What it says on the tin.
Really do is survive poke pressure.
It's porn and gore. Ah. I don't know what people are expecting from this stream, but I don't know if we'll get too much porn and gore. Porn and gore? Porn and gore on the go.
Downpour, being able to just go through walls does mean that if you play into retake, you're not just stuck there without anything that you really can do. You don't have to try and send some of your players off onto flanks to draw attention.
I'm in the wrong stream then. Alright, we'll do some porn and gore.
I mean, looking at the map selections that we have, if we do go to somewhere like Lijiang,
you're like Daredevil but not blind. I feel like you're probably more like Daredevil but just with the blind part.
Kickstart a retake position, but then again, we've seen a lot of different maps. We've seen Lijiang, we've got to see some more, not so much of Nepal. A lot of these teams really veering away from that one. And in terms of hybrid, surprisingly, I can't believe I'm saying this, Numbani is the one that everyone's actually sort of.
You actually have sight?
Towards. And I mean,
did you message that girl, Oren? Not to turn this stream into all about your love life, but did you message that girl? For those who don't know, Oren was messaging a girl. She said she would add him on Marvel Rivals, but it's been a couple of days and she's not added him. So Oren was wondering whether or not to message, but the Discord said to message him. I think that's a good call. You're playing tomorrow? She responded? Nice, Oren. Oren might be the Riz King. I always suspected it.
But, you know, Moxie, for first place, right? If you can win, that's $10,000 in the bank. We're not playing for points anymore, right? We're here in championship, so it's all or nothing at the current point, right, Moxie?
Why did you redeem the timeout with W Riz?
Of the additional pricing from Blacklight and so it's honestly.
All right, mods, keep track of this because the deflects are coming back out.
You know, there's so much to play for this time around. On top of receiving some awesome trophies from Blacklight.
I mean, yeah, 10,000 is.
I think Popple's jealous. Maybe Popple. Maybe Popple was planning to make their move on Oren, just to find out he's found someone else to play Marvel Rivals with.
All of the winning teams, all of the players are going to be able to receive a Kraken Pro gaming chair, as well as if you at home.
All right, it's back on Popple.
One of these, you can.
It's back on Oren. Oh,
grabbing yourself one up now. If you go to
Oren, lucky in love.
Also, If you feel like RNG
Lucky in love,
on your side,
but not lucky in timeouts.
Away to a Critical Hero verified Discord member, and we're going to be giving free away via x.com. So if you want to be in with a chance of that, and you're not a part of the Discord, then go to the Radiant GG follow page.
Fuck.
Over on X.
I can't believe we're having such a fallout here, battling for Oren's love.
Chance of walking, or rather sitting away with one of those.
Yeah, or you can get one of the chairs and
Not reacting to gaming for hope, Ellie. Grow up.
Tuning into the broadcast from today on to tomorrow, right? We obviously started on.
I feel like where is it now? Is it back on Popple?
One more day of viewer incentives. So if you watch,
I think it's back on Popple. I think Popple's dead.
And all of these tags, everything that you
Can someone spot you? No, Popple. It's over.
What a lovely purple, by the way. I mean, just awesome for the viewers to have a chance for that. But Moxie, going
Popple's
into
gone.
today, I think that we've got a lot.
Oren has been defended. Everything's coming up, Oren. Miguel's messaging back.
Right? Like you said, those
Axiom's got his back
obviously solidifying
in
themselves
the
besides
timeout
that,
wars.
We had some amazing matches from the teams, you know, playing earlier on in the tournament as well.
Yeah, and like you said, a lot of the matches so far.
And Liverpool won. I mean, one of Liverpool's easier games of the season. Are Man City winning still? I saw they scored like twice or something. So I reckon they've probably got that one in them. Yeah, it's 5 goals now. It's 5 goals. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're winning.
We're going to be having a look as well to see the lower bracket. There's one team in particular who was very familiar with being able to run the gauntlet of the lower bracket, and that's actually Queen's Gambit. The last time we got to see this team in the Major 3 back in December, they went through that lower bracket.
What happened in the Portsmouth game?
Bracket games all in
What happened? You played one of the earlier kickoffs, no? Did I make that up?
Against Nightmare Eclipse. They weren't able to win. They did manage to take away a 2-map score, though, so it did go down to a 4-2. It wasn't a complete shutdown, and we're going to be able to see.
Am I blind?
Queen's Gambit were able to.
What division are Portsmouth even in now?
Talking about how dominant Mickman had been on the Farah previously, we're potentially going to be able to see Miss Sun pick that Farah up again for the side of Queen's Gambit if they take us to somewhere like Lijiang.
Yeah, that's going to be terrifying on the other side, right? Queen's Gambit definitely.
Why do you lose to Wickham?
And, you know, that's what's the interesting part with going into.
You got smashed! 2 goals down in 30 minutes.
Within a few months, the metas, like you talked about, Mox, anything can kind of change. A team that was, you know,
Jesus,
in the previous major, now going into the championships, has, you know, sort of trying to.
Unfortunately, you've been smashed.
Right? Obviously, losing.
Where are Wickham right now?
Big deal, like you said, Mox, but. You know, we potentially could see a potential.
Oh, they're top of League One. Okay, it's not like the worst thing. It's not great. Let's not kid ourselves, but it's not the worst thing.
That lower bracket run when you know your
Morning, Cassie.
Team is hyped up, ready to go, and make that comeback, right? So Queen's Gambit obviously trying to do that today.
Yeah, I mean, some.
Why? This is what you were saying. Santana's pronoun is VAT them. That doesn't seem quite right.
To form those diamonds to just manage to put themselves back.
All right, let me get my team sheets up here as well. We're starting with Queen's Gambit. So Queen's Gambit, people have told me, people were saying, a lot of good people were saying, lots of good people were saying they had a pretty strong lower bracket run previously. So hoping to do more of the same here.
Go down yesterday, so potentially we're going to be able to get to see that come through as well. But Nostalgia too, very flexible on this tank roll, has been able to play both the Hazard but also the Wrecking Ball. If we go to somewhere like Dorado, one of the compositions that this team likes to be able to veer towards when they're attacking.
Swear away. Yeah, Moths Genesis also on a bit of a lower bracket run, right?
So they can shove the defense
back-to-back wins. One of the Shikikami is actually pretty good, I think.
Because some of these other teams,
right, I think it could be in for a close game. I'm hoping so. 6-side, good Overwatch. Good Overwatch. If you've not watched any of it so far, it's we're mostly in just a Hazard mirror.
Yeah,
for the most part, little bits of Malga.
That, you know, tank flexibility is a huge.
Whose favourites to win? It's Nightmare Eclipse. I think are probably. Oh, didn't mean to pause it. Strong favourites here. They've kind of just got. I mean, a lot of the best players. Really is a super team. Was Peace and Wisps playing yesterday? And they were both going off. Honestly, they're both hard carrying. Hattori looked very good on the Hazard. So yeah, they're like they're strong favourites. We're gonna see them. We're going to see them in the game after this one, in the upper bracket final against Valentine as well, so we'll get a chance to see him today.
I mean, when Mago was first released, he really did.
What's the age minimum for AWW YASS? 17. Yeah, 17 years old. I don't know exactly what date, but
doesn't find when
something
he's
like that.
just trying to take those engagements and very, very quickly burning his health bar down. Exo, like
Queen's
before,
Gambit
was
also.
able to tinker around with
Did I
it,
meet
but
Santix?
Didn't necessarily work out all that well for them though, so I expect.
I remember watching one of her games in the Swiss stage. Did I meet her at Stockholm? Was she at Stockholm?
In the past has been known to play onto that Farah, and Farah on Sumo can be absolutely disgusting. It struggles.
Yeah, I remember watching her in AWWYASS. I can't remember if I met her at Stockholm. I remember meeting you, Sabo.
You're not playing the Pocket Mercy, you're not really playing.
What's that flag on Wi-Fi? It's the Belizean flag. Belize is like a small island near America. A beautiful place. I mean, we've looked at it every stream. We'll look at it again. But yeah, Wi-Fi, half American, half Belizean. But what a beautiful place Belize is. She doesn't live in Belize, but she's been.
With all the support, like you mentioned, that the character can receive.
Learn about
especially
Belize
within your own team, right? Not going without, not going past your bounds, basically. Like you said, I mean,
that's where it is.
Not potentially. We're gonna see the hazard yet again, right? And obviously, not a ton of mercy these days. Definitely could be a thing, and Sojourn has been a mainstay as well. I mean,
well, Moths Genesis actually ran.
She was at Stockholm? Maybe I did meet her then. I have like half a memory of it, but I also met a lot of people and I'm not very good with names. So it's a bad combination. Alright, we locking in? We're locking in. Let me turn it up. I'm going to turn it up a little bit actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see if it pans out for Moths Genesis, who...
Alright. Nostalgia in, playing the ball. Okay.
10 right now, needs some support, does get the Suzu early from Scuff. Now that the cooldown's out, that could result in something. However, on
the Soldier's a weird pick with this as well. And it's not going to work at all.
Meanwhile, they're playing it back with the rest of the team, supporting.
Problem with the Soldier is the way so many teams are playing this is you get these Lucio Genji flanks all the time. So very good at trying to shut down that Soldier. Great opportunity to catch him, take him out. That one though, just dead before the fight even really begun.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is why
I guess the version from Moths Genesis, you just want to play like almost quite a chaotic style.
You can also be that static
Ball Tracer doing their own thing, trying to find dives. Your Soldier playing quite an independent flanky role.
Actually chunk this hazard down and provide enough threat to force Santana to back away and potentially allow either Q or Nostalgia to flip the point into Moths Genesis' favor and then look to
Is 32010 Senna? Oh, okay. So we should be raising our expectations there. Oh, just a couple of picks out of nothing.
Jazzy's wall into 32 is another one.
All right, a nice quick retake on that one.
So good for them, but they got picked off. Santana obviously on the point does trade one.
We'll be able to stall this out for a little bit. Santana can touch for a bit longer. We'll just die on point here.
Just have your Lucio get picked off and be ran back.
Yeah, Santana's just going to try and stall that point as long as possible. 3210 is actually going to be swapping over onto the Cassidy so that you have that...
we saw a similar swap yesterday, didn't we? People swapping their hit scan onto the Cass, use that flashbang to interrupt the ball. You just got higher damage impacts a lot of the time as well. Thank you, Stainless.
Isn't able to find the Suzy to prevent the follow-up damage.
Appreciate the 11 months. And wow, I turned away for a second. It's just over. Dive in, spawn, landing.
Doing this fight now off of that pulse, but like you said, I mean, Missin usually plays these fights so well. Obviously, finding the first pick earlier on, she opens things up for Queen's Gambit, but now the Wrecking Ball kind of changing the pace, it seems like, Moxie. I don't know if Queen's Gambit can adjust to that.
Right, consider rush up for both teams. Slight B advantage for Jazzy. Slam onto the rotation. Forces both cooldowns out there of Scuff. Scuffed in big trouble, and now Missin is also separated from the heals a little bit. Velvet trying to peel. They'll drop that Kitsune rush in. Juno's got a chance for a much later Kitsune rush. Mines onto that one. And now Juno responds, but they've lost key. Downpour comes out. Does it catch anyone? Looks like it doesn't catch anyone, actually.
So with this, we're able to find
but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they get the kills. Deal with the Soldier behind point, and they get the retake. Alright. Was a bit worried for him there when they got that Suzu force so early. That's what you want to do if you have a ball comp. You want to hit him multiple times. Hit him early before the point, try and force some of these key cooldowns, mainly Vikiri's TP and Suzu. And then, when you get your dive on point, you've got much higher kill potential because they don't have those defensive cooldowns. Juno's going to take a lot of damage early coming in here. Slam onto the Kaz. Blade coming out though, and the Soldier's just running. Gets the mini too fast. Look at the legs. So needs to keep running though, in a lot of trouble still. Will get hunted down. They've lost everyone else as they come into this as well. Did get the didn't get the flip rather.
Falling piece by piece, and that was a staggered kill.
Chasing shadows.
I don't know exactly what happened. I think Juno just got picked off early, and
all right, beat coming back. Visor versus High Noon.
What to do with the beat? It seemed like it feels like for their team, they're just so aggressive. Everybody's
trying to retake through coast.
Away from the sound barrier.
Look ugly in purple. What do you mean? How rude. All right, beat in response to that Visor. Happy with that trade. Later beat now. From Jazzy. Manages to get away. The slams there as well. They've lost their Kiri.
In your face, slam dunk on the Shaffler.
Later beat, but they couldn't find the value. Come on. Come on.
Jazzy's side.
Luckily, Senna's team with them. She can't hit a shot, unfortunately, to save her life. I'll let somebody else deal with this.
The tac visor on their side, but unfortunately, sound barrier goes through. Everyone survives it. There's no burst damage after the tac visor to be able to chunk through that additional health.
All right, Queen's Gambit starting strong. All very difficult on this next one, so no surprise that we're seeing a Malga hovered in spawn here from Nostalgia. Should in theory, we're on Volcano, so it's one of the most compact maps.
Are more than okay.
So more viable in theory here, but Hazard is really strong now.
Both at the start of these fights and in the
There'll be a Reaper talk of it as well. So yeah, what they want to do is Nostalgia can play quite aggressively, and they actually can just bully. They probably just have the firepower here to actually just bully the Hazard. Taking so much damage early on, Nostalgia will be popping that cardiac overdrive, and they've actually just killed. It's just killed 3-2-10 through all of it. I'm just going to call them Senna. I feel like that's actually just way easy to say. And look at that, just over before it starts. Too much damage. Velvet gets the trade. Gets it out of it as well, so they have to be a little bit careful here in this chase. Another stomp in, they're really going for it. Nostalgia's gone too far though. Oh, they've overextended for this chase. That trade from Velvet does so much.
I mean, they do it again, Moxie. They did this previously.
Trying to play. Juno gets one pick. Juno gets a second pick.
Oh, no way.
Need two more. A third pick. Go on. Oh,
three of that fire on a stagger. Surely have to reset, but that was a little nasty. Queen's Gambit,
keep Juno on Kiri.
Control the point.
Control the point, control the air.
They do have to concede the flip.
So missing.
But those trades are a real pain for them. Still a quicker Kitsune Rush for Scuffed here. Nostalgia's taking too much poke in a lot of these fights early on.
It is going to be Queen's Gambit with this Kitsune Rush.
Get themselves onto point. Need to go contest here. It's actually Juno who uses it first. Kitsune Rush is going to be mirrored on point. Now a dive into the backline. Downpour comes out. Don't know if it finds anything though. They've lost key and all of that. 1-for-1 trade only though. Pressure onto the backline. Nostalgia's taken so much damage. Cardiac overdrive will expire and she'll fall.
Sure, they gave her the point temporarily, but it's Queen's Gambit.
Did get the flip though. Contest came in late from Queen's Gambit, so even though they win that fight, they actually don't really gain anything of it at all.
Wherever you want to put it, you can either utilize it to isolate Moss Genesis's frontline from the backline, which forces.
Very confusing, isn't it, to have a Juno playing name Juno playing Kiri.
Or you can just use it to block up a single sightline.
Alright, retake now, beats up for both, copy up for missing. Kind of a wasted amp here actually. Nostalgia again has taken so much damage in that wall. You see here, Santana isn't just dropping the wall immediately as soon as the fight starts. They're poking out the Malga, trying to put a bit of early damage on, and then cutting off that exit mid-fight, because the Hazard wall doesn't last that long.
Yeah, it's brutal. That's brutal. I don't know how I feel about the Mox so far, Mox. It feels like, yeah, like it's just getting stuffed out right now by Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, I mean,
alright, now the retake. Beat still up. Nostalgia slow cooking to this cage, but Moths Genesis, they have the ults here. DPS ults in play. Slam is good. Didn't even need the beat. Velvet's actually going to beat back, so this Molten Core comes out. Putting it everywhere. Really hard to get themselves onto point. Velvet will touch, but Velvet is super committed. Shaffler takes him out of the sky. Oh, clean 2-tap, but DPS is still trading. Center and Missing have got 3 kills between them here. 4 kills. And again, Moths Genesis. They do the hard bit. They win the fight. They got an initial Hazard pick. But these late fights, they're getting traded. They're overextended. They're splitting. And it's costing them so much.
They're taking trades towards the tail end of it. It's not clean.
They do have a Kitsune Rush cage combo coming in. Gonna go for it. Nostalgia drops him, but it's taking so much damage. Suzu not there to save him. Death Blossom over the top, though, should finish him. They used the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, they had the combo. They had the combo with the cage cage, the cage did at least connect on enough targets, so they had the combo to finish. But that was their big ult investment now. Look at it, they're looking completely dry now, Genesis. They have to win this next fight. I think Genesis, they have to go early, have to do something wacky here. Downpour and overclock to deal with. They're going to go with a bit of a split push here. DPS and Lucio on point, force that soldier out immediately with his early overclock. They're not there to connect with it. They chase down the soldier. Now they turn back. Senna can't quite kill it though, gets traded. Downpour comes out. It doesn't look like we caught anything with that one from Santana either. Lucio gap from Velvet onto Jazzy. Nostalgia is super low underneath. They do finish that kill. Now the copy Reaper. This should seal it for Queen's Gambit, really. Forces his Reaper back. And Queen's Gambit will close it out 2-0. Victory Blossom.
Meant one
it's all good.
Was the end of
all
it for
good in
them.
the end,
Neutral
but
did not
honestly,
go well.
that should have been much closer. Moths Genesis, I think, really dropped the ball on these sort of late fight decisions.
Queen's Gambit, they understood the deficit of ultimate economy between themselves and the other side. So the second that they saw that
because they won, there was 2 fights there. The first fight and that beat push fight where they killed the Hazard immediately. Where they'd essentially done the stuff to win the fight.
One ultimate first, and then you save your second
but
one, so
then they just end up losing the fight. They get traded.
You can have your Echo go for that duplicate.
Missing and Senna doing a hell of a lot of work, really.
Take the 1v1 to stop that potential flip that Moths Genesis were trying to set up the second that they realized that suddenly...
On screen chat, we couldn't get it to work. We tried a little bit just before the stream, but I'll have a proper look at it at some point, but it just doesn't work anymore, apparently.
Tries to find a little bit of a cheeky flip, will not be able to grab it, and unfortunately, as we talked about, in terms of that tank lineup, you've really
a true tragedy.
Classes every single tank currently.
All right,
yeah,
but
yeah, it does feel.
I think
really
there's
like Moths Genesis have to play it perfectly, right?
There's something in this series, you know.
Not been able to it though, sadly. Like
if I'm looking at this, Moths Genesis thrown a few more curveballs in terms of comps, but I think reasonable curveballs like make sense on the maps.
You know, they're just not on the same.
Maybe they'll take us to a map pick now that leans into it even more. Something that's maybe a bit of a better ball map, like a Blizzard World or even a Dorado.
You know, potentially a better tank. But it does feel like they're a little bit more practiced than Moths Genesis.
Moths doesn't have their starting hit scan either. Oh, really?
Yeah, and I mean, they had so much more burst damage.
That's unfortunate.
Both Sojourn and Echo can melt these players, and then Santana with that 4-second cooldown of the lunge can immediately collapse onto a low health player, and then when you're playing that Hazard, you have the choice of in that jump actually.
You hate playing ball? I feel like it's a good map for it. I mean, third point's like a bit uglier. But I think second point, even first point, actually pretty reasonable.
Just have no opportunity of being able to fall back to either their Kiriko or their Lucio, because a lot of the time the target was the Kiriko, because you would then
Patreon Q&A when? Probably not for a bit. Unter's away at the moment, so we need to wait for Unter to come back. So we should be back sometime like towards the end of next week. So maybe we'll record it sometime around then once he's back.
Absolute oblivion, and now Moths
So there's
Genesis
still
have a
time.
really tough
Still time for
decision ahead of
questions.
themselves. Are they going to continue trying to swerve around this Hazard, or are we going to see the Hazard mirror?
Where are we going? Eichenwald. Okay.
Eichenwald. I mean, to be honest with this pick, I think the answer is no, Mox. I don't know. Like, it does feel like they like playing the Wrecking Ball and Maga, specifically maybe Wrecking Ball and Eichenwalde, right? It does seem like this is a better map.
Need answer?
Right?
Need answer for the Q&A.
Control,
you know,
the
it's
flanks, go for the dives early and stuff.
All three members were all integral, you know.
Like Hazard does it all, right? Like we talked about at least
need for trio
the broadcast with me, where Hazard can be that brawl, can be that dive. I mean, on Eichenwald, it doesn't seem like.
All right, we're straight to Eichenwald,
right?
Shit.
I mean, you are going to have the high ground on B, but even then, Hazard is still.
The Three Stooges. The Three Wise Men, I feel like, is a bit more fitting, though, Oren.
Your wall climb, and then when you jump with your lunge, it resets the climb cooldown. So even on B, when we talk about how oppressive the defense
let me get these
that high ground
predictions up.
Attacking team, if they ever have to play into a retake, you're still going to have the means of essentially just Rapunzel, let down your hat, immediately getting from the floor to that tower.
Replace it with Chipsa? Chipsa can't hold a candle to Hunter, surely.
To be on the other side. What is puzzling me, though, is the fact of when we last saw Moths Genesis in play, when they were playing against Timeless Aurora.
We're all the wise men.
They were really static
in our own way.
For the first part of the match, what compositions they wanted to play. And it was the Genji, the Sojourn, the Hazard, the Lucio, and the Kiriko. So we know that they can play the Hazard. They're just
Triple
not
threat,
really
exactly.
opting in for that
Turlins
mirror.
gets
and
it.
It can be really tough. It's a go big or go home strategy when you run the Wrecking Ball, when you try and run the Genji alongside it, because Wrecking Ball and Genji
Is 240 hertz worth it over 144 hertz? I don't know. When I was a serious gamer, I was
the rest of your team,
it was before 144 hertz existed, you know. 120 I think was maybe 144 came out like towards the end of my playing career. Yeah, that's right, in 1984. That's right, yeah. I remember when 120 hertz came out. When 120 hertz came out, now that was a jump up. That was a jump up.
To be able to take it, and then every single time you lose the fight, you have to walk
that's when shit got serious, spending some serious money to get onto high frame rate. My first monitor, the first monitor I played with, it was just a TV, so there was like crazy input lag and stuff. Just a fucking TV I played on.
Because they're going to see the Wrecking Ball come through, and they're going to Suzu immediately, and that unfortunately was happening to Moths Genesis, as we're going to be seeing a little bit of a change up in terms of composition. This is why they decided to take us on over to Iconvolt.
I mean, it's like technically better, right? It'll just be, my impression is it'll just be like marginal gains. I think mine are 144 hertz. Feels fine to me.
On defense, it's going to be a damage boosted Bastion, made to isolate some of these angles that Queen's Gambit are looking to approach from. And Iconvolt is still subdued to a couple of angles that the attacking team have available to them. So
like start on Rhine? Wait, start on Rhine, Bastion?
Definitely
and Mercy? All right, I'm into it. I'm into it.
They had to run the Maga.
Thank you, Bob Ross. Thank you for the 5 months. Oh, they found the Mercy. Oh, no. They found it immediately. They've only killed a Lucio. Oh, no. Oh,
They just went back to spawn as fast as they came out.
Yeah, and it was the cheese way of doing it, too, so it wasn't even like you were utilizing keys Maywell to just stop Queen's Gambit from approaching underneath.
I was filled with so much hope and excitement, and it did not transition at all. They're keeping the Mercy?
Still gonna be running this composition.
What are they up to? Alright. What are they considering?
Pacifist role of Overwatch right now is Queen's
I feel like the Hazard's probably actually quite good into the Bastion, though.
I mean,
like short movement cooldown. They get a Maywell onto the Hazard here, but Santana will be okay. And all these form timings from Schaffler haven't found anything, but he finds one with the bomb. Can't get the res. Oh, they land for the res, but Jazzy's not in it. Oh, no.
Nobody can shut down this Sojourn right now. Queen's Gambit clean the floor.
And Missing is just running rampant right
running
now.
May, but it seems like Hazard's a better version of that character. The
current Jazzy has gone brig.
For them.
Everything the May can do, the Hazard can do better, because the Hazard has the mentality of clearing every single obstacle.
Alright, this has been alright, Navron Brig. I don't know if this makes it any better, really.
Dive commit onto Moths Genesis.
Oh, they don't see it. It's a huge slash wall into Downpour. They land, but the damage might already be done. Oh, they're in so much trouble. Oh, Suzu comes in, but block is enough. They do eventually get the trade onto the Hazard. They're gonna get a late kill onto the Bastion, but to be fair, that Hazard trade's actually pretty massive, because now the walkout is way easier. Gonna see Jazzy go onto Ana now, so some more direct counterplay to this Hazard, a chance to sleep, a chance to nade. Maybe then the Bastion can find these form timings. It's a copy Rhine from Missenbo, looking for the Rhine gap, slams in. Nostalgia will pin out of that one, but they are locked in right now. Shatter is up, gets double walled. There we go, Shatter through, gets it, and the pin.
I mean, the copy and the
big Rhine play.
Full wipe again. Jazzy, like you said,
they have capped second, and they are getting absolutely rolled now.
An actual steamroll from Queen's Gambit. 5 minutes and 30 seconds now in the third phase of the map.
Yeah, you can see Moths Genesis, they're just throwing anything at the wall to see if anything is going to stick. Jazzy is on to the
I mean, I talked about on Samoa how I was actually, I quite enjoyed the curveball compositions, the alternate, you know, not just taking the Hazard mirror, trying to find alternate ways through. But this one is too far. We're on to Zen and Lari now, so again, high utility, high damage output here, but just feels like we're going to be squishy. Oh, it's Suzu'd! They Suzu, they try and wall it off. Shatter gets nothing, but Blizzard was thrown in this as well, and I don't think they can get a single kill out of it. Oh, 2 of their biggest ultimates. But Scuffed had the Suzu in their back pocket. Just ready for it. Soldier's going to die late. They're onto ball. They'll get the touch, but it's just desperate staggers for beat. From Velvet should finish it. Didn't even need the beat, really. Just kill the ball. Kill the ball. Kill the ball. Kill the ball. There we go. Has given a chance for respawns to come in right now, but shouldn't be able to get anything. There we go. Downpour hits for Tracer as well. That'll finish it.
Gonna cap
419 in the bank.
4 minutes and 20
Jesus
seconds,
Christ.
3 minutes and 19 seconds. I think you're right, Moxie. That's got to be up there for one of the world records for sure.
When I think of Doom into Hazard, I feel like Doom's just a worse version of Hazard, really. Hard to get the same value out of.
Like, they want to get this match over and done with and continue steamrolling their way through on that lower bracket, on that replay of Major Free. And they're looking absolutely
They gained time, yeah. Finished with more time than they started with.
They came on for like nostalgia with the Rhine pin, tried to make sure that Santana wasn't set up in a position where she would be able to get that jagged wall.
Wait, Trash Panda, are you here?
Shadow.
Mod check.
Unfortunately, the pin CC was off by the time that the hammer comes down. So even though the Rhine was looking for the ultimate, Santana was still able to set up the wall to prevent any of the follow through. No
Will anyone ever
strike,
clock
no
into work?
pin, nothing that Moth Genesis can be able to do to sweep up any of the stunned out players, even with things like the Zenyatta trying to charge up those
They played for wrong Rhine comp.
You really could see it was so one-sided. Everything that Genesis
Where will
tried
I
to do
get some
to
good
prevent
help around here?
any form of
Fuck.
momentum Queen's Gambit had going for them was just erased time.
It's alright, they're still in
again,
spawn.
Queen's
Still in
Gambit continue
spawn.
to get aggressive and even more aggressive.
Yeah, and there's no, I think, no diss either to Moss Genesis. This is
Gonna be some of the Ash here as well. So we saw a little bit of Ash coming out yesterday from
Team On, but you know, like you said, with
from
this
Shoal,
team with specifically Moss
but
Genesis,
she had a
I think
really hard
people
time
Ash
living in a lot of
Champs qualifiers to
situations.
go
But
against Queen's Gambit,
Moth
like,
Genesis, they're not
actually
running these hazard
Donnie,
compositions, so actually the
yeah,
Ash
this
probably
team
feels
is-
really
is
okay
nothing to
into
mess
this.
around with.
It's
Like
gonna be an
Queen's
Anna,
Gambit,
Moira,
like you
Hog,
said, they're trying to get it done, and
Sombra,
there's a lot of kind of
Soldier.
cheese right now for Moss Genesis. I think Queen's
Alright.
Gambit are handling it quite well.
Yeah, Nostalgia's gonna be going
Let's
for
see if
the
it works.
Hog again,
If you're gonna play Hog, you kind of need to go off for Hack. They clear the hazard back.
Especially with the hack coming
Hook into
up
the
from
wall, though.
Team, but the hazard
Another
back
opportunity,
shot
1 second. The
solidly
sleep
within
is
the
there,
target.
actually.
So
Chain
that
it
one
into
that
it.
does come
Suzu
through,
saves
but
him from the
also
hook.
Darren
Nostalgia
still,
needs to
and
get
the
back in
hazard
here. They
still
can't
alive.
stabilize. But they're forcing them back. They're edging their way into point. Wall to block the hook there. Nicely played from Santana. Now they're looking for kills, but actually it's Key who's got in. The sleep again connects in, and this Anna's hitting every sleep right now. Juno causing serious problems for Santana. Now another hack threatens it in. Santana had no opportunities to dive forward here. You see, having to use a lot of their cooldowns to protect themselves from the Hog to live. I guess they're just an amorphous blob, throwing out sleeps, throwing out hooks, and I think Queen's Gambit, not out of it yet. Missing and Scuffed gonna trade a couple, but this Hog on point is gonna be hard to get rid of. They need to play their lives right now, and they do kill Key as well. Ignoring the Hog and killing everyone else, and Scuffed taking it into their own hands. The Hog is still lurking behind, but the respawns are coming through, and Nostalgia is trying to run for her life, but no escape.
You have to reset now.
I'm just gonna let it sit in the air for a moment for everyone to appreciate.
What Queen's Gambit needs to do against this is they need to not let when Nostalgia is trading constantly onto Santana and Juno's throwing the sleeps in. This is bad. Santana needs to find a way to play around the Hog, over the Hog. Don't get caught face checking at Hog as much as possible. Find these dive opportunities.
Then also making sure that the Roadhog wasn't able to find.
They have Nano coming back right now. Kitsune Rush just comes out though, and they just run over Juno. So again, yeah, better targets. They're gonna kill this. You look at this. They go straight over Hog. They kill the Anna Zen, and Nostalgia just can't find any value at the same time they can. Good adaptation from Queen's Gambit.
Moss Genesis right now. Maybe why not throw a pulse bomb in? Could find something even though there's the invisible.
Queen's Gambit don't need these ultimates. Feeling confident, aren't they?
Obviously, but Moss Genesis walking out now. 2 minutes left, and I mean that's definitely a bit of a momentum killer, if anything, Mox.
Well, that's gonna kill the momentum even
Oh my
more.
God,
Scuffed is able to
Scuffed.
find another early pick on their end onto a DPS Shuffler.
All right, EMP Nano coming back. Hack onto Santana as well. Gonna be trapped in here a little bit if they can find the punish. Looking for it. Defensive wall comes out. Whole Hog, Suzu. Nostalgia is super low. Hacks again as Santana so low. But Hazard is still just so durable. Can't find the hook, and that Whole Hog gets them many just out of spawn, but now they have the EMP. Overclock comes through, EMP round the corner, Suzu onto it, full pocket onto center. Nano comes out onto the Hog as well, but they just can't, they can't get close. The beat keeps them all alive.
And with that, Queen's
And again,
Gambit,
this
the
Hazard
surround Moss
just
Genesis, 50
lives.
seconds left to go, Moxie, and this is looking kind of mean.
And no trades either. They saw that 3210 on that Sojin was going to be the target of choice coming through from that EMP from Key. Like you said, Susie comes out from Scuffed, Velvet gets to hold on to his sign bar, then invest it when the Nano Boost goes onto the
Alright,
Warthog.
Gino onto
So
Kiri.
no one from Queen's
They're
Gambit,
pushing
no
in
one
with
on
just a
defense has
visor
that long, arduous
into a
track.
Kitsune
From
rush.
the
And this is a
defense
really
is
hard
spawned
fight. If Jazzy
onto
can
the
get right,
point, which
it's
means the
winnable
Moss
though.
Genesis have to fight through the chokes.
The problem is they
5
die on the
versus 5,
rotation
get
in.
right into Kitsune
Because yeah, they
rush
just get this
with
set up
over
onto
10
high ground for
seconds
free. Look at this, Suzu's been forced out already into this back line, and they're just dead before it even starts. Both hit scans down. No chance to use this Ray. Nostalgia's going to die late as well, so this touch is going to be super rough.
Like you said, with Quinn's Gambit, they're delaying the Roadhog now. 10 seconds left to go.
This is domination
Queen's
from Gambit.
are not looking like a team you want to mess with right now. You know,
Ray to get out of spawn. Juno gets their one. Okay, they've got 2 kills, but they can't get the touch.
But it doesn't really matter. Queen's Gambit now going to go up 2, put themselves on map point.
Yeah, I mean, we had the
All
Roadhog
right.
in play, and it was
Wow.
looking a bit like
Well.
needing to fly for them to be able to break through the.
I feel like they
full
had
wall
something.
that
Like
Queen's
Samoa, it
Gambit
felt like
had set up.
the comps made sense of the map. Now it just feels like we're in mystery hero mode.
So you can see that missing. Oh my goodness! Just
Thank you, Ash.
managing to catch the
Thank you for the 9 months.
With the pulse bomb, sees the orbital ray goes through, understands that even with that additional damage, that
Alright, let's
ultimately
let's
brings
cash
the-
those
the-
spreads.
Like you said, it doesn't matter. It's
Oh.
inconsequential. No one is going
Alright,
to
any
be
map
able
free
to
believers for
break
Moths
out of the main
Genesis?
road onto the
I feel
point
like
in time.
they've gotten
Queen's
too
Gambit
silly
is
with it.
doing
I don't know if there's a
very
way
good
back
job
from
of
here.
Not over-investing ultimates, understanding that there's going to be staggered points in the fight where Moth Genesis pull their punches, try and bait out some of those precious utilities for things like the Sombra going in first to bait out the Kiriko Suzu. So they need to have an ace up their sleeve in the form of something like a sign barrier to ensure that every single one of those fights is super one-sided.
Oh, thank you,
And
Bull
Queen's
Skunk.
Gambit, they never
Long time
lose
no
players,
see.
they never
Hope you had a
trade
good
down
Christmas and New
numbers,
Year.
So they never have to pull back from their super aggressive positioning.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit, you can see how this team was able to compete to such a high level previously going into this tournament. You know, obviously had some shakeups in the upper brackets, but now coming down here against Moth Genesis, they look like a completely new team, right? I think.
What am I
just
reading, chat? What are
across
you
the
yapping
board have
about?
Such a talented roster right now, and it just feels like it's a potential super team in the making if they can just make this climb out of the lower bracket. Obviously, there's still one more map they would need to win here, Mox, for a potential reverse sweep to happen for Moth Genesis. What map would you pick? I don't know. Like, it does feel like 2-0. 3-0, hard question, I know, but for Moss Genesis, for the last chance qualifier team, one of the teams that made it out of it, I mean, it's such a large mountain to climb, right?
Yeah, it really is, because like everything that Moss Genesis have tried to do in the past, on the
General
map
chat
they've
has
looked
bled into
incredibly
Twitch
dominant
chat.
on, Queen's
The
Gambit
world's
can
emerging.
Kind of do better. Like Moss Genesis have played the Pharaoh Queen's Gambit. Have Missin, who's been one
Any
of
Moth
the strongest
believers?
players that we've seen in the Calling All Heroes.
They're getting
They
so
try to go
wacky
for,
with
like,
it.
this
Too wacky.
tank swap up coming on through, but Santana has
Yeah,
been
96%
one of
for
the
Queen's
staple
Gambit right now.
tanks in the
Probably a
Calling
value
All
bat
Heroes.
on
Like,
Moths
this is an
Genesis.
absolute
They're going
super
Dorado.
It's going to be Dorado.
Alright, good ball map.
That we had to.
Bit
So
harder
I
for
would expect
Hazard.
Nostalgia to be trying to play into the Wrecking Ball shenanigans on their attack, just knocking players off of the high ground. We know that Queen's Gambit, they are going to be held in some pretty aggressive positions if the Iconvault defense.
I think going
is
hog
going to
earlier
be
might
anything to
help.
go for, but personally,
I think I
I'm
might be on a
hoping that
different
we get
page
the
here,
winner
Turners. I actually
between
think
the two.
less hog is the solution.
We might. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. It does feel like, you know, if the tough part is about playing Widowmaker, right, Mox? It does seem like the duels can be a little bit unfair, right? If the supports on the side of the Widow,
I hate
the
Moths as
Widow
well.
Mets taking you in the duel, keep their Widow alive, right?
The problem with Moths, and lots of bugs have this as well, I have no problem. It's just like a bug in the room. It's fine. The problem with Moths is they're just so aggressive. Not even intentionally aggressive, just aggressive through their own stupidity. Like, if I'm in a room and a bug's on the wall, this is fine. But if I'm in the room and this stupid fucking moth is just flying into my face all the fucking time, just getting in the way, it's just a dickhead, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we know that Moths Genesis, we got
If it
to
just
see a
kept to
little bit
itself,
of, the
stayed in its
Widow
lane,
Blitz come
wouldn't have a problem with
from them,
Moths.
like the last time that they played things like a Colosseum.
But they just can't keep to
When
themselves,
they
you know?
played Dorado last time, they actually opted for the Tracer with the Sojourn, the Wrecking Ball, the Lucio, and the Kiriko. But Widowmaker for the attacking team, just like for the
It's
first
not like it
5
happens to
matches,
everyone.
is
It's not to do with my shiny
really
head.
eager
I mean, it probably doesn't help,
defensive
to be
player
fair.
who's maybe postured up a little bit too in the LOS of the attacking spawn.
Do you want a 4-sack? We're watching Calling All Heroes.
It's really going to be a matter
Lock
of
in,
whether
Ellie.
Tracer can win the Tracer duel for control of that payload, because the Wrecking Ball's going to be trying to just draw as much attention.
Who are you even typing to,
while the
Wilder?
Tracer
This
tries
isn't
to
your
just
journal.
Push that cart further and further and further into that first open corner of A. But that's all going to be shut down if you either lose the Tracer versus or you lose it to a Kiriko. And that's one of the things that Queen's Gambit, like we've talked about their DPS, we've talked
It's
about their
not.
tank. We
No,
haven't
no.
really covered how absolutely
Silly.
oppressive their supports have been. Because this Kiriko is just murdering everybody, like scuffed. With
I mean,
the kunai that
alright,
they're
the
hitting,
cope for
is taking
Moths
moves
Genesis
against
cope
respawning
section
addict,
is
taking
it's a
moves
better map for
against
ball.
respawning
Actually, on
DPS,
Samoa,
and is
on
winning
Samoa
them. It's not
Beach,
even a
when
matter
they were
of, like,
playing the
sacrificing
ball
one of the
tracer
supports to
soldier,
make
it
sure
actually
that
felt
the
like
backline
they were
or
kind of
one
leaning
the
into a more
numbers of the
chaotic
other
style
side
that suits
is
that type of
staggered
composition, and it
for
was
as long as
working.
possible.
They were finding
You're
value,
doing that
getting
and
Suzus
more.
out
You're
early with their
separating
ball
them for
slams. They were
30
finding
seconds
kills.
because you're sending them back to spawn.
What was their name? Sorry,
how you're gonna deal with
Schaffler.
stuff, right?
Schaffler was
One way maybe is to
doing a good job of
have
sort of playing this
play
sort of
like a
annoying
kickoff, like
high
a
flank solo
incredibly
independent
aggressive
role, and it was kind of
recurve,
working. And like we saw
Scott
Juno
just
hit a few
being,
key shots.
you know,
But,
especially like Dorado 2, where there's so many off angles as well.
yeah, so if
for
they
the
can go
defense
back to more of that,
potentially
there's a
take,
chance. There's a
it's gonna
chance
be
here.
a challenge for sure.
But I
Moths
just
teams.
worry.
Like you
I
said,
just
they're gonna
worry
potentially run
that when
that wrecking ball composition, but we saw on map number 1
that map 2 they went
look at
too
the closest that
wacky,
Queen's
and now
Gambit
they need to
did
lock back
come to
in, and I
losing.
think that's
I don't know, like,
easier
what do you
said
think?
than
Is that
done.
actually going to be a difference maker on Dorado, considering how things have gone for Queen's Gambit?
I mean, they don't run it full with the Wrecking Ball. It's a little bit of just distraction to push.
Was this in the
high ground, and then it's a swap over to the hazard.
Was this in the series they got
That's
upset in
last
the
time that
upper
they played this
bracket?
map when they matched up against Timeless Aurora, and it was looking really, really good for them when they played up against Timeless Aurora. Unfortunately, as we've seen, Queen's Gambit is in another league currently. There is a reason.
Yeah, I think like silly is the right word, DD. You know, like on Samoa, I feel like they were playing alternate comps, but they had an idea and they nearly had some success. They just fumbled once they got into advantageous situations. Whereas on Iconwold, just silliness, and it wasn't close at all.
It's such a tough challenge for Moths.
But this is it, right? This is lower bracket, tournament life on the line, elimination,
Shikikami is a huge
staring Moths Genesis in the
It
face.
is, like you said, I mean, it's such a tough test. Immediately
I guess
going from
Schaffler is
the 7th
just
seed right into that 3rd seed who
the soldier.
You know, happened to have a close game with Yass and
locking
got sent
legs
down to the
in
lower
every
brackets
situation.
And, you know, is obviously looking
Obviously,
to make a
while
comeback. You're
while
right,
the
you're
Dorado will
Queen's
be
Gambit
better
is
for
not
the
really playing
ball.
with their food right now. They want to get the job
Interesting that
done.
Key's actually
Continue on
gone
in this
Genji
tournament,
with this as
considering
well,
how
as opposed to
things have
Tracer,
gone.
but Genji good on this map as well.
But
obviously, because we're on Dorado as well, does give an opportunity for Senna to maybe play some Widow, but in theory against the ball, should be too hard, you have to feel, right? So expect this might just be a shot out of spawn from Senna and then keen enough to
If it goes
swap.
down to the Tracer 1v1 and Moths Genesis running the Lucio, running the Kiriko, it's not
Alright,
gonna be a fair
immediately
Tracer
behind.
1v1, it's going to be a Tracer 1v1 aided by Velvet.
Playing on the roofs is Santana.
Already set up.
All right, Juno.
A nice opening pick on the 32
A classic snipe gap. Oh, and Velvet's just bulldozed. Oh, they're so back. They're so back. There we go. The cope section. The cope section was good. Juno is in top form.
On the Jazzy, able to find one also towards this car. Santana.
Wait, how has Scuff killed everyone? Juno was in top. It's a game of Kirikos right now.
Genesis will get the fight
All right.
win, but those pickoffs are
It's still a one fight. It's still a one fight, and the cart is moving forward.
For that fight, instead of her just immediately looking for the roll off onto the defense, which Queen's Gambit were anticipating.
Both Junos are just both Kirikos, Juno and Scuff, are actually both going off.
Of the hazard on that rooftop. Away. So
all right, Cass and Genji swap coming out from Queen's Gambit. Nostalgia again behind, trying to force these cooldowns out early. Velvet onto the Brig as well. The boop's coming through.
Now, though, Santana
annoying, but doesn't deal with anything. But Juno's at it again! Brig has a shield! You wouldn't know it, the amount of deaths Velvet has already.
30-10 trades it back on Schaffler.
And Juno's just taking over, but Senna cleans up the dive behind, so despite, again, Juno providing the opening, Moths Genesis are struggling to convert it.
As more staggers now come through, Moths Genesis.
We'll get late kills here as well.
Back, nice stagger on the Juno as well.
Yeah, and Freddy 210, like you said, coming back in on that Cassidy is really going to be a menace in the plans.
And you can see the break cast now a lot, well, you know, give or take time to Valkyrie before the fight. In theory, a lot more durable against this ball. Chance to set back up forward here as well. Slam is going to get Suzu. No Suzu available. They punish Nostalgia from it. The downpour catches him. No escape for this poor little Lucio. Jazzy will fall. They get sent back to spawn again.
From Santana to get those.
Even when they get the advantages, Moths Genesis can't convert a single one. They've got ults coming up now at least. Pretty much everything coming up at some point in this fight.
I mean, you're going to need to find a pick off yet again versus a defense who is holding so strongly.
No Tracer on the side of Moths Genesis either, so if one of them wants to actually keep pushing that cart when the rest of the team goes for that approach inwards, it's going to have to be your
I mean, you're not wrong, Sober.
They're not there to set up the power.
I mean, if we've learned anything, it's Moths Genesis are about to get an opening pick and then lose the fight. Alright, mines will come out. Oh, this time Jazzy goes down just before they get beat as well. Nostalgia trades it. Velvet will fall. Doesn't get that rally off either. Nostalgia is caught and punished.
comes back on Nostalgia.
And they should be able to stabilize now. Looking for more. Have to be careful when you're challenging Juno. Now the blade comes out from Misten, looking for it. Deflex is out though. Misten needs to try and get out here. They've killed Jazzy around it. They're coming to help Misten out of this one. Does manage to get back to that dash cooldown and gets out. Okay.
100%
had to burn the blade for it. DPS ults and beat coming back now from Moths Genesis.
On the other side was a little bit close to that sound barrier. And Moths Genesis, they don't have the they have the Lucio. Velvet's still on this Brigitte, so all the Queen's Gambit are going to do for this defense is keep ripping.
Oh, Shaffer's going to get caught.
So when we have the blade, when we have
they're not getting a chance to use his ultimates at all. Just stuck in spawn.
Santana just doesn't care. I mean, just flying in there. Just
oh yeah, they're having the time of their life right now. This Hazard is on vacation.
It really is, and you know.
All right, this is it. Last chance.
Seconds left to go. Last fight territory now on their attempt.
Jazzy. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Right now, however,
everything's okay.
Got ultimates and they need to use them. Here's that.
All right, gonna go for the beat push now, but not in time to save Key. They dropped a visor into this as well, but the visor is just gonna get bashed and locked up. That's just over, isn't it?
No avail.
It's gonna be a quick one, isn't it?
Queen's Gambit, what a hold from them. Moths Genesis only made it 50.
It's gonna be a quick one.
Meters before being stuffed. Queen's Gambit now gonna switch sides.
I mean, it may be Dorado, but for a second, it was looking a lot like Samoa all over again because Santana does the exact
you're not wrong, Kia.
play.
There's not a lot you can do. If your roster's not available, it just is what it is, you know.
The Genji is going to be getting
Make
the
the best
sound
of it.
barrier to better embolden Key's blade when she wants to go for that dive in. So what does Santana do? They drop the Jagged Wall, and the Lucio gets zoned away.
Full of holding coming.
On the sound barrier.
I appreciate your
Velvet
optimism.
managed to catch on to the Genji before Key goes down.
Oh man, you know, Moths Genesis defense. I mean, for them, this would have
is
to
it
be a miracle, right? 58 meters.
What are they
that's
called?
like
Is it
one
Hog
fight
Runestone?
that they could
for normal
potentially- well, I
hit
guess
scan?
there's two if they take a super.
I feel
early
like I
fight,
have
but you know,
I think
Moths,
that rings a bell.
Chamfler's not had a great time on most of these heroes so far.
Okay.
Simply because, you know, of how Queen's Gambit are playing. The rest of the crew too, right? It just feels like Queen's Gambit just always in their face somewhere. And usually it's just Santana creating that space, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there was
Moths Genesis, one more roll of the dice.
Split focal point
Anna,
Anna
Kiri.
In Queen's Gambit, they went in
Ash Soldier Reinhardt.
that they would have to worry about.
All right.
Brigitte come through
Well, they need to hold Dorado before the 58, well, before the 59 meter mark. So they need something unconventional, I guess.
Now,
and
we're going to have to wait and see where
we're in that
Valentine
category. It's unconventional, I'll give you that
They're
one.
going to be going for that Rhine. It did not work out for them when we looked at Eichenwald. This time, though, they're not going to be looking for a cheese charge. Ooh, one of them looks a little bit too closely, though.
Oh, my Anna is peeking forward to win spawn. No fear. Oh.
Oh my gosh, there it is.
All right.
Will fall.
Pin kill though. All right, we need another couple of pin kills going Nostalgia. What can we get cooking here? All right, it's fine. As long as we get 3 or 4 more pin kills, we'll be okay.
But everybody's kind of running around.
It's all right. Keep our Rhine up. We need these pin kills.
Nostalgia's begging for their lives. No, please. No,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Anything but the wall.
Don't do it.
Oh my God, wait.
We need more pin kills. Arana's back.
Come back through Santana, push
all right,
back
it's winnable. All right, we still don't have a Kiri player. Don't pin. Oh, touch.
But at this
Thank
point,
you,
it seems like
Frank.
Queen's Gambit gonna win on Dorado, win 3-0 over Moths Genesis.
Yeah,
All right.
there it is. Check and make Queen's Gambit 3-0, looking absolutely unstoppable. It's going to be 32.
Yeah, a bit of a shame then. Bit of a shame then that we didn't get really to see what that series would have looked like in reality, because players missing in all this. But
we've spoken into existence when that defense.
But Queen's Gambit keep their lower bracket run going. And who is it they play now? We're not going to play next, like the next game, but who do they get? They're going to play EXO Azathoth.
How exactly they're going to have to set all of their pieces. Unfortunately, it just revealed far too much.
Looks like Faeble is actually a map up against Nado Kato as well.
Is punishable, but it doesn't always secure the kill. Peeking it a second time though. There's no.
Oh, thank you, Wolfo.
11 months of the parasocial friends
the only real thing you could say is like the series we kind of lost that point. You know, maybe they're just like,
we'll do a
okay,
preseason one. Maybe not before the open qualifiers, but before the season kicks off proper on the 31st. So
they played it so well.
We'll definitely do one before then. We'll talk about everything that happened in the off season, probably some behind the scenes stuff about exactly what happened and why some of the rosters ended up the way they did. Maybe some of what happened with the partner stuff, as well as doing a preview for all the format changes, all the rule changes, the introduction of hero bans, everything like this. So that'll come out sometime beforehand. We'll probably record it maybe over the next sort of like 10 days or so, maybe. Just waiting for Hunter to get back, and then we can lock in.
Comfort on the hazard, like the understanding of the tempo of when to utilize the downfall. We got to see it a little bit.
I don't suppose any of the players or anything are streaming this other game.
And they started trying to pocket the Wrecking Ball, having things like the Susie to be able to follow up to make sure that the Wrecking Ball didn't get stunned out and was able to freely reposition. That was when Santana would be able to invest their
thoughts on
to make sure that the Wrecking Ball might
Anthony getting Man United draw versus Liverpool? What do you mean?
From the Moths team was going to be able to get in at the same time.
I feel like I'm misunderstanding what.
Gambit looking scarily strong, I am sure. This
it was a good game. It was a good performance. Oh wait, you've got it, Sabo? Beautiful.
It's not going to be, and it's not going to be the last you're going to see of us either. We're going to break when we come back.
Right, locking in. 2-minute delay, so we're a little bit behind. How many rosters have been announced? Just Twisted Minds at the moment, I believe. Yeah, Nightmare's still favourites, I think. Based on what we've seen so far and based on, I guess, like expectations coming in. Yeah, I mean, Liverpool actually haven't... I mean, I know they won today against whatever they were called. But I think Liverpool haven't actually looked that good for the last couple of games. But it's still a top side, right? Can regain form at any time, but maybe just a little like the large amount of games catching up with them a bit. All right. Hold on, sorry, I'm just opening this. There we go. All right, so we saw Faeble play yesterday, and Avery actually looked pretty good. Migman got through a decent amount of work. Z Panther, a play you might have seen from OWCS and stuff as well. Ooh. I'm watching this from Avery's point of view, so we'll get the hazard gameplay. I feel like Nado Kato had probably had like a decent showing at this tournament. Considering it probably wasn't like crazy high expectations. Are we swapping? Go in Diva. Alright. Okay. Doesn't eat the nade? Come on, eat the nade. Just move the payload for now. Interesting to see him swap onto a Diva. I don't know if they just think it's better for this part of the map. Nade's going to land again from Davilia. Queen of the nades right now. And they're going to get like basically full stopped here. The hazard can contest basically the whole time.
Didn't know face streamed these days.
Thanks, Landon. Cheers, mate. Hope you're all good. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. I need to message you, actually. I'll message you after the stream. Hope you're all good, though. Landon from work? Yeah, Landon from work. They've lost everyone on this rotation here. Genji's low. Sleep avoided. Oh, Genji's not low. Oh, I'm going to get staggered out here as well. Struggling a bit on this, but they at least got a lot of payload push during all of this. I thought it was just one leaderboard for like all of Asia. I'm not sure though. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was just one leaderboard for all of them. Only for the whole region. Alright, rotating in, going through castle. Looks like they're sending their Sojourn underneath right now. They've had to use Suzu to get their Genji out of that flank position. We're going to get engaged on here. Trying to peel, but can't save their Kiri. They give a trade though. Bigman's got 2 actually. If they get back in Mech, Mickman's got 3. Go on, Mick. Mickman's got 4. Ace. 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 Oh, they stole the ace. Oh, fucking kick Minami off this team. Stealing the ace. Unbelievable. Alright, forward hold, it's a difficult one. Camping Nano Kato, Nano Hazard in their backline here. Mickman gets taken down. I feel like I'd like to see Avery. Avery should have gone more aggressive there, I think. Like, either should have committed on that Sojourn for the kill, or should have gone with Mickman there. I feel like, especially versus an Ana composition, whether it's a Hazard or a Diva or whatever tank you're playing, you actually just want to, you want its Ana to be dead on cooldown. They're going to beat for this? Oh, trying to save their Hazard. I don't know if the Hazard got beat, so they're going to kill it. Oh, disaster decision right now from Nano Kato. And that should now open up the cap. I think it was to save the Eevee. It just didn't. It just didn't do what it was meant to do. Oh, that's a rough one. And honestly, it was a pretty ugly point from Faeble. But they kept getting the trades, and most importantly, they kept the payload moving. You keep the payload moving, you've always got yourself a chance. Alright, onto the backline a little bit more. Sleep is going to get eaten. Didn't get the mini. But Mickman, good with the blade. This time, Avery more directly involved in the dive. Now they've got him pinned back in spawn, and it's looking good. Onto the Sojourn. Doesn't get too much damage. Has for self-destruct though. Suzu used early. Minami's good for 1. Good pocket. Should get everything on the dive here. Crumb trades 1. That's all they'll get though. There we go. Dealt with. And nicely done from Faeble. A map up and a good attack to follow it.
Score 3-0. Switching sides.
I don't know if is the Mation going to wait for this game. I'm not sure. I guess we're doing an interview and stuff now, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've sort of like, I guess, I've been thinking about it when we see a lot of these comps. Once we get to maps like Dorado, Blizzard World, and the second point of Icon World, our heroes like Diva, Winston, Ball, are they still better than Hazard in these places? If there is a place they would be, it is those type of maps. And the Diva got good value. I mean, the Diva's also just good against Viana, right? Maybe there's an element of that in it. Better on that part of the map, good into Viana. Yeah, when we saw him play before, it felt like Nvidia was actually forcing it in pretty much any situation they felt they could get away with it, really. She was keen to play that hero, but got decent nade value. But that's always the problem with Banner, right? Chance to win a lot of fights, but also a chance to die in a lot of fights as well. Alright, so starting on the D.Va as well, anticipating Viana. There'll be a D.Va mirror coming out from Eevee here. Okay. That seems like a weird choice. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Fish.
No hands.
No hands? I've got hands, mate. I'm not TV&T. Alright, forces for Sojourn Shift. Space now. Oh, catches asleep as well. Gonna lose a lot of health. Suzu's been invested here now as well. Now Avery having to play defensive. And they lose Mickman as a result. The sleep actually just wins them the fight. And we talked about Adam's ability to be a liability in some situations, but also be the carry. And actually there, just win off the back of that sleep. Alright, quick first point. Won't contest until after the gates open. Trying to keep eyes on the Pharah, eyes on the choke. Got looked at the Pharah in a hot second. Oh, lost in the source a little bit on that one. Nano D.Va comes out. Suzu, Kitsune Rush, trying to live. Need a lot of pocket. But Nano D.Va gets it done. Gonna try and trade. We're getting this kill. Barrage. Oh, they should have a barrage, actually. Nvidia trades one. If they get the mech, they should be okay here. Stagger out the baby D.Va. There we go. Fire reel finish for that one. Alright, seems pretty good. Have time to get everyone back in position. And this is one of the points, like, from Wink's perspective now. Really hard to get your Ana into a meaningful position where you don't just have to cross, like, scary ground where the D.Va can just kill you. Gonna try and swing out here. They've got their Pharah in underneath. Lucio with a Pharah as well. Overclock will be used. Avery just gonna try and disengage it with their team. Oh, have to use Suzu. Have to beat as well. Oh, don't know about this beat. Guess they felt they needed it, but they're so far away they can't actually get anything, and it's a much later beat in response. It might just be bad beats all round, honestly. Neither beat looks like it's going to connect with a meaningful target. Avery's committed to point here. Looking for a kill. Oh, Nvidia. This is the problem with Viana. They're all over it. Self-destruct will come out. Nvidia somehow slunk away from all of this, but finds the baby D.Va kill. Now Avery can go on backline. Eyes on this Sojourn. Eyes on this Ana. Oh, bomb here. Oh. Can't deny the remake. And this fight's just going to keep on going, honestly. Oh, they've lost Mickman. Would like Avery to look for this Ana more often. I think there's got to be opportunities, at least a bit more opportunities if we can find it. For now, though, just trying to wait for their spawns. Well, my catch for Pharah here, actually. Yes, Spinal Minimi was on the flank. Nano D.Va in response has to pocket their Sojourn out of that one. The appeal is good. Gets himself back on payload, stops that one moving. And they've got their players on the high ground now. We'll be pocketing their Sojourn through all of this. And Minimi is on a right old adventure. But hitting every shot. Minimi, she's actually done, like, massive work in this. Oh yeah, no, it's not my delay. It's from Avery's stream. Yeah. So I'm live, but Avery's 2 minutes in the past. All over this one. Nice. Catches Viana on the rotation. Can't. Doesn't have the boosters to get on the Pharah, but Spinor is low. Oh, Gets for health pack. Gets for pocket. Avery has to be careful here. Actually stuck in a 1v3. Gonna have to reset. Jump off, I reckon. Or get the kill. Another Baby Diva kill. Oh, they pocket Nano Kato through it. Alright. They are going to get a recontest here, and Minimi is lurking behind. Migman is also 1 HP behind. Migman should die, right? If Minimi can get out, though, that's big. Coach thinking in the chat right now. Coming back out, Barrage will be used. Doesn't catch anything, though. Doesn't catch a single thing. The beat keeps them all alive. Ah, that's a huge play. That's a huge... Oh, they C9'd. Ah, piss off. It's not a huge play. It's a huge fumble. Oh, no. They outplayed the ult situation, but they couldn't touch. Absolute disaster. Absolute travesty. Locking him down with a choke. Still, overclock used. Beat to keep going here. Avery. Self-destruct if they need it. They will need it. Can get back in mech here. Alright, looks like they've dealt with most of this. They use Valkyrie Rush. Why is Fiery in there? Oh, Valkyrie's separated but has CP. On the back foot now. It's in the works to be in the works, Vanish. Oh, catches for nade. Suzu in response. Minimi good for it as well. Honestly, Minimi MVP from what we've seen so far. Whoa! Careful. Yeah, time is really hard for Wink right now. Just need trades now if you're Faeble. All opening picks are good too. They're going to try and reset quickly, I guess. Walk up and have a look though. Nivilia's kind of out in the open if they have rail for it. Eevee's kind of low too. Just keep this pressure up. They're going to be forced to touch soon. They have to, they have to defensively nade there as well. Pressure comes out. Kitsune Rush push as well. Good push. 2 kills. Whoa! Careful. Gonna stagger the Baby Diva. Yeah, just walk Eevee. Off the edge. Eats for nade. Catches for Lucio again for the touch. Crumb is gonna die one more time. Beat comes through against this Nano. Pockets their own barrage. And there we go. Clean one from them. Was that was map 3 as well? Yeah, everyone's GG's in the chat, so that's map 3. Alright. Now we can move on to the upper bracket final, which will be Nightmare Eclipse versus Valentine. Let me get these predictions up for you. Obviously, if you don't know, Nightmare Eclipse are probably
everybody calling out
tournament favourites, and as a result, very much favourites for this map as this match as well.
Match number one. Queen's Gambit won pretty handily in the lower brackets, but now we're moving on to the upper brackets. We have an absolute barn burner of a series.
Oh, wait, I can delete it if you want and just start again.
Flags earlier. Nightmare Eclipse versus Valentine is coming up, Moxie.
Hold on, I'll cancel the Preds. There you go, There you go, Panda. You can do the Preds. You can do the Preds. I've already cancelled it, Panda.
A free 0 round up as it
Get to work, come on.
Previous major free champions heading to head with Valentine, one of the major teams who has long been a part of the Calling All Heroes circuit. These two teams are incredibly storied in meeting up with each other. A lot of the time, this is our grand final match.
Delegation, exactly, Oren.
Valentine.
That's why I'm such a
maybe
good
this is
leader.
Just an appetizer. Maybe we're going to have a little bit of an upset in that lower.
All right, here's Eclipse. Oh, is this Bun in the starting lineup?
Right now,
first I've seen a Bun in this tournament. Obviously, we've not seen all the games because some of the games were played at the same time. But first I'm seeing a Bun. Bun obviously did very well with did very well with Rad Avidity in stage 4 of AWW YASS.
Be coming on for control point.
No, yeah, it is interesting, at least on the first map, that you don't want those characters in. But like you said, I mean,
You're welcome, Oren,
this
mate.
team is one of the best, if not the best team in Calling All Heroes.
Maybe a good leader?
And they've consistently proven why, right? This
You're
team
a
has
relationship
every
manager,
single
Trash
championship
Panda.
so far.
If
This
anyone
team
else
is
needs
three.
relationship
They're able to
advice,
come through get the win. We'll see if they
just
can get
ask
it done
Trash
on the
Panda
biggest stage
to
of it all.
solve your
Let's
queries.
take a look at Valentine's roster. I mean, another roster, like you said, Moxie, that is really good as well. I mean, this team has been competing to such a high level, at least in the championship series, to put them in that easily like number 2
Pieces
seed
in? Ah, never
so
mind.
far.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see
Oh, well.
they had a little bit
I
of
guess we still won't be seeing Bun so
when they
far in
matched
this
up
tournament.
against Shiki
Oh, well.
Kami earlier, being able
Easy
to
come, easy
win
go, I
at
guess.
3-2. So we can have a look at their lineup.
You
We've
ended
got
your
Zoe,
relationship?
Ivory,
Ah,
Mara,
sorry to hear.
Dennis, and AJMR.
Did
Ivory
you end
was
it,
really
or did
impressed me. We got to see
it end?
Ivory going for
If you know what I
the
mean.
Widowmaker headshot kill on
You don't have to
Maya
answer that, actually, if you
on
don't want
Shadow
to.
on that replay
Up to
when
you,
we got
up
see
to
the
you.
repeats of yesterday's matches coming through at the very beginning of this match, but Zoe has also been one of those really
We ended
standout
it, okay.
DPSs for the entire year of the Calling All Heroes circuit. Very, very good Genji, very, very good Pharah. So a lot of flexibility on Valentine's lineup, and that was actually something that Ivory is very good at too. We've had Ivory be able to go
There we
for
go.
things
I
like
found my
the
team
Ashe.
sheets.
We've seen Ivory as well on the Cassidy.
Good
Good
effort, Navilia.
Getting to come on out too. So very much
Tough
expecting
team.
Valentine to be flexible around what they're going to run into. As Nightmare Eclipse has been a little bit
Student
more
joint
static
Peps?
in
No
terms of the
way.
composition that they want to play. A lot of that has
No way.
Genji
Wait, is he
coming
at
through
Pepsland
from
right
that.
now?
With both of these teams really prioritizing the Kiriko and Lucio, not a lot of
Incroyable.
play coming
J'ai
over.
essayé de les cacher, mais bon, c'est pas ceux que tu veux.
No, yeah.
Oh, yeah, fuck, I still don't understand French.
At least in this
C'est ça,
competition
c'est
with
ça. Non, on
Hazard
parlait
and
effectivement
with-
du roster et c'est vrai que moi je suis un peu vieux jeu entre guillemets et même si le roster est magnifique, c'est vrai que de revoir Soon revenir, j'avais les poils.
Alors attends, j'ai pas entendu la fin de ta
Les-
question, mon
j'ai
ami.
les- en
Ah,
tant que
les
portugais,
filles.
j'avais
Ah
les
ouais,
poils.
non, incroyable. Incroyable. On le disait, hein, les annonces, c'est pas fini. C'est pas fini parce qu'il reste encore quelques
Student
joueurs.
joint Peps?
Mais autant le retour d'FDGod, on pouvait s'y attendre.
No
Autant le
way.
petit prodige, la petite
Was he playing
prodige,
Valorant for a while?
Zodial, bon, là-dessus,
Oh, that's
pas
cool,
vraiment de
actually, no?
surprise, Mais alors, Terence Tarlier qui revient,
Aïe, aïe,
Hugo,
aïe.
tu l'as dit, c'est plus.
That's pretty good,
plus que
actually.
les fils, hein.
Ouais, totalement.
Moi, je peux
Puis,
te dire que-
toute la team ici et même je présume chez vous qui nous regardez, je pense qu'il y a eu des soons un peu partout et puis ici ça a gueulé vraiment H24.
Ça peps
I mean, that's pretty good,
Ah,
actually,
gars,
yeah.
Ça peps dur, ce mot légendaire, voilà, on en entend encore quelques-uns là. Donc c'est très très chouette et peut-être que...
Wait.
The big pulse bomb though gets the DC on MG. That's what they're looking for.
Vision disponible maintenant.
Revive now.
Ça y est, la première élimination est faite. L'overtime a été
Out the middle of nowhere.
That's so blurry, my eyes. Clarity. Dramatic, isn't it? Honestly, it actually would be so hype if when they played this live at Pepsland. As he said, I miss it. It would be such a hype moment. This video's good.
Eichenwald C. Yep. Oh, soon gets the stick. Oh no!
Chaud sur le
Oh
stick,
là 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 là.
mais la résurrection, elle a doublé.
Big impact on either.
Oh la la la.
Murdering.
Is that Poco?
One final blow.
Mais ils peuvent encore passer. Oh, le headshot qui fait toute la différence. C'est fait.
Oh, not like this, Chris!
Right there, sticks it. Later, dog. He's gonna get overwhelmed back around the corner. One body still on here. Unko gets back in. OG drops his bubble just long enough here, but they are still dying. And such a sick opening there. The coordination, but so too quick. And now he's got eyes on Undead! Soon!
That's actually, honestly, top tier video that actually. Honestly, actually a really good. Because if they're ever land right now, imagine. Oh, they've started a game, but when they had the Oh shit! Have I missed it? Sorry, I got fucking caught up by.
By playing into that retake,
I got
that
caught up
has
by
been very
the fucking
squishy.
French hype.
I love how Nightmare's playing this and how
Sorry, chat.
as
We're
well.
locking in. We're locking
Finding
in.
the staggers as well is massive.
All right. Looks like we've probably not missed anything too surprising, though, as Nightmare Eclipse have won the first fight.
40% has been built.
Yeah, and Spike Guard too, just getting that little bit
French
of
Hyper's
additional
worth.
pressure
Yeah, I was just
with
thinking,
the
imagine
coming
being
in
at
for
the French
from
LAN
that defense,
and you
like,
don't know what the video
putting
is,
them
and then
back
they
up
drop that
and
video and it
back
announces
in.
him. It's actually such a hype moment.
Kitsune
Fair
Rush
play
to
to
be
Fair
able to
Faeble
go through.
gang at
AWW YASS gonna be
Peps.
dropping that in immediately.
Alright,
But
Kitsune Rush
Hentai
comes
with
out.
the
No
Jaguar
Kitsune Rush
is
to
gonna
mirror right now
drop it
from
off.
Tees, but NY has for beat, so they'll drop that instead. And they are all over this Lucio, but he says no escape. Lose Wisp of away invo. Player advantage still for Nightmare.
That was a nice
Ooh.
read specifically from Nightmare. Right,
Good
to
trade
know
from
that
Zoe,
he
but it's not
being
enough.
so aggressive with
Peace is
it.
going to get
Versus
Suzu'd out, and now
Flash,
it's a
Bug Soup not
1v3.
getting staggered out.
Get this kill a little bit later as
Some nice
well.
eliminations. Didn't even get the flip. Look how close it was for Valentine.
And alright.
They're not going to have Nenoi
Last fight
Sang
territory for
barrier this
Valentine.
next fight though, so both Zoe's Blade and Ivory's
I don't quite have their DPS ults
can
either.
have that opportunity of finding much more value than either Wisps or Peace, who is going to have to fight for.
Could be a downpour gap, one
armor
support ult versus.
that you can provide.
Pardon
for
me,
your
versus one
team.
support ult.
But if Nightmare Eclipse play their cards right, it's final fight territory. I don't think Valentine can even organize to be able to use these DPS ults.
Oh, there's the beat. Oh, the wall! The wall denies the beat on everyone else. It's only a one-person beat.
So far
Oh,
from getting
actually
it,
an insane wall from Hitori.
Beat is just going to be negated.
Unbelievable.
Time engaged from Nightmare Eclipse. Nobody can even touch this
Unbelievable
display.
wall.
Unfortunately, not going to get
Wall
any
to block
value.
the beat
Nightmare,
cast.
What a play and what a map.
Jesus.
Yeah, Zoe has to utilize the activation of Dragon Blade on Genji. The fact that you get a Tash reset automatically without having to get a kill when you use your ultimate to try to have.
Yeah, she will be
distance
last,
to close
yeah.
onto that point and access it.
Oh wait, I know she
It can
goes to
go
America
down,
sometimes,
it is
but
not to be. Like
I
said,
guess
Nightmare
she's on
doing
ping.
a very good job of reading the ultimate situations. When they had that sign barrier first, they could go.
I believe, yeah,
aggressive in the
very
fight
much so,
before,
Vanish,
and
very
then
much
they
so.
know that Valentines are going to be scattered off into the ether, having to try and find any way of tapping onto point, of hurling themselves onto point. So when the DPS ultimates come through and Eclipse don't have the sustained sign barrier to be able to live through it, they don't have to worry about Zoe or Ivory in an organized
Alrighty.
As
On
now,
to
we're
beach.
going to be headed over towards beach.
Full mirror.
Is Valentine going to be able to win the
But he's
first
currently
fight
on the
and
flank by
establish
herself.
themselves
Here we
as having
go.
the weighted advantage on
Ivory gonna join her.
tempo?
Valentine.
Oh!
Quite slow and
There we go.
pick up
Rail
the
connect
nice
from
job
Ivory.
there.
Bernice gets the
Zoe
finishing
as
blow
well.
credit. Genji gap on the other side as well. Alright, the DPS making it work for Valentine.
Eliminations early on.
Good first fight.
An absolute
Nice and
collapse
easy.
of Nightmare Eclipse first take for Valentine.
Yeah, Valentine much more measured in how they took that fight. They understand that they can just sit.
Is he
and
31?
and wait
Maybe he
for
still
them
got
to
it,
build
right?
up
He was
the
playing Valorant and
confidence
stuff.
of having that damage
Maybe he
to
still
back
got
them
it.
up. They get that first kill, and then instantly there's the swarm, there's the collapse. Blood in the water.
Right, trying
shots
to retake
all
through
over
the coast side here. Nightmare Eclipse.
now going to
No
be able
ults
to
in
take a
play.
very
Wall comes
lengthy
out, catches
rotation
Peace,
all
but only a
around
bit
the
of
left side
damage.
of
He
that
can pocketed
point,
through that.
so that they
Rail
don't
miss from
potentially lose
Ivory.
one.
Now a
With
chance for
Ivory
Peace to
getting
go
to
if
hit that
they can
fist
find the
with
opening.
ult fire.
Dive onto that Sojourn. Wall comes out here. Peace looking for it as well. Lines it up. Susan's there to save Ivory. AJMR actually has waited quite long before using that. Well played, but they've still lost both DPS in Valentine 3v3. Bug Soup trying to take over, hunting down this Sojourn. No escape from Hazard.
In the current meta,
The trades are still going back and forth though. Valentine in control at this point.
To maintain themselves.
But now Lucio Genji versus the Hazard. Defensive wall from Bug Soup. Trying to buy themselves time to survive. The Nightmare Eclipse are coming back on point. They really want to catch this Hazard if they can as well. Zoe's there to juggle a bit of a touch, but Bug Soup is hunted down.
Without the tank player on their
And
side,
they end up getting
Nightmare
that retake
Eclipse
there.
Take control of the point once more.
Yeah, but Buxic was able to keep the
Late
point
kill here,
in play
possibly.
for a little
Yeah,
bit
onto
longer
Ivory,
inside
maybe
of
another
Valentine.
one.
We'll have the downpour as well, far sooner than Hitori has hers. So Nightmare Eclipse, yet again, they have to understand they can't allow Valentine to just brute force barge their way past because the ultimate economy favors Valentines at stabbing themselves back on point.
All right, B
They
advantage
have
for
to try
Nenwai
and
here.
chip
Blade
away
advantage for
at
Peace
them
as well.
before they can rotate into
Bug
position
Soup,
to use this
downpour
ultimate
advantage. I actually need
to
Bug
get the
Soup
fight in their
to
favor.
come up trumps with this one here. She needs something big.
On the left side. Looking for Bernice again, but Bernice doing a good job trying to
Whoa!
live. Peace.
Zoe said before the fight.
Meantime, it will take down Zoe, their counterpart.
Kitsune Rush in anyway. 4v5 investment. Later Kitsune Rush from Z. B up for Nenwai 2. But Peace gets another one. Downpour comes out. Don't know if Bug Soup caught anything. Ivory's going to fall.
Oh my gosh, that's brutal. As Nightmare Eclipse take the advantage again.
Yeah, that was indeed a missed ultimate, and even worse, salt in the wounds. Hattori still holds on to her.
Invest 4v5, then miss the downpour as well, so now alter economy in favour of Nightmare Eclipse as well.
But immediately afterwards,
I think they had time just to reset and lose Zoe that early. Just wait and go again proper. Now they have to take the next fight with ult disadvantage.
And claw it into that
Ivory though, to be fair, I feel like Ashley got the better of Wisp on Beach so far.
Is denied. Now we're heading to final fight.
Blade's going to be coming in, sliding back, looking for it. Needs some kind of defensive ult. There's the beat, later beat from Nenwai. Downpour is good from Hattori though, so they can just finish all these kills anyway.
As the Genji gets to
And
play off of that 2.5 second
more ults
stagger
gets
provided by the
convertible.
Downpour.
Late kill onto it.
Valentine is
The
sent
touch is going to be
packing.
super rushed.
That's brutal.
They've got
Hattori
DPS ults Valentine, but they're going to have to invest them early. And they need Bernice to get on her rollout. Good for it though. Alright, now DPS though. Can Ivory find anything? No, Peace has shut them both down. They take the 5v4 and spawn. Wow, Bernice was getting the touch. Zoe doesn't even get a chance to use her blade.
Didn't even give up the cap either. Nightmare just comes back, having to deal with Doomfist and a Lucio.
And a classic, right? A classic. You know they have to touch for point, so go fight him early in spawn, because somebody has to go for the touch, so you'll get a 5v4 in spawn, then you can come back and deal with the people on point. And it meant that Valentine didn't really have a great opportunity to send those DPS ults how they would have wanted.
Nightmare will get the job
And it's just over. Nightmare Eclipse. Good map one.
In this first to 3.
Yeah, Valentine, they stall. It's an admirable stall. They get the Doomfist on, they get the Kiriko on. Kiriko is able to burn through all of that utility with things like the Suzu. Keep themselves on that point for as long as possible. Potentially, Royal Genji for Zoe to come back into the mix with that blade. But unfortunately, when the blade comes out, like you said,
alright. And yeah, Nightmare Eclipse, not missing a beat.
The game, this absolutely gorgeous.
Not missing a beat. Oh, thank you, Pineapple.
Why the Hazard, the Sojin,
Subbing
and the Genji
indeed.
work so well together.
Appreciate
because
it.
when that downpour hits, Sojin has the distance to be able to instantly melt whoever gets staggered out by that Hazard ultimate.
Well, this
But
crosshair,
Genji
she's
with
been
that
using it all
dash has the
tourney.
opportunity of closing up the distance on
Getting
those
used to it at this
targets,
point.
So that even if they survive
yeah, I
the
mean, I think the
2.5
expectation
seconds,
is
when
soon
they
is
get broken out,
gonna just be
a lot
not
of the
that
time
good.
their health is still
I mean, you
so
never know, right?
significantly low that
There's no,
Genji with his
I think there's no
mobility
like,
and
it's
just
not.
that
There's no inherent reason
shuriken
he can't still be good at Overwatch,
melting down into the health.
but
Just getting that
big
kill
breaks
and
from the
converting
game.
it into a dash reset again to
I
go
think there's
through
very few
against
players who take a
anyone
big
else.
break from the
You can
game
see
and
here
then come back
the
and
value
are able to
of
hit the same
Jagged
level or
Ball.
hit an even
Every
higher
single
level.
one of these replay moments, you can
So for
see
Soon
that
to
the
come back and
Jagged
do something
Ball
like
is
that,
having
he would
such
really
a
have to
huge impact
really
in
have to be
terms
the
of how fight
exception
goes down.
rather than the rule.
I mean, I'm just in awe right now by these Hazard players. They're playing so well. It's almost like the kit is just Genji but better, you know, maybe with the
I mean, he
Genji
was
plus
playing,
Lane plus Sojourn, plus he's a tank. I mean,
he
there's
was
just-
playing
Plus a
Valorant in
little
the
bit of
meantime, right?
Winston
Plus
with
some
the
Winston,
jump
yeah, yeah.
mobility
Yeah, you have a
and
better
then the
walk
jump
time.
damage.
Yeah, he was Avatar. Like early Overwatch, Soon was a top
He
player.
really
Like he was
is, and
a
this
he
is
was a
something
big
like
talent.
you and I were talking about, where he's the 42nd hero.
Wait, I
in
actually want to go
Overwatch's roster,
to
and one of the things that happens
Valorant.
in game development, like when you get so many heroes in the mix, is that when something new releases, you have to have so many different
was he
things
on?
that they do.
I don't recognise
so
any
they
of
have
these
that immediate
orgs.
impact into the game. That's why things like
I guess
Kiriko
just
is in the
French
same That's
orgs.
why things like the Sojin, the Juno, when she initially released, and she got a little bit of a buff after people.
Yeah,
took
like
a while
B
to
tier,
realize
C tier
how
events only.
insanely good she was when you paired her with things like either the Ana or the Brigitte. But like every single hero who's released in Overwatch 2's lifetime has so
Yeah.
much to their kit in comparison to heroes that released in Overwatch 1, and
Looks
that's
so different in
the
the
thing
French
that Hazard
picks.
does the best, because he's meant to be a hybrid.
He looks
of these
grizzled,
different
no?
playstyles.
He looks like he's
There's actually a hybrid composition even before
A
the
grizzled
heroes
vet
could
in
play
this
both at
photo.
the same time, because it wasn't just one way of playing dive. You could play dive so many different ways.
Yeah,
So
he
now
was
you
on- he
have
was
to
on Rogue
contribute
back in the
to being
day. If I
able
get back
play
to-
a hybrid
back to
form of
Overwatch,
dive and a hybrid form
Wikipedia.
of brawl, he gets to do whatever he wants to. You get to choose your tempo.
Yeah,
And
Rogue
you get, in
Misfits. He was
terms
on that
of
Valiant
Genji
team that
and
ultimately
Sojin,
did very well at the end of
DPS who
stage
can
1.
play incredibly
On
quickly,
Paris
or who can
Eternal.
play for that slow burn.
Boston
And it
Uprising,
really
I think
is
that
up to the
wasn't
team
that
to
wasn't
decide
not a lot
every
of success
single time,
there.
every single situation,
But especially
whether or
like
not they
the
want
start of
to
Overwatch
progress
League,
or
I
whether
think
or
he
not they
was
want
still
to
like
slow
a pretty highly regarded.
At least,
and certainly
out,
before
you
Overwatch
said
League,
on
definitely.
the previous map on Samoa, you know, it was a bit of like a horror game almost that Overwatch gets turned into once you play against Hazard. at least, you know, we'll be.
All right, Blizzard World for the next map.
World
For anyone who is
where, you know, you
predicting,
can see where he's coming
for anyone who
from.
thinks they have the insight.
Scared, but
And he doesn't have a Halloween skin yet, so he's not quite.
If anyone
shooting on
believes
you with, like,
I
the
can
axe
cause
of murder. Go leave
Valentine
in
can
his
cause the
eye.
upset. Thank you,
Don't give me
Duke.
any ideas. I mean, that's gonna be
Appreciate it.
terrifying,
Appreciate
yeah.
the 7 months.
You know, Moxie, we have seen teams, you know, trying to play the Wrecking Ball. I don't know if either of these teams are necessarily in that same boat, but it does have some viability, right? You can.
Yeah,
play
I think a
if you
good
want to,
career.
and
I think one of the players, because you get a lot of the times, you'll see this in Marble Rivals as well. But at the start of a new game, you get the journeymen. You know, the players who go and play every new esport, and they're in a top team for like the first few months, and then they eventually get replaced by more by newer talent. But you know, I feel like the same happened at the start of Overwatch, right? There was lots of journeymen that got phased out very quickly, but I feel like Soon was actually actually like a, you know, stood the test of time. You compare like Soon's trajectory maybe to a lot of the other players who came through from like similar things, like Wins, AKM, some of the other French players. I think Soon stood the test of time a little bit better than a bunch of them.
With those heroes, and so far, you know, Nightmare Eclipse still looking like a pretty dominant team, still looking good overall. It does seem like their roster is built for the current meta and is built to win the championship. We'll see if Valentine obviously can come back. That's only map number 1.
Some player names, people like Taimu's probably a good example of someone who always just sort of jumps game to game to game, you know?
Round number 2 did go 100 to, I believe it was like 50 or 60, so it was a bit closer.
I think.
Blizzard World, the map choice for Valentine, obviously.
I mean, I think Wins and AKM have done it for multiple games as well.
It could potentially counter them here.
Yeah, don't expect the Widowmaker to stay around, by the way, nor the Lifeweaver. Z is going to just drop that platform and use the grab to manage to come and pull Peace the second that they go for that grapple out.
Yeah, stuff named after him. Yeah, but
they can get an easy pick on
but not good stuff. I mean, is it better to be famous for something bad or not remembered at all, you know?
When Hazard doesn't play, there's no shield.
What's truly better?
The squishy, so this Widowmaker does have a lot of pick potential.
All right, Peace with the grapple.
Going for the flower.
Finding nothing.
Didn't actually
like Ajax.
Yeah. Grapple shot. Get some damage. Doesn't get an elimination. Swaps back over to the Genji.
Yeah.
No tracer. But Valentine very quickly going to be back.
The perfect example.
Not all
the C9. Wait, do we ever name anything good after people in Overwatch? Or do we only do it to take the piss? Banana Grav? Yeah, does anyone remember a good one?
Nice shot on the Ivory.
The Violet Cash App?
Been consistent so far as well in Sojourn. I mean, obviously with
Fletter Deadlift, Poco Bomb. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. One Blade does not fall into that category, no. Yeah, Kevster, like, overtime Kevster.
Strong first fight win that Valentine don't even get a touch. Maybe they do, but, you know, at this point, it'd be too risky. 5 minutes and 30 now, Streets phase. Nightmare. Great start as there's a skybox battle happening between both.
White Chiho, yep. True, actually, true. The bad ones have more sticking power. Are we a cynical fan base? Surely not.
Aerial deflection squad coming on through.
Not us.
This shot is going to deter the attacking team from getting to hold their position on the payload as we ran corner.
All right, let's lock in. Was it quick first point?
100 all fire. Spends it. Doesn't find the pick that you're looking for though.
Payload just moving for free. Zoe will come and contest. Deflex traded.
From Zoe's side, they need to find some semblance of momentum here.
Where is Satori up to? Itori's trying to clear some space on the left here. And Bugsoup's just dead.
Oh my gosh, I mean, what do you do against
Catch with the wall. Zoe trades 1-for-1. Z's is going to be forced to TP forward. But they're going to get kills as they push forward here. Hunting down onto this Sojourn. Wall is...
I mean, the pressure that Nightmare is
not quite perfect, but gets the job done.
Valentine are back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, and I mean, Hazard on the...
Payload's moving this whole time. Didn't have to use any ults for that, so we get to use all of them.
Scrounge your way up to the high ground without having to win a single fight. Like, Valentine needed to make that delay, needed to make Nightmare Eclipse having to wait around that corner count, and unfortunately, they're just
slightly quicker beat again for Nenwai. Seems to be a consistent theme so far in this series.
To the overclock, but Nenwai is going to have the sound barrier to be able
Continuing rush is traded.
Any form of damage.
Overclock in from Ivory. Finds nothing. Avoids the downpour at least. They're going to try and dive in anyway. All over. Whoa. Absolutely swarmed. And that beat difference comes thumbs up trumps for NY. And the payload's been moving this entire time.
Nightmare as they move on to the third phase of the point.
It's efficient
Really
and
good
clinical
read
from
comes
Nightmare
through
right
from
now.
Hattori
No
as well.
stopping.
Like you said, the downpour collapses onto the Sojourn. Ivory's position meant that the only way that she would be able to
Zest
avoid
Pulse,
that
good
30
one.
meter
Lee Jae Gong
distance gap
Tower, yeah, there we
was
go.
if she tried to use the
There's some
power
positive
slide,
ones.
But the power slide would have taken her off of the map. So Nightmare Eclipse able to shut the Sojourn down. Even though you have Soundbarrier to be able to shut down Overclock, you still have to get aggressive to be able to use it. Otherwise, the Sojourn can blitz through that over armor very, very quickly.
Oh, big
So
dash in
really
from
good
Zoe,
read, really
but
good follow-up.
gets her head taken off.
Really good
We'll regret that one.
onto
Bernie's
Zoe.
going for the beat.
As
Only a
West
three-person
comes in
beat,
with
though.
a
Bugsuit
huge
didn't get it. It's getting
overclock
burnt down by this
from
overclock.
Valentine, but this is the
Oh,
difference.
one disaster
There's
after
no
another for
follow-up
Valentine. But they
afterwards,
actually
and
give a
they're
Lucio
still
kill.
seeing us
Peaceful
hop lower
booped
and
away.
lower.
They're all so low. Ziz will get
On
one.
the left side. I mean, they need to find
Trying to pocket
some
themselves up there.
Skills here, right? Need to get some
They're getting traits, though. It's okay for Valentine as far as fight losses go.
Terrible from Valentine at the current moment. It felt like they just commit.
And now it's going to be
2
Blade
ults in a
versus
lost
Blade.
fight, and
Seems to
now
be a
there's
bit
still 4
disconnect
minutes
right
to
at the
tap
start
out.
of that fight where Zoe goes in. It feels like Valentine wanted to go. Like, that was a dash in from Zoe right there. But team didn't seem to be as committed as she was.
Absolutely huge.
Gets her head
And you
taken
can
off.
see that Nightmare
But now
Eclipse
Blade
are
v
so
Blade.
ready for it.
Slightly
The
quicker
difference
Kitsune
between
rush
them
for
and the
Z's.
Genji is so deliberate.
Zoe under pressure. Cooldowns used. Gas to do it. Battle for Genjis. Oh! Deal with that one. Peace. We'll get traded back, though. Zoe's going to come out on top. 4v4 though. They're also low. Oh, look at Valentine's HP. They've got no health. They've got no health. Zoe's going to have to try and take over the touch right now. Kitsune Rush comes out in response, and it allows them to stabilize. Good wall from Bugsuit to allow Zoe to get that touch for longer. But Kitsune Rush doesn't find any kills, but it allows Valentine to get a foothold back onto the defense. And now it's just a full neutral, really. Ivory about to have that overclock if she needs it.
But Ivory's got that sound barrier.
Beat push coming in. Overclock. Uses it, but gets absolutely smashed. Oh my god. And just, this is the problem, it's relentless, right? Valentine, they weather the first storm, but it just keeps coming. Every time they get that next ult, boom. Both beat pushes, end of second, end of third point. Absolutely brutal from Nightmare Eclipse.
That re-engage with the sign barrier and just jump so aggressively onto that.
Ivory couldn't even finish the voice line from casting the overclock by the time they were taken out.
That Raven Cry, nevermore, as it never got any of the more value that Ivory was hoping it would be able to pick up. Man, you might have snatched Rammus, but I don't know if Valentine can resurrect their chances of winning this map off of the back of how fast Nightmare Eclipse were able to get that full push.
Oh yeah, Primal Blade is a good one. You guys are right.
Seconds.
Yo.
Such a fast push.
I mean, they were just looking
3 minutes, 14
desperate
seconds.
towards that last point. I mean, they've been outpaced. Nightmare. The support's playing so well. As a team, they're playing so well. They're not giving a chance to AJMR and Bernice to pop these ultimates. And it's been so hard. Also, quick shout out to our observing team. I don't think I've ever seen those crows before. I don't know how they come up with these shots, but our observing team is so
Shout out crows.
At giving us the most beautiful angles on such a depressing map. Mox. It's kind of looking like, you know, with the rain, it's looking very British. You know, it's looking a little bit like Kings Row right now.
I was literally about to say, it's not a true Overwatch broadcast if you don't at some point mention Kings Row. Ticket off the checklist. Kings Row
bingo card
has been mentioned.
Any predictions on our Chinese super team?
I don't know. I see the Widowmaker.
I mean, they'll make for land for sure, right? Obviously.
I mean, like I said, Valentine's, I think, a little bit desperate right now, Moxie. They need to find something, right?
You need that just kill that ignores ultimate economy and lets you find that early momentum to.
Well, I don't think they will make any meaningful. Like, maybe like they get top 4 in an event, maybe if the meta lines up nicely for them, but probably not a lot more than that.
Temporarily with this Widowmaker,
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, Razor. I guess the main reason I think the negative one stick is it's just funnier, right? It's if something's funny, you're more likely to remember it. It's the same reason we did stuff like this in London, where we would call things like Become Zone, or
I mean, maybe Ivory thought on Widowmaker
just like goofy nicknames, because you remember it, right? There's a reason we're still saying Come Zones. 2 years on. It worked. It's implanted in our heads. We understand it.
Yeah, and because
you know?
like held that position on the high ground as long as
so they're funnier than better most of the
they weren't able
time.
to rotate back to the safety of behind point, behind that second high ground. which means that Valentine don't get punished.
Goes for the touch. Bit of help. Suzu on for the touchdown. So low on cooldowns, but they have the contest. Trying to chase Zoe out of this one here, but Zoe gets away actually.
Still been able to find AJMR. That means that
they're right back onto this one. Good recontest.
Your sustained backline is going to be
Hittori will be able to stabilize.
Could potentially just get absolutely.
I think the Genji's still behind, right? Yeah, Zoe's still behind.
Absolutely bullied out indeed. Hittori.
They're gonna chase Bug Soup down.
Bug Soup, then White.
Where's Zoe? Zoe's still behind.
Zoe's still back here, by the way.
Getting hunted. Where's Zoe going? Yeah, just has to reset. Good recontest at the end from Nightmare Eclipse.
Nightmare get the retouch and the recontest.
Yeah, Wisp's gonna be going back onto that first high ground. Slips off of it, goes to the side of statue, has the disruptor shot as well to make
pretty even ults across the board. Support ults, tank ult coming up, but Zoe is closer to this blade.
Readying themselves to back towards the point. They're not going to make.
To be fair, out of all, not a lot of things have been going Valentine's way, but one thing that has been going their way is I feel like Ivory's actually got the better of Wisp on multiple occasions here. They need more though.
Usually they're the aggressors, but
alright, Kitsune Rush around the corner will be mirrored. Coming out, looking for it, looking for Z's on this one. Suzu to keep pushing it, can't find the connect, but Zoe does though. Wisp taken down again, and they have the blade. B comes in, it's only a two-person beat as well from NY. Disaster here, Downpour 180 with it as well. Peace is going to get the deflect kill, but the overclock in, DPS ults in, need to deal with Peace. They're both so low, but NY and Peace, they're both living. Full pocket coming in, and Zoe doesn't get it. Oh my god, Peace and NY with the clutch. Bug Soup's still in, but they've got the firepower to deal with her.
Hittori comes
oh wow. Honestly, even when it looks like Valentine, they have the tools to win, things are going well. Nightmare just have so much talent. They just clutch themselves out of every situation.
Get a team into a position to play off of the back of it. Zoe and Ivory blitz their ultimate economy. AJ
now overclock from Wisp, pretty early this one actually. Just catch Bernice though. Downpour comes out, just catch him, any follow up? Bug Soup's looking for it but is low. Okay, actually, yeah. Wall is good, catches all of them.
Down, but, you know, Valentine, come back through nice deflection from Zoe.
Shoot 1 billion bullets into that deflect.
It's just so big. It did look like.
But all right, Valentine, a lifeline,
Ivory,
a chance.
Or not Ivory, sorry. Wisp sidestepped it, but the radius
good
is just
downpour
so
from Bug Soup.
They still got caught somehow, and same thing with the front line. So Valentine, it was
like Kitsune Rush advantage for Z's.
Shattered. That from Bug Soup was huge. If they can keep that momentum moving forward, Nightmare might be on the back foot finally.
Yeah, the lack of requirement of LOS for that downpour to be able to find the
NY dead as well. All right,
so
get this payload rolling for free. All right, AJMR. What's going on here?
Nightmare Eclipse have so much of in comparison.
TP's forward. Needs to be careful. Oh, Zoe's going to get caught. How does it happen? AJMR's just got 2 picks, and somehow they're able to find a trade out of it. Hittori's low though. Push for it, push for it. Oh, reload at the worst time. Oh, Bug Soup's going to die for it. They can't keep getting away with it. They just get themselves out of all these situations when they really shouldn't be able to.
Going to slow and potentially fully stunt any
Ivory gets the trade, at least.
They're going to have to pay so much of the absence of distance that they have. The
equal Kitsune rushes, but DPS ult advantage for Valentine, so another good opportunity.
They want to pay the toll and get that payload moving once more.
Oge did not find a job. Thank you though, Ash, for the 6 months.
Your teammate who's just away from you and.
Alright, overclock to start it. Kitsune Rush in response. AGMR still holding on to this one. Can respond later. There we go. Response. Beat comes through from NY. Bernie's still a little bit short on it. NY comes flying in. Another clinical beat push here. And their turn. You know, we talk about push and pull in Overwatch, right? So the push and pull there is Valentine drops the overclock. Ivory drops the overclock, Valentine push in, but Kitsune Rush using response from Z, so Valentine take a back step, and then Valentine try and use the late Kitsune Rush from AJMR to win the fight, but then Nightmare Eclipse, they take the back step, and then when they push with that beat, the turn timing is so good, and so aggressive. Now they're going to keep going with Blade, they've lost it, defensive beat comes out, we'll be able to get back into spawn, Peace might die here, they lose Bernice, okay. Deal with the aggression here. We'll be able to clean up the Lucio too. Alright. Space and time. Space and time.
Only invested 2. Only the downpour, only the soundbar to shut everything down.
Yeah, this is what you need for Valentine.
Now Dragonblade to finish it. Wisp is going to go Widow though.
And this could be how they get it done.
They're all just don't all stand on cart.
Yeah, Zoe is going to have that
Get a bit of a
blade,
forward
but
hold
is
going.
She going to be able to utilize that?
Widow comes out for free.
if
Wisp
you
with an
ask them,
opportunity,
is gonna
maybe?
say no.
No one peeking.
Where's the Genji?
Zoe has a dig.
Deflect
Oh,
already
deflect onto
gone.
Nenway, actually.
Jagged wall of bait.
All right, piece is low as
Is the
well.
Widowmaker going to find
Nightmare
the kill?
Eclipse may be in trouble as we head into overtime.
Not yet. Valentine did find
We've
the
seen
pick on
Nightmare
the
Eclipse
line.
give
They have
themselves
to come
out of
back
plenty
to
of
the spawn.
situations
No ultimate still
before.
available.
Need Zoe to
Rush
find a
coming up
timing
for
with this
Z.
blade.
Nendex
They're
just wants
forcing
to
the
be
point.
in to give themselves
Touch comes in.
potential sleep as well to the Genji.
Eyes on Zoe.
Joy touching the card.
She's on the back line.
Needs that hard
Forces for
pocket.
Suzu. This should be the
Already forced.
finisher
Here
right
comes the
now.
blade. Deflected
Comes
to sleep.
through.
Now on the
1,
Widowmaker,
2.
that's one.
Deals with everything.
Potentially
Avoids the
two.
sleep.
Here it
Zoe
is from
does finish
Zoe
it.
in overtime.
And it's
Maybe
not quite
Nightmare
over
got a
yet
little
for
bit too cocky
Valentine.
because Valentine
They'll capture
have
second.
not lost just yet. They're on to the third phase of the map with a minute and 26 seconds.
Clutch play, budget play comes on through from Zoe as well. She secures the
All right.
win.
There's a chance, there's a chance. Remember, obviously, big picture Valentine. They need to finish with time on the clock to give themselves even a sniff of a chance in the overtime, or to give themselves a chance to win this map. One step at a time. They're clawing their way inch by inch into this series. Kitsune rush around the corner now. Will be mirrored out from Z. Dive comes in from Peace. Doesn't connect with anything meaningfully. Peace might be in trouble here, but no, the deflex. Don't shoot deflex.
Gonna go down.
Oh, now AGMR dies.
Nice job of wall climbing away from a lot of that damage of Zoe. And Valentine sent back, unfortunately.
Yeah, now it's really hard. They can overclock on their way out here, Valentine. But going to be hit by a downpour, going to be hit by a blade. Could really do with this Bernie's beat if I'm Valentine before fully committing. But we've seen Nightmare Eclipse be very aggressive. Might not give them that opportunity to get to that.
A lot of resources to be able to walk into them.
All right, Ampin from Bernie's looking for it. Does have the beat in time. Beat comes through. They deal with Peace. They pop the overclock as well here, and they will win the fight. But they use 2 for nothing, and they do even get the late trade as well.
Nice shot from Ivory, bit of a name trainer situation. 10 seconds left to go. They played that counter dive.
That's the problem, though. Look, Nightmare Eclipse have just set themselves up a beautiful ult situation.
They knew that Valentine would have to invest a lot to be able to win that next fight, and there's still a fight afterwards and a stagger stall.
Need a bit of a miracle here, Valentine. Need a gigantic downpour. Need Ivory to walk around the corner and do that. No blade available for Peace. Zoe's in as well. Onto the backline here.
Comes out from Wisp.
Downpour comes out, catches Bug Soup and the beat.
Beat drop as well.
They just have too many ults. 3 ults just press in response.
It was closer than the previous maps, at least in the second.
Yeah, I mean, Dogman's right. It's closer. It's getting closer. But Nightmare Eclipse just still feels very far ahead.
Just reading the situation very, very well, understanding that when that payload moves into C, how many fights.
Fair Faeble. Ivory's definitely getting the better of it.
On the table,
the better of this Sojourn duel.
They just get aggressive to force Valentine into needing to overcommit. Because for the attacking team, they don't get the opportunity when they round that corner to have done any form of pre-fire damage, any form of poke, unless the defensive team is the one
and it's looking like Nightmare.
They're
going to do what we all expect to try and lock themselves into that grand final spot.
Guarantee that it sticks onto the Sojourn so that you have that confidence to move forward with your overclock. And because of that, they don't have the burst damage nor the sustain to live through the fight that comes through next.
And right now, Nightmare up 2, looking strong in this first to 3, putting themselves on map point.
All right, can I grab myself some water?
Moxie.
Then we can lock in for this third map.
Could be a difference maker, but it feels like at the moment the way back into it, Valentine, is maybe Nightmare getting a little bit overzealous, right? At points, they maybe went a little bit too aggressive. But like you said, their ult management was so good. So how do you put a stop to the absolute reign that Nightmare is on right now?
I mean, some of it comes from just being able to pick heroes and get those kills that ignores the ultimate economy, right? We got to see a little bit of it come through from the Sojourn. Sojourn has always been strong for that reason. You don't have to have an ultimate bolt up to just absolutely murder the other team. It does help definitely with OC, but still, Sojourn being able to find that damage, be that continuous pressure. And it's something that I really want Valentine to be able to do, like put a little bit more pressure, try and bait Nightmare Eclipse into overplaying that hand. If you've seen how overzealous they're going to get in certain fights, really just tantalize them, dangle that opportunity directly in front of their face to see whether or not they're actually going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Because if you've noticed that the team is making mistakes and over-aggressing a little bit too much, then you can 100% bait them into being able to punish that a lot more. But it feels Like, it's actually the other way around. Like, Nightmare Eclipse are able to bait Valentine because of how
Not got the map
desperate
pick yet?
Valentine are getting.
Let's see what
if
we
you
get.
look at, like, that B attack, when we have the two hazards looking
They're
for
going
the
to stream
standoff,
both of them sober.
Valkyrie is the
So
one
we got
who
2 more
dives
games
in,
today.
trying
2 more
to get
games
that
after this one, so we get to see
distraction
both of them.
trying to absorb so much of the pressure coming
Oh,
through
thank you, Space
from
Jazz.
the DPS of the
11
defensive
months
team,
of losing
knowing
channel
that the
points
pillars
to
can't
Hail
afford
Mary
to be sold
Preds.
because of how
Cheers
long
to
it
that.
took in comparison.
Cheers to that.
It's
Here's to another year
Mario
of gambling.
and get cordoned off from her team with the jagged wall coming on through from Hattori.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to come back now for Valentine, but if any team can do it, it is them, right? As a team, they've been consistent, right, throughout the whole tournament. They had a little bit of a close game with
What's a
TT
cheer?
earlier on in that
Cheeseburger.
quarterfinals, but they're here in the upper bracket, right? There is a little bit of a cushion at the very least, right, Mox? Even if you were to lose this, that means it's going to send you down into the lower brackets. You'll still have a chance to fight for that grand final spot. However, right here and now, Nightmare, like you said, are looking so good on the hazard comp, right? They're playing the aggression better. They're playing the counter dive better. For Valentine's side, I don't really know what you do better, Moxie. It does seem like, I mean, maybe it's just, it comes down to map pick. You could go to something a little bit different to throw, you know, Nightmare off their game potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's like really.
Yeah, we've
that
seen
much
teams try and throw Nightmare
Valentine
curveballs in the
beaten in
past,
Swiss
but Nightmare
by
had
Queen's
were able
Gambit.
to really
Queen's
adapt
Gambit
and
in
handle
the
any of
Swiss
them.
beat everybody.
So it's kind of tough. I
They
mean,
went 6
honestly,
and 0,
at
in
Blizzard
Major
World felt
Three.
closer.
So they beat Nightmare Eclipse.
Maybe
they
just double
beat
down, because
Valentine.
if think about
They
it from
beat
Valentine's point of view, right?
in the lower bracket
Let's
one
say you
previously
do
as
have
well.
maybe a pocket pick map
In
or something that
Major
you can throw it
So
to.
for
If you
Valentine,
got something
like,
where you
they
do feel you have a
to
genuine
be
comp
able to
advantage,
figure
sure,
out
do
this
that.
aggression that
But
Nightmare Eclipse is
realistically,
throwing at them,
if you're
because
going to win this
Queen's
series,
Gambit are
you've got to win
just
3
going to
maps in a
do the
row.
exact same thing.
If
We've
you're going to win
seen
3
how
maps in a
aggressive
row,
that team
you're going to
gets
have to
if
win the
you
hazard
win.
at some point,
They're
right?
going to take
So,
more than a mile. They'll take every single map.
I don't know, you got closer. You got closer. I think Ivory's getting a better of a hit schedule. I think still losing these support ult trades for the most part. Maybe dealing with being more ready for some of these beat push turns, you know, in these big ult fights, knowing the full layers to come through. If you have the ults to win, or if you're gonna have to try and cop a bit of a disengage or something a bit special in one of these. Because all those big ult fights, I think, pretty much without exception, went Nightmare's way.
Difference of composition, none of that's going to really change at this point. There's no bans, so it's not like you can really remove.
I don't, Ash.
Playing right now, it's going to be such a hard next map to win, but
you threw all your scrim bucks at Nightmare? How much is all your scrim bucks?
We're going to head to Coliseum next.
Okay, this has to
21k.
stepping up. This absolutely has.
There is a value bet here on Valentine.
The
There's a
matchup
value
for a
bet there
couple
if
of
people are
changes.
feeling it.
Mid is still incredibly hard fought after.
No idea,
and being
Space
able
Jazz.
to
I don't know
control
what
those high
their
point
plan is
angles
for the
as well.
future.
Sojourn still immensely strong on being able to, with that disruptor shot, just cordon off lanes entirely.
Why
without
wouldn't he
you
just
needing
eat it
to
with his
actually win
hands?
physically. The
Why would
1 versus
headset
1.
be his first
So
go-to?
really, for this, I am looking at Ivory, I'm looking at Zoe, and like the expectation is that if Valentine wants to be able to turn this fight around, those 2 DPS, we've seen those moments. We got to see Zoe with the Dragon Blade come through and just clean up house and be the reason that she gets a team through B.
Everyone go all in on Nightmare.
Almost flip things.
Is it
to the side
92%?
of Valentine
Trash
to let
Panda's
them
got
walk through
all her money
with
on the
that last
line.
fight on C. It's going to be up to them to just put that team on their back and carry them over the finish line if we want to continue in this series.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they have a chance here. It is going to be, like you said, on the DPS players of their team as well.
Now you're thinking, Sova. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking like a real gambler.
It's cliche, you know, 1 map at a time. You could say that is like a meme from any coach of all time ever. But it really is true, right? On Coliseum, if any map you can kind of just have those pop-off moments on DPS, it is this one.
Feeling good about it?
You know, like you said, if
all right, you're a believer. You're a believer, Lego.
This well, that's absolutely just constantly pressuring you out.
Artemis with the live odds
updates.
updates.
On you. It's going to be hard in
Honestly, Artemis, one day you will just work for a betting
kind of
company.
level so far on Hazard.
You'll be the odd setter.
I mean, part of it is, again, just that the follow-up is always there. Whenever Nightmare Eclipse invest a downpour, there's always a really big reason behind it. It's either to shut things down like an overclock, or it's to make sure that you can position the other team into a really awkward angle so that your DPS can immediately follow through. And that just goes to show like the tempo that Nightmare is playing from, because they're playing so high-key, high-paced. whenever Downpour comes out, because it is only a 2.5 second stun, which is not a lot in comparison to some of the other forms of CEC that are available in the world of Overwatch. So you don't have a lot
Yeah,
of
it feels like a
time
throwback, doesn't it,
to be able to
Musket?
capitalize on it. And also, if you're DPS, like if you're Sojourn, if you're Genji, do want to be able to capitalize on it. Yes, they have the means of mobility.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably actually quite a fun job. I imagine in reality, it's probably also a very data-driven job as well. So you probably need some kind of
If you goof up,
like statistical
sliding in
qualification or something.
aggressively, you're not gonna be sliding out of the fight. You're gonna
Bug
be
Soup is a
packing
demon
in
on
an
Colosseo.
ambulance all the way back to your spawn.
The Queen of Rome.
It's gonna be.
All
That's
right.
actually a scary mental image that you just put in my head. I just imagine like an
Let's see it,
SFM
then.
animation of like.
All right.
have a
If
Sojourn
you're gonna reverse
sliding
sweep,
into
it
the
has
back
to
of
start
the
right
ambulance,
now.
just knocked unconscious. But she slid too fast or something. But Nightmare running the same comp, same thing for Valentine Moxie. No difference on either side. The only difference you'd hope if you're a Valentine fan is the mental
All right.
diff.
I mean, to be fair, this first fight, still a typically quite slow fight because this corridor is very slow and open. And Zoe has been forced out right now, but again, I keep saying it, but Ivory does keep finding the advantages in these duels. Oh, but the wall is good. Bug Soup in big trouble. She gets taken down. Ivory. Trades for Sojourn.
I mean, Hattori played that
Needs to
so well,
be
but the
trying to get everyone out here. I don't know if there's a Suzu. Is there a TP available as well? They do get out. Zoe's maybe going to get caught here as well. Okay, no trades. All right, Valentine now back to full strength. They can push back.
And Eclipse, they're baiting back. They're making it seem like they're
Full rail for Ivory.
making it seem like they're actually committing those resources
Swing and a miss.
into trying to set
Oh,
up
wait.
against Lucio.
Wait.
And then they immediately
The disruptor
fall
shot
back
does
and
the job,
everyone
though.
flips their
Doesn't even
rotation.
need a gun.
Dozy-does and starts
Okay,
to fight.
okay.
And Mari just doesn't have the ability.
Ivory's
going
gonna
to
do it.
Opportunity to be able to breathe when that attention gets diverted.
Pulling their
away.
team back into
This
it.
time around, though,
Full rail for
Valentine are
Wisp
gonna
Boy.
make a play fully
Pressure coming
on
out from
main.
Bug Soup onto that one. Forcing them back. Bug Soup awfully deep defensive wall to try and keep her up. Has to try and run. Has to get out. Full blocking. Needs to find some cover. Needs to find some cover. Can't find the cover in time. Oh, now going to get caught as well as Bernice.
Kind of wiped off the floor. Nightmare back in control again.
Yeah, it's that understanding of you don't have to take every single fight. You only have to take the fights that you feel confident that you're going to be able to win.
I don't think anyone got drops for this one. Only the official channel for the drops for this one. I'm working hard to get. Don't worry. Next year, I've got a good feeling I'll be able to get us a lot of drops. A lot of drops next year. So just you wait. Just you wait.
Maybe going that far for a Sojourn towards their own spawn is definitely a little bit.
All right. So only 44 meters had conceded. Now coming up to the big ult fights. These are the ones that Nightmare have always been winning. So now, Kitsune Rush trade. Bug Soup is low again. Goes down. Downpour combined into it. Hattori has the ultra combo.
To see the writing on that wall. Oh,
Need to pray harder, dear girl.
Just goes right against Valentine.
I feel so bad for AGMR. I mean, AGMR's not even played like bad, but Hattori with that walled off the Suzu.
All right, Hattori up on the roofs.
I don't know. I mean, this pace.
Looking for the engage. Spotted out by Bug Soup. Diving onto the back line. Hits for wall. Jump back from Bug Soup. Goes for the downpour. Catches it as well. But beat comes through from Nenwai. Oh, that is a year too late. And all right, this could be a swing factor. That was a downpour for Overclock and beat, and they won the fight. This is a massive fight now. Late kill onto Nenwai as well. Yeah, Payload was moving this entire time.
In the meantime, they were getting the kills, but Zoe actually, who wasn't needed.
This is a big opening. This is Valentine. I mean, there's such a tough opposition, Nightmare. These are the opportunities you can't miss. Can't miss against these level of teams.
Out of the way of the initial engagement from either the Blade
Give him a free card push.
Overclock, but sooner
They have a beat for the Blade. Overclock comes, so we're just going to beat for that one now, but maybe an opportunity for Peace afterwards. They've overclocked onto the high ground. Peace has used their deflect. Ivory forced back. They didn't find any kills with that beat. Now it's just Blade v Blade. The opportunity goes begging. But still not out of it yet. AGMR does have a slightly quicker Kitsune Rush as well. Trying to come up. Doesn't find anything. Now Peace is going to go. Eyes on Lucio. All over him. But Bernice, so slippery, is out of it. Hattori has found the kill, but Peace has found nothing. A chance for Zoe. No! Oh! They avoid the Blade, but they die anyway. Oh. It's not the worst, but that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you know that's not going to be a soundbar. What you were worried about was the speed boost. Allowing
I don't like beating it into that overclock. If the Sojourn's right there in your face, you can definitely kill the Sojourn, sure. But when the Sojourn is all the way back on the high ground, I don't know about that beat at all. So he's going to get caught late here as well. Really don't want to have to give cap for it. We're going to give cap for it. Now they come in on the wall. Jesus Christ, Ivory has been executed. Kitsune Rush trade will happen regardless. Hittori looking for more kills into the backline. They've got control of the high ground right now. And it's falling apart for Valentine. Falling apart.
Was a little bit stronger on top of that pickoff towards the spawn. Nightmare playing so aggressive.
They're just going to be able to keep up the tempo too. Silent barrier, downpour, overclock. Valentine,
okay, so NY has the beat for this blade. Bugsup has the downpour though. I mean, can still kill through. If the downpour hits, they've got an opportunity. Overclock invested, blade over top. Wisp will have that Suzu thrown in, defensive beat as well. They deal with it, downpour comes out. Doesn't find anything though. Or at least no kills they can convert. And now they're really on the back foot. Trade onto the Lucio. It's better than nothing, but then I'll be back fast.
Valentine's 44 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Valentines are running out of distance for them to avoid.
Alright, overclock available for Ivory.
And Blade follow through if they want to keep contesting.
Yeah, into the downpour, into the Blade. It's
Nightmare
tough,
Eclipse
it's tough.
Put them in a hostage situation.
Ivory's played well in this series, but needs more.
Valentine now.
Flank coming in from Zoe and Bernice right now. They've got a little bit of space. First rail thrown out. Downpour comes in. Is locked in. Pops it anyway. Trying to kill through. Suzu saves Hittori's life though. And then she can convert the kill. Overclock shut down. Blade from Peace over the top for no discernible reason. They have a Kitsune Rush to finish it though. Bernice, she nearly has the beat, but they're just dying staggered. Ivory back on Widow. Bernice isn't going to get to the beat, 99%. Going for it, gets the beat, doesn't catch Bugsup though. Bugsup doesn't get the beat. They need a kill, they need a trade. Need Zoe to find something right now. Ivory's back on Tracer. They do catch one. Kitsune Rush comes out as well. Just about a lifeline maybe. Peace still diving in for kills. 2 for 2. But the respawns are back in. Bugsup is now alive again. That should be enough to put them over the edge. They're trying to stabilize, but look how low Hittori is. They dive onto Hittori. They finish her off. They're still looking for more trades. He's going to get one. But Valentine, they hold on. They hold on.
Before swapping back onto that Sojourn. Zoe is going to have another blade for this next fight. Nightmare Eclipse making sure that they can still try and
Nenwai's going to get caught as well.
Suzu is not going to be able to save Nenwai in time.
Okay.
Lucio
still a long way back. Still a really long way back.
To mean that Nightmare Eclipse have to stall.
But a couple of minutes.
How they take this next fight, they can't.
An outside chance.
Blade
Blade available for Zoe. Downpour for Bugsup. And then I will be back with the beat though.
Has been removed, and that gives Valentine an opportunity to be the ones to kickstart the fight first.
Be in response to that blade. Okay with that trade. Downpour over the top. Doesn't find anything. Downpour response coming through. Catches actually just kills Bugsup actually.
Onto Bernice. And it's a wipe on a Valentine from
demolishing
nice
these.
Yeah, that
downpour value has been considered pretty consistently high from Hittori. And now Kitsune Rush, Overclock, bit late. All the tools to finish this cap potentially. Remember, Valentine, they've kind of run out of meters to give, right? They lose a fight and it's over, but Wisp taken down! Overclock, no value. Deflect is good. Blade to try and finish it. Zoe in big trouble here, but no, Zoe and Bernice! They win it! Nenwai wasn't with Peace on that one. And Valentine again dig themselves out of a hole. They're still getting traded. Nenwai's going to try and play their life. Hittori's killed 2 in the back. Wait. Deal with Hittori. She's free HP. She's free HP. Nenwai's coming in. The cavalry has been called. Nenwai's just doing absolute laps of Colosseo.
But Valentine's
got their steps in today.
So much distance to be able to make up for. With Nightmare Eclipse as well, able to keep those players alive as
they
long
keep
as
giving themselves lifelines, Valentine. But they don't just need to hang on. They need to get meters on the board. They need the cap. They need to win so many fights in a row. They'll start this one with Kitsune Rush. Z's will match. Bernice beat to throw in after this. Beat over top now. They need the kills. Need some of these kills.
Do not have their own sound barrier.
Don't find anything with it though.
So they just need to disengage and live
Rail doesn't land. Overclock nearly there for Ivory. A chance to keep going. Slide. Force back. Boba Buxton catches piece. They're going to throw the overclock in. Burning through Hitori. Hitori's so low. Still somehow kills Zoe during all of that.
But Nightmare, I mean, they're making it scrappy. Wisp on the outside angle.
Another trade.
And
this is a problem.
30 seconds left.
They need to win so many fights in a row now, Valentine, and they need to not trade. But these comps are so hard not to trade against.
Two ultimates which can
Okay, and they also spent loads of ults for that as well, Valentine. Bug Soup and Zoe will have theirs, though.
Potentially denied. Valentines have to make sure that they can mitigate.
Needs almighty effort now, though.
Because it's been so costly.
An absolutely gigantic effort is required.
The dive at the current moment, speeding away.
Where are we amping?
Kind of just playing towards the card.
Where are we amping? Getting forced back. Downpour up top. Actually, gonna beat back anyway. 4v4. Oh, they trade 2 for it, but Downpour is good, though. Blade's gonna be invested by Zoe. Should be able to finish it here. No! Boot back. Then YNT deal with the Blade. Now coming back in. Suzu is good. Oh, and they just clutch themselves. Any situation where it looks like it might be a bit ropey, a bit dodgy. Always clutch. Always clutch from Nightmare.
For now. Win the series 3-0 and put themselves in
and quite deservedly. Yeah, quite deservedly give themselves that grand final spot. This team is looking really hard to stop. Really hard to stop.
If you go for it early in the fight, everyone is going to be able to turn their attention to you. You're not going to be able to get the Lucio midway through the same.
Close 3-0.
You're not going to be able to take the hazard down. You don't have enough
super
damage to
close.
punch through that health bar. So Valentine's.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, it's one of. It feels like the impression I'm getting really is like you know, in OWCS North America last year, when teams would lose to Toronto, and you just sort of go, well, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. They're the super team. You lose to them, okay. It almost doesn't even feel bad that Valentine lose here, you know.
Valentine lose player after player after player, and I mean, we said that the DPS
just because, yeah, so expected. I haven't, no, Lego, no. Let me grab a water and a drink, then we can lock in, because we've got the other lower bracket games. We've got, where are we?
From Hitori on that house.
Oh, yeah, we did, yeah. So we got Faeble versus YASS and Queen's Gambit versus Azathoth, which should be good games. I think, yeah, it's going to be Queen's Gambit versus Azathoth first.
Yeah, that was some clean play out of Hitori and the rest of Nightmare as well.
All right, let me go grab a drink and stuff then, and then we can set ourselves up for this. I'll leave you with the main stream, so you can see what's happening. I'll be right back.
This is going to be a bar burner. This is going to be an absolute dogfight. It was kind of one-sided. You know, for Valentine, they still have a chance in the lower bracket to kind of come back and regroup. But, you know, Nightmare took that personal, right? This series in the upper bracket, they wanted to make it a convincing win, and they did, Moxie. It seems like they've gotten only better over the course of the weekend playing this Hazard meta to such a high level.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised getting to see those 2 last matches if the grand final is actually just a deja vu moment of Major 3. And it's actually Nightmare Eclipse versus Queen's Gambit, because in my opinion right now, those 2 teams are the strongest that we've seen so far, definitely when it comes to being able to play around that hazard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they're looking so good. But we'll have to go to a short break before we have an interview, so don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with one of the members from Nightmare Eclipse. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Moxie. We just finished up the series between Nightmare and Valentine. Nightmare Eclipse looks so good right now, as you can see from these replays. Moxie 3-0, and it started all on Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, Hitori, every single time we got to see that Hazard POV, every single bit of utility, oh so impactful. The jagged wall placement, absolutely perfect. The downpour follow-up as well from both Wisps and Peace. Just a thing of absolute art.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Art can come in all forms, Moxie, you know, whether it be in incredibly OP characters or whether it be on a canvas. Hitori definitely made the maps their canvas today. I mean, Nightmare and crew, honestly, the rest of the team as well played so well. We saw instances of Peace, you know, maybe a little bit of a precursor to later on, but Peace played so well in the Genji too, and the rest of the team around this Hazard looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, just the tempo switch-ups as well that Nightmare Eclipse were able to do. There were a couple of moments where they maybe got a little bit too over-eager, a little bit too forward in terms of their positionings, but they were able to rein it back in, and we got to see, like, them being able to go for the stall on Blizzard World, where it really did feel like maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves, holding initially on A and then on B. But they were able to wrangle it together when we headed on over to C, understanding the ultimate economy and slowing things down, and them being able to sort of shift up that tempo pacing kept Valentine on their feet, and unfortunately Valentine weren't able to hold their balance.
Yeah, they were not. And by the way, we have our interview ready to go with Peace. Are you there, Peace, from Nightmare Eclipse, the Genji player who just played phenomenal? How you doing? Congrats on the win. How you feel after, I mean, which was a pretty clean 3-0 out of you guys?
I feel really good, especially knowing that we're confirmed for Grands now. Yeah, it was really just got to focus on tomorrow. Now I'm feeling great.
So, first of all, I know a lot of us on productions end were like really expecting that this particular match would go much longer than it actually ended up going. From a player perspective, why do you think you as a team looked so dominant over Valentine when we were potentially expecting that 5-0 barn burner?
I do think Valentine, especially in the past, has had good results, and that core of the team, like Wicca, AWW, Molly, Zoe, has had a really good. I think in Faeble Season 1 they played really good as well, and they do have a past of being a very consistent team. But I think today, just me on the Genji, with Hitori on the roofs somehow. I don't know. We looked a lot better today.
Yeah, you guys did, and I mean, we saw the aggression too. Like, you guys were constantly putting the pace, you know, like on the other team. Like, it was just so consistent onto Valentine. You were specifically, even on the map 3, I think you were getting some confidence, just going aggressive on Genji. You know, you're blading, I think, in cases where it was like, okay, maybe we didn't need to do that, but like you guys were obviously putting the aggression on, and it was just so clean. What made you guys have such confidence going into today, considering how the tournament has gone so far? Is it just because you guys just keep winning?
Well, me and Wish, we were talking about it a little bit. I mean, we're not guaranteed to win. You got to keep the karma correct. But me and Wiz have a mini rivalry for MVP, at least. So my goal is to try to be as literally as cool as I can, and and kind of just solo carry. But it is still a team game, so I gotta still play my job and on the role and stuff.
Yeah. What do you do when Hitori's popping off on the Hazard too? It's so hard to get MVP.
I don't even know where she comes from half the time. I really can't stop it. Like, I literally.
So wait, does Hitori like not come? Sometimes do you just like see Hitori on a rooftop and then suddenly just drop into the back line and no one has any idea until she's just killed 2 people and is off again?
She says, I'm ready for engage, and I'm looking around like, all right, she'll be there. And then sometimes she like slashes in and then she kills like one person, like, oh, I gotta dash in now. And then like we clean up by then. Half the time I don't even know where she is. So I can't stop what I can't see. So she got it, I guess.
It's like a horror. Well, how do you personally deal with like the enemy team's Hazard? Like, is it a problem for? I mean, obviously it's way easier on Genji, I think, because of the mobility. But you know, specifically, I think when we're seeing Hitori, like you said, pop off, and you as well. How do you deal with the Hazard on the other side, or is there really nothing that? Is there not been a Hazard player that has shown to be capable of maybe picking off people as consistently as Hitori and your team has been?
One of the big things, like. Also just Hazard ult. I don't know if anyone saw it, but Molly got double Hazard ulted because I deflected her ult into her, and then Hitori ulted her. So there's a little bit of tech with the Genji, especially.
Maybe. I
It
think
is-
next
it
week's
is
going to be
what it
quite
is.
busy, actually, because I'm doing some other interviews,
Just
but we'll
knowing
see how the
the
time
micro
falls.
is the most important thing.
I need to finish. I need to
Really
sort out my
good.
taxes as well.
And my team is really good at moving our feet. Like we don't just like stand around and let the team do what they want.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of
Keep the
other
tax man
teams
off my
not
back.
really static pick the hazard. There's been some experimentations for things like the Mag or the Wrecking Ball, as opposed to yours, which has been really just playing for that hazard composition. In your personal opinion, do you think this is just the strongest composition and that your best opportunity to beat it is just winning in the mirror matchup?
Well, I do think Hazard probably is the best character. I think on like certain maps, like some specific ones, you can actually play Maga a lot. My team was supposed to. We usually do it on some maps. Can't say too much.
Don't send me more bills, Panda. Got enough bills.
Hazard's just broken. That character's just way too much. And his ult is if the ult is the worst part of your kit, your character's too good.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's some great points. Peace. We're gonna actually let you go. I mean, obviously you get a rest day now, right? So you guys get to set up for Championship Sunday. Is there any last thoughts out of you, or any shout-outs you want to say for your team, or anything else? I mean, you guys played it so well. It was fun to watch. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Support O3 Splash and Path to Pro in a month. That's my team. We're gonna play. I'm gonna win MVP. I know I am, cause I'm like that. And I gotta go ring for the EU scrim because Deb is working me like a dog. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. Already going to practice again after just winning an incredible match and calling out heroes. So thank you so much, Peace, for coming on. Good luck in your scrim and tomorrow as well.
Bye-bye.
Personality. I mean, obviously, now we're going to be biased. I mean, now we got to vote Peace for MVP every single time. I mean, Hattori, you can't win it now, obviously. All
right.
That was a great series and a great interview with Peace. Moxie 3-0 on both first games of the day. We still have 2 more to go, but
all right, where are we? Where are we going next?
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect.
Oh yeah, so Queen's Gambit as a fourth one. Okay.
Hazard is just broken. Like when we were getting to watch Hattori's POV, and she's just holding onto those rooftops and going.
I feel like I'm actually Queen's Gambit pilled on this
you
one.
You have to immediately be able to spot out that tank is absent and just have your front line take full advantage. Otherwise, you're going to lose.
The Exo Civil War.
The backline trade. We actually even got to hear a little bit of that as well coming through from Velvet.
I think I'm Queen's Gambit pilled.
Previously about Queen's Gambit, you do not you have to be unafraid to take the backline trade because it is going to pay off for you in terms of overall match economy, and it looks like a lot of these teams are just not willing to take that trade, and unfortunately,
yeah, that's my prediction. That's my prediction.
Off of the back of it.
Yeah, no, it was just so consistent out of their team, out of Nightmare, and to set themselves up for tomorrow to.
Why do Exo have so many teams?
Come back and
because they don't pay any of them. They just keep signing people.
Apparently, ain't no rest currently. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Easy to budget when you when you've got no salaries to pay.
I hate to say it's a crapshoot in the lower bracket right now. We don't know.
RSR Peak check top 5 power rankings OWCS. No, I think EMEA is actually going to be pretty stacked this year. I think
but really,
there'll be the 3 partner teams.
Gambit. I mean, there's so many dark horses.
There'll be 2 other teams that I think are actually going to be pretty close in those 3 partner teams in terms of power level.
You know, right now are looking dominant, but
and then maybe even like a 6th team that can kind of like at least maybe be in like punching up distance. So I think it's actually
points definitely
stacked.
You heard it from Peace. I'm pretty sure everyone just pretty much went, okay, we're going to win this round. I have to pop off so that
Panning anyway says we're in the Twitch chat.
The overall MVP, like everyone is gunning for those additional prizes, and you really can tell that it's influencing a lot of gameplay. Like when they understand that they're gonna win things, you can play with your food a little bit.
See the deleted messages.
And by the way, we have a little bit of a thing with Blacklight, I believe, right now.
We did. We watched the hype video WOG. It was actually massive.
Check it out. Obviously, Blacklight is sponsor of this tournament as well for the championship awards. You receive 5, or sorry, the my bad, for the giveaway. It's going on right now. Apparently, if you are a member of the Discord, if you're a verified member of the Discord, you can react to.
We've entered the chair giveaway. If we don't win the chair, it's fucking rigged. And my lawyers will be on the phone.
URX account on Radiant GG, so it's available to any follower who reposts and reply. Also, make sure to check out Blacklight because they're such a fantastic sponsor who is contributed to the prize pool, also contributing to additional prizing for the Calling All Heroes tournament for the Championship Series to make this even more exciting, Moxie. So anybody in the crowd can also get this chair as well as the players who win.
I was expecting more drama iconics.
And I mean, the players who win the whole thing are also going to be
There's
able
no
to have
drama.
those wonderful trophies.
Expecting more
provided
drama, but
by
there's no
Blacklight
drama.
as well to have in those cabinets, so that when we do the
Fuck,
next
Pep's
Calling
ran
All
over.
Heroes interviews, you can have that one standing behind you in terms of the camera, and that would be bragging rights indeed. You've got cat buff, you've got the trophy buff as well, but at the moment it really is just a hazard buff.
I know.
This
Everyone just
is
always gets so obsessed with these
absolutely
things.
insane. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more crazy downpour plays.
So obsessed with
coming
the
on through,
this game versus
because
this
he is
game,
not
this
going
versus that, you know.
anywhere
It's all like
No, not until some incredible, nerfs come through.
What else? You know, you get it in like
We're going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have a new set of casters for y'all.
you get it in you get it in everything. You get it in sport. Like, this sport's fucking shit, man. It's nowhere near as good as this. You get it in music. Like, I can't believe you listen to this fucking genre of music. You have to listen to this genre of music. It's so much better. And it's like just people just argue over subjective stuff all the time. Cheers. Yeah, back over Mozart. Fuck. Overwatch versus TF2. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it like stinks of insecurity, doesn't it? You know, of like you worry about your thing, so therefore something else can't be good or can't be enjoyable, right? I saw Nico, right? I saw. He's back. You think he'll actually play, or is he just going to be like 7th person on the roster type deal? I feel like it's going to be like I don't know. I feel like it's going to be like a bench player, maybe occasional appearance type thing. Did they announce like any more of a roster? That was from September last year. Or did they just announce soon? Oh, here we go, yeah. Zodial 2. The little Prince of Spain is back. FD God 2? Okay. That's an alright team. I reckon, honestly, I mean, probably... Let me think. Maybe 6th best team, depending on what the rest of the roster ends up being. I know it sounds quite low, but I think EMEA is going to be pretty stacked. Any info on the Chris Yeffa team? We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Just have to wait and see. Patience. Come on, you'll get all the announcements within like the next 10 days, 2 weeks. You guys can wait that long, I reckon. Yeah, Sabo Tabby on the right track here. They will be coached by Chris. Do I know? Yeah. Chris has got him a team, you know? Chris has got a team. Thank you, Ayua.
We can't wait that long.
And wait that long. Can I watch this and say if it's true? What is it?
Happy New Year. 2025 is official.
That's a 60-minute video? No. I mean, people just peddling leaks. Just, ones that we just constantly see. Then just get proven as not true, right? Like all this Korea stuff? Ah, fuck. Turns out it might not be as true as we thought. Fuck, who could have guessed? If I know, why am I not tweeting immediately? I don't know. Just not addicted to the Twitter dopamine maybe as some others. But what can you do, eh? What can you do? What are we leaning towards? Leaning towards Queen's Gambit at the moment? I mean, that's true, obviously, Aiden. That's true. What's the Korea stuff that's not true? Well, I don't know. Like, people just keep saying there's all this, like, roster mania stuff. But there's no... I don't think anyone really knows what's happening outside of, like, the actual teams and the players. I think the reality of that, like, you know, the reality in that this information, or, like, the behind-the-scenes stuff will really transpire to, just random people in EMEA in North America. It's just unlikely. Just unlikely, I think. We'll see what happens when the dust settles, but yeah. Because what you have to bear in mind as well, a lot of the time when people are saying these leaks, they're always like, this person signed to this team, this person signed to this team. And honestly, every tweet I saw was like, this person's joining this team. I was like, nobody's fucking signed shit, bro. When, like, these leaks were coming out, it's like, nobody's fucking signed shit. Like, you've seen these things, like, the big example. Obviously, a lot of people, if you follow football, you know Fabrizio. Where is he? Mr. Romano. Like, when Fabrizio tells you a player is joining a team, he's fucking joining that team. The contract is signed, you know? Like, the information is good. The information is... it's confirmed, you know? Nothing like that. Nothing like that level of scrutiny put into the Overwatch ones. When they learn in talks with, yeah, but the problem also within talks with as well is that well, everyone's in talks with, if you know what I mean. Like,
again, Overwatch family,
like,
it's good to have you all back. My name is CB. I'm
if any of these teams that are worth their salt will be talking to most of the players.
very pretty today.
I mean, yeah, it's still better than lying. I mean, the truth is, like, the way I feel about all of these leakers is they're like the version you see of this in other esports, in mainstream sports, is it's leaked by actual journalists with actual sources, reliable information, credible stuff, blah 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 blah. In Overwatch, it's just somebody's mate told them something down the pub. Like, that's the equivalent of a fucking level of research going on, you know.
It's only been even more crazy. I mean, the last couple of games have kind of returned to normalcy, but day one really shook out in like.
I think it's like
Yeah, especially if you look at more towards the
especially if you know what's going on, or if you're like whether you're one of the players or you actually know the people. It's like so much of the stuff is just not just misleading or poorly phrased or something. It's like it's just blatantly not true.
Get really important, CB. You don't have an extra life to fall back onto. It is now or never for 4 of our teams looking to make.
I mean, the problem is there's just no due diligence done. Like, all these people are just fucking like They're just frauds. They're just jokes, right? Like, they're just spreading gossip. It's just gossip mongering. It's not anything proper. So, like, the fix for me, the fix to these leakers is piss off. Just piss off. Don't need them. Don't need them. Don't add anything.
In the history of Calling All Heroes, they've actually eliminated who is Narukado, which is really, really interesting considering that team.
Respond to Discord. What are you saying?
Earlier on in the series.
Do I know when AWW YASS? Maybe. Hold on, let me check.
Everybody. So the power scaling for this tournament is kind of frankly all over the place, and I feel like Nightmare Eclipse is, sitting back on top of it. And Queen's Gambit, EXO, Azathoth, these are two teams that have the potential to try and retake that throne. But will they be given the opportunity? They're going to have to go through one another to find out.
It's just crazy that we can't see both of these teams move on, CB, given their past performances. And
I think
these names, these rosters,
it's like, I'll type to you as well, but I think it's like March first or second weekend, I think.
This is also likely going to be the closest game of the day. I know we said that about our last one, okay? We didn't expect Nightmare Eclipse.
I'm not like 100%, but I'm relatively confident it's that. Because it starts on the 31st, and then we do 6 weeks of regular season, and then there's 2 weeks because regional playoffs is 2 weeks. Yeah.
So, as we learned from Velvet's interview that their Flex DPS missing, she was having some internet issues. Santix actually.
Do I know when there's a day off in February?
A Flex support player.
I think there's not. On the 28th, because when we go to regional playoffs, wait, hold on. Can I just show you my calendar? Hold on.
Compositions, the chaotic wrecking ball comps that we like to see them
play. I think it's this.
Yes, we're actually able to get the better of this team. Now,
so like,
is allegedly back to full strength.
Maybe my camera's in a way a little bit. Hold on.
On the lower bracket, and EXO Azathoth seem to be next up on the chopping block, but EXO
yeah. So I think what like regular season. So you'll play these 3 days, these 3 days, these 3 days, these 3 days, and then when we go to playoffs at the end, it's just Saturday and Sunday.
It's a real
for these weeks. Oh wait, is it even another week maybe?
There's 2 things that I want to.
Oh yeah, maybe it's sorry. I actually told you the wrong dates. I think it's 8th, 9th, Hadi.
All over Calling All Heroes. I thought we were about to get 2 Kindred.
Yeah, so Monday will be most likely off day. But the thing is as well, Hadi, is like
I can only be so lucky as to have 2 Kindred.
You'll have other off days because your team won't always have a game on every one of these days. So like, even though for the regular season we're gonna do 6 weeks of regular season where there's gonna be games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, your team won't have games on all those days. So you might have like Sunday off, for example. Yeah. So what you really need, I guess, is like the you need like the actual like schedule of when your games is from Blizzard. But I don't know if they'll give that to you before
in the Nightmare Eclipse game, yesterday, EXO Azathoth versus
before like they finish the qualifiers and they know who their top 8 teams are.
Even like Reaper and Sombra to the table at various points in time, but it just got completely hard countered because they were never able to execute on any of those win conditions because Nightmare Eclipse are just so much better on.
So I don't know if you'll get it until like after next week, maybe. You can always ask Blizzard and see if they can just tell you already, like they might already have it mapped out.
In the mirror and beat them, or you're just not going to beat them. And speaking
but like all of these days, like if you just want to do it on like a
kicking off on Lijiang Tower.
If you just want to do it on like Monday to Tuesday, you should be really fine, right?
We just don't get any of the other control maps, which I'm not necessarily complaining about.
Like the games are just going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So like outside of those, you'll be fine to play as like scrims and stuff. Yeah. You think 3rd? Yeah, I think you'll be fine for the 3rd. Yeah.
Night market by the looks of it here.
Yeah, like for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you'll be really fine.
I've seen Kindred play this Hazard, but she's often fallen back to that Mauga if she can't quite seem to get it working, whereas Santana has picked up that hero.
Yeah, so 4 days off. And then when we go to regional playoffs, it's just Saturday and Sunday as well, so like a bit more room as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this. You know, we have actually seen Exo Azathoth come
Good
out
work,
with
Trash
some,
Panda.
Samoa
Good
as
command.
well, which, by the way, I just remembered we've also seen Samoa. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, Paddy Power and Bet365.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen Nepal, which is the other map of the pool.
Got 'em in hand.
And every time I've seen that map scrimmed, everyone just scratches their heads. No one knows what to do with Nepal right now.
Yeah, find a day with no official and no
I mean,
scrims.
Queen's Gambit, they know
Yeah.
what to do here. They're also going to
Yeah, third's probably a good shout.
which is interesting. I think both teams
But without like your
kinda
full
have the
schedule,
same
it's hard to
idea.
be. Until Blizzard give
Also
that, it's
interesting
kind of
that Queen's
hard.
Gambit are playing a
But hopefully you're
very
alright.
narrow backline, which you
Alright,
don't
I'm gonna lock in,
usually
mate.
see, even on Lijiang with the hazard
Ooh,
composition.
what am I doing? My camera should not be in the middle of the screen anymore, probably. Seems reasonable, right? Alright, I was a bit of a Queen's Gambit head for this one. But judging by how this first fight has gone, maybe maybe I was wrong. It's alright, Haddy. We've had 2 3-0s, but we're going to get to a close series. I can feel it. Can feel it deep in my bones.
I think Queen's Gambit understands.
Alright, we're also in Amalgam Mirror. Juno Brig as well from Queen's Gambit. Interesting choices here.
And taking a duel within Amalga is just like an exercise in futility. So alright, we're gonna try and
right, center swinging wide through the mega.
Was the meta a couple
full rail in hand, misses it though. Farajul, first rocket connected. Jeremy's gonna be forced back. Allows Misson to get a bit of an angle now. And they've just taken over the map here. Misson's awfully low, doesn't get traded though. And they force Exo, or they force Azathoth back to the backup point. Trying to tighten the vice now, but Kuna finds that pick onto Misson again, trying to come in through that flank. They commit to the fight anyway. Back shots going into Santana, making her life really difficult. Kuna good for another one. And Azathoth holding strong.
The team that's in control when you have this far a composition, because you have access to that entire coastline where you can constantly just pump in rockets at wherever Queen's Gambit want to try and walk in. Whereas like Misson on the other side has
Santic's
to
not playing. No,
where, you know,
not seen her. I think in any of the series we've watched, or at least the ones we've seen on stream from
them. They have all
them.
the positioning. They have all the opportunities to create these fights wherever they want. And with Jeremy now having
all right, big ult fight coming up here. All the ults slightly quicker for Exo.
Let Queen's Gambit walk right into this death trap.
Whoa! The anti-air whip. All right, Kitsune Rush comes out. They have Ray now, and Scuffed will drop it. Now they can push back in. Cage has been used from Kindred. Santana mirrors for Cage, but dies for it. They are all trapped in that cage. Barrage from Missing to try and turn it. Not enough, though. Velvet is still in, but 1v3 will be forced to reset. I don't know if they get a touch here, really.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying, Shiny.
I don't think you're going to get another chance here. I mean, we're going to see Senna pop the overclock, but there's not going to be a touch. So Velvet goes for the reset there, but she had the rally.
Disaster
Honestly,
there.
I think with only 2 members left on the side of Exo Azathoth, you probably could have popped that rally and used that just to stall out and buy more time. Maybe even, you know, if you
Yeah, that's why I saw her
Santix
play in OWCS as well. That's where she kind of went off.
But that was a long shot from the beginning. Okay, now Queen's Gambit are just pulling out what Exo was playing in the last map on Volcano. We're okay. I think both teams are overcooking things a little bit here. Like okay.
Reaper Sombra's good in the Amalgam Mirror.
Overcooked against Nightmare. Queen's Gambit kind of undercooked by not having their flex
They can play
DPS
Reaper
in
Sombra.
at the right time. But
It's
now,
alright. Amalgam Mirror?
I'm not even
It's really
sure
okay.
what is going on here. Pauline gonna go even swap over to the Juno. So, I mean, we have different.
All right, let's see it.
Supports. Okay, there we go. All right, yeah. Back over to Kiriko. But yeah, Senna is going to play the Sombra. It is a good counter to the Mago composition, though, because you can just completely negate.
All right, early space for Queen's Gambit onto this high ground. Exo, they want space, they want distance, and they're trying to play the far side off this point. Even though, very enclosed point control center, you know, because there's a roof. Actually, still a lot of space on this point. It's still relatively open, and this is going to go for a TP, but it's caught, but they catch Jeremy. Traded 1 for 1, but they have a little bit of space on point now. Santana will reload and keep pushing. This goes for the Stomp. Stomp is good. Suzu not quite in time to save it, and Kindred will fall as a result. There we go. They're so back. Never lost faith in Queen's Gambit, not even for a millisecond. Roll out from Santana to get onto the high ground.
Good stop.
And clean up the last of these kills. Beautiful.
This is a mirror comp that I.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry.
This is a mirror comp that I don't know that like Exo Azathoth really wanted to take, because Santana's Mauga is stellar. Like, she plays it in such a weird way where
I was on the wrong tap.
Not even a weird way, just she plays it well. Like you can't really do a whole lot about it. One of the things that's kind of crucial about that last fight though is the fact that Senna gets traded out and is only 35% to that EMP. Currently, it's on pace with Kindred, but if that
Ash swap is interesting.
losing Senna trying to go for this EMP charge, you're losing the entire region.
Hard to get space. TP in, sleeps avoided. There we go. Anna's going to get caught. It's why we don't see a lot of Anna in these type of compositions, even though Ash up into Malga is okay. They kill Kuna during all of it. They're trying to flip the point. They do flip the point. Stolen by Jeremy and all of this. He's going to be able to get out as well.
Cool. Whatever you do, Jeremy.
Alright, well, Queen's Gambit are going to
Flip it right back, so only 4% achieved.
Over to Exo Azathoth. Don't spend it all in one place.
Ray up for Scuff, so another chance to be aggressive, and they just want to keep going, taking this Anna out of the game. Jeremy's going to keep playing this flank. They're trying to get point force going as well. They should be able to clear this Tracer.
Looks like it should be a good fight for Queen's Gambit.
Orbital Ray is just a win button. Like, let's be honest with ourselves.
TP has been forced. Now the Orbital Ray comes around. They've lost Miss an early cage trade, and the cage, they can't use their Ray because they're trapped in the cage. Kindred is still awfully low though. Can they find the kill? Rally going. Velvet will finish out with the help of Senna. Senna now in the back, gets two and gets out. Oh, beautiful from Senna. That felt a little bit scary when Scuff's Ray was moving outside of that cage fight.
They should have needed to use the
But
rally to try
unlucky Main didn't have the beat. They didn't have other stuff to throw into that. 32-10 is Senna.
The go button they
It's
were
just
going for was to try
Senna's
and
so
cover
much
that
easier to
with
say than
the cage, but they
32-10.
lose out on that
EMP
second
in
point.
early, catches the Anna. Wherever kills, Barrage coming out back. Backline has died. Barrage only finds one in response to this though. They need to get the touch Exo. Blossom comes in. They've still got trades actually. They might have a lifeline here, Exo. Full pocket from Senna onto point. Will get forced back. Virus hits Kuna as well. Beat has to come through from Unlucky Main, and that will put him over the edge, but it costs him that extra ultimate to get back onto point. Oh wait, it's not out of it yet. Missing gets the trade onto Kuna. Back into Santana as well. Low on HP. Pauline trying to keep everyone topped up on point. They might be able to stabilize, but Velvet is back in here. No ults just yet. And with the Malga falling, they will have to disengage. Alright, and Exo, they get themselves back on,
you don't have presence on the
back
point. You
in
have
it.
Kindred and a flex support, and unless you can actually get access to Pauline to cut off that flow of healing, you're just never going to melt a Malga.
Tracer is a bit of a weird one here.
Properly getting a little bit of percentage build up and some decent positioning. Kuna's off
Pressure onto Scuffed.
Gonna make it difficult for these supports to try
Kindred
and get
has the cage here.
Scuffed has to have,
Huge
like,
advantage for
Velvet,
Exo.
attached at the hip.
Oh, the assassination doesn't land. Good pocket in the end. Packs go out. They lose Velvet though. Cage is invested. Ray again. The Ray is going out of the cage though. They still manage to break the cage. Now they can get back in their own Ray. They're grouping up on it. Pulse Bomb is good. Takes down Senna. But they've got themselves over to point and they're forcing the flip right now. Paulina's going to have to drop the Kitsune Rush. Santana still trades for Lucio. Beat was coming up fast as well. Scuffed is awfully low. They need to keep Scuffed up. Coming back is Jeremy. Touch comes through from Kindred. Counter slam from Santana. Damage on, and look at all the ults coming up for Queen's Gambit. They've got so many things to finish it with here. They might not even need any of them. There's for Blossom. EMP up, rally going. And that'll tie us up 1-1.
So, like, I like the composition that Queen's Gambit come out here with. It doesn't ever feel like it actually gets executed properly, but they still have the same kill potential and the same
You miss Hunter? It'll be back. It'll be back.
In the end, kind of,
You can't keep a good man down.
There's a couple points in time
You also
where it's
can't
a
keep
lot
Hunter
more close
down.
and a lot more of a dogfight than it really has any business being, right? Like, you have, like, 3 potential major fight winning ultimates on your side, and you're using them. You're just not able to get them in combination with these other ults. You're having to invest the rally when you don't really need to. Your Reaper's like using Death Blossom just kind of raw with like no one locked down.
Who didn't? Sorry, I didn't hear. Who said? What did? Who's? Which team was that in reference to? Artemis is the question.
As we move back over to Gardens, we're gonna take back to the skies. Both teams gonna.
Queen's
swap
Gambit.
onto the
I felt like they played for comp fine, honestly.
Sombra anymore. Maybe Senna makes a swap just to try and grief Jeremy, but no, it's gonna be the Sojourn all the way here.
That's more what we're used to.
Can't wait to clear the O. No, you don't. You only clear U's, Toby. You don't clear the O. Come on. All right, Hazard on the side of Santana, sticking with the Malga is Kindred. Farah's in play. Senna has Rail. Oh no, used it. Jeremy all over him, but full pocket from Velvet, giving Senna a bit of space. Oh, hits that Rail. Can they push for kill? Needs a pack. Lucio threatening them as well. Velvet's in big trouble on point. Jeremy's trying to force this kill. Unlucky Main will finish it. And now Senna, no pocket on this flank. Awfully low, completely out of a fight in reality. And they're losing this fight at the front as well.
Yeah, like, I don't think I like the Juno break backline in this day and age personally. Like, especially coupled with the Hazard, because like, you're losing out on so much utility, and like you're playing up against.
All right, awkward retake here with the Sojourn Farah. Would prefer to see a Genji with the Hazard, honestly.
Has done so against a litany of Farah players throughout.
Force
her
for
career.
TP out. Mission's going to start forcing point right now.
Playing at a deficit the whole time,
Trying to make a move in. Hazard
You don't
dive
wanna
comes
be in an
into the
uphill
back.
battle
Lots of
with
pressure. Kuna is low. Santana has taken so much damage. Just gets obliterated as they go in here. Did make a lot of space, so they trade 1-for-1, but tank disadvantage right now. Pauline in a lot of trouble. They're cleaning up these kills, though. Velvet is in all sorts of difficulty. That'll be a quick second fight as well.
And like the Juno has to play in a position where like there's not going to be a tank anywhere like nearby. Like you can just have.
All right, Ray now up from Scuffed. This should give him a much better opportunity in this next fight. The problem is, EXO, they have a lot of their ults as well, so even though Ray might beat Kitsune Rush in isolation, but when they can throw in the cage, the barrage, all this other stuff, the downpour just doesn't compare in these type of ult trades. Looks like they want to take it over bridge. Mission's going to die early. So they're just going to have to cancel this one. And it's going to be one more shot Queen's Gambit get at this.
Basically, this whole objective.
I mean, an orbital ray is still strong enough where you can overcome like a 4-to-1 ult deficit, but like you're not ever really going to get a good chance to pop that.
Santana's moving in. It's a very split push though. Santana's going to get caged. There's just no way to get... Where are they? Where's the team? Oh, what was this? That's a disaster from Queen's Gambit, actually. EXO should be pushing more here. Like, go push for these stagger kills. If they get stagger kills, they just win the map off it. I mean, they're still in a good position to win the map. Now Santana going for the touch. Ray over the top, out the choke. Santana needs to get into that Ray. Beat in response. Kitsune Rush from Pauline as well. Everything getting thrown into this. Barrage and all of that as well. Shut down by Jeremy. And the Ray and the Rally, they get it going. They get the retake. It costs them everything. There's a price they had to pay. And to be fair, I mean, EXO, they actually invested 4 ults as well. So a 4v4 ult trade, really happy with this. But it needs to be perfect from Queen's Gambit here on.
You really have to try and get a good ult rotation going. Like, you're seeing 15% across the board for the rest of Queen's Gambit's ultimates. Like, you have to try and weather the storm long enough to get back up to another.
The real problem is going to be, the next big problem for Queen's Gambit is going to be in his cage timing, because Kindred might have cage before any of their other major ults come online. Santana's taking a lot of early damage. Oh, what? How does this happen? Pulse one doesn't land either. They needed a clutch. And how does that happen?
Push back into this objective. The proactiveness from Azathoth keeps catching the orange team off guard entirely. No more touches to come into this point.
Ends with a whimper, not a bang.
Yeah, and like so
that's
like
a real
said
disaster.
At the beginning of the show, like Azathoth is one of these teams that's not afraid to venture outside of the Hazard meta. I don't really know that Queen's Gambit should have tried to mirror that for too long. I mean, it kind of worked out for them on Control Center, but like
missing them pulses.
Trying to mirror the Farah didn't work out too well on Gardens. I think that is something you're gonna have to worry about because we know that Azathoth love to try and play that Farah. And like the best way to shut that down isn't going to be just to have your own Farah and try and mirror it. Like unless you are the better Farah team, which they haven't been scrimming this.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to go. They just need to not fight the Mauga at all. If they're like Santana, I mean, to be fair, I don't even know that was that, but it wasn't that they were not trying to avoid the Mauga and hit the other key targets. Santana was just. It was just felt like individual blunders that just taking a billion damage before the fight, getting one shot before the fight, like if your tank's getting magic pick before the fight, it's got to fall in the avoidable category, you know. So I don't know. That was an ugly way to lose in the end. That's a shame.
Easily for best tank as of now. Jeremy can be comfortable on that Farah and outshone Vincent drastically just because they have more practice on it as of late. I think we overcooked too, just with the Juno break backline. I don't think I liked that, nor do I really want to see that again today. Over to Ray, it's a good ult, but at the end of the day, you're giving up your speed, you're giving up your survivability of your supports, and
understandably not Li Chang enjoyers. It's just a classic don't like China situation. It's an MCD situation. That's what it is.
But not because of the meta mirror and mirror, but based on these hero picks that we're gonna get.
Like we're gonna be going to
all right, so that's a next.
The one like consolation I'll give to like the Judo break backline is that it does have a.
I mean, I don't think is the Juno Brig that bad if they're just playing
You don't
Malga.
have to worry about that, so you don't really need Kitty survive.
Like, wasn't the main reason Juno Brig started to lean out of it was because Hazard was like the Brig's life is just really hard into Hazard, but into the Malga, I feel like it should feel fine.
Dive composition that's not being.
Where's Prash? We need the India buff. Where is Captain Prash when we need him most?
Then like it's just not gonna work out. I've heard a couple players telling me that like there's still teams like even in Korea trying to make the Juno work, and I just I haven't seen the smoke from it. I'm not convinced that there's a fire there.
No, it's not. It's not been able to work, especially if you're going to play against that.
You pinged him? Cheers. Alright, not a lot of time for these bets. They're flying through these maps. No time wasted. Alright, so predictions in. You've got not a whole lot of time if you wanna put your money on the line.
Can't play the Hazard, but she hasn't found the same amount of success on it as the Malga. And if it ain't broke, why even try?
So they're more likely to get the Hazard mirror here. How anti-Hazard, I guess, are EXO as part of the question.
TP Brawl, that'd also be pretty fun, but how does Queen's Gambit respond?
I guess we'll see. Are they really going to roll out on Reinhardt?
Well, okay,
I don't.
So
wait. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, I'll believe it when I see it.
With the Malga composition again, so they're falling back to that that same counter composition that did work on Control Center, which does have like some legs to it on Saravasa, and maybe with like less flank angles, you're gonna be a little bit less worried about Jeremy getting access to like your backline, putting some pressure out there. You're gonna be a lot less worried about like Kindred just getting like a free overrun stomp onto the Juno Break backline. Jeremy is still gonna come out here with the Pharah. I don't.
All right, I'm looking in. Nope, more Malga. Reaper Sombra. All right, I can dig it. I can dig it.
It'll start to see its stocks rise a little bit.
Is that the end of the world for Jeremy? Because there's no one really to shoot at him.
A little bit harder on this first point. It's so open, long sightlines, etc., etc. So harder for Queen's Gambit's comp than it would be when we saw it on, say, Control Center or something. But I think the matchup is fine. This type of Malga mirror.
Jeremy can kind of just hug these pillars and make everyone play Rocket Dodgeball instead of Overwatch.
Whoa!
Wishes that she was playing Overwatch. Kuna found
Yeah, bit of a problem. Magic pick. Kindred is actually losing this HP trade pretty hard despite them getting that opening pick. So somehow, someway, Queen's Gambit seems to be winning the long fight on point. Missen's going to TP in. Will be forced to Wraith, surely. Missen's going to need... Oh, going to need so much help. Went too deep. Greeted too long on the Wraith.
Being down a player now, you got Senna back in the fold, but she has to do
so still a 5v4. Senna is back. Santana. Somehow Kindred has taken so much damage in these situations, honestly. They've got control of point, and despite having a comp that's worse over this distance and being a player down, they just keep winning the spam fight. Senna's down again, but now the Ray comes out in response, looking for the Torpedo Connect. Hits a few targets, but can they finish it? They're just about pocketing through all of it now, and Unlucky Mate about to have the beat over top, but they lose Santana. And honestly, 48%. Not the worst, considering they were constantly down to 4 players, Queen's Gambit, honestly.
Way too late, and Senna dies before the orbital ray comes out. Sure, you have a lot of sustained healing, but you don't actually have any damage to make good use of that ultimate. And, you know, Missen, by the way, swaps off the Reaper over onto the Genji. We still have a very front-loaded, DPS-heavy...
Okay. Genji, again, probably a bit easier. Nicer into the Pharah. Nicer over these sort of bigger distances than the Reaper is as well.
It's just never gonna work out.
Gonna go clear out this side. Tiny little green heart crosshair. Kuna has the overclock on point. They have a slight cage advantage as well, and Senna doesn't have that EMP yet to counter out the cage. Cage will be invested early from Kindred, and there's the barrage combo. And Queen's Gambit, they wanted to play slow for ults, but EXO, as soon as they saw him step up, they deal with it.
We get one more staggering kill here, and Velvet, 1 HP. Jeremy has to reload. Kuna confirms it. That's
all right, nicely done.
Be another touch for Queen's Gambit, especially with Velvet being that close to the round.
I don't know. Has anyone got for touching him?
I think like maybe you have Senna, but it's in a position to get a touch.
Where's Senna?
Not, then like you just kind of get this.
The problem is it's probably like a die for touch. Yeah, they're just gonna have to concede it. That's a shame. After they actually did really well in the first fight.
About how Senna has been getting caught out on the Sombra. She's just now getting close.
Nice, Captain Prash. That's why they didn't win the first one. They didn't get the India buff, but now they have the India buff. Queen's Gambit will be able to turn it around. So don't worry if you bet on Queen's Gambit. It's basically your money's in the bank.
And counteract one of the biggest fight-winning ultimates and turn it on its head, so you have the advantage.
All right, counterping comes out. Overclock invested, but there's the case. There's the rally. Beat is hopelessly late from Unlucky Main, and that'll save no one for it as well. 2 for 2 ult trade. I'm feeling good about that
so
one.
Now there's like nothing that Senna really has to use the CMP for. So if I know her, I think they're gonna want to try and use this aggressively.
And now,
but like
looking pretty if you're Queen's Gambit. You got the EMP, you got the Blade, got the Ray.
Which again, those are two
Looking really good. And this is where, all of a sudden, part of the reason we saw NRG run the Sombra at Stockholm was the power in these big ult fights that the EMP has. Multiple options here for Queen's Gambit. Did they just take the Ray for Kitsune Rush trade? Did they go early with an EMP or a Blade or something like that? Looks like they're going to let EXO come towards point, actually. Maybe just going to be happy to trade that Ray for that Kitsune Rush. Can even throw the Blade in over top here. EXO have a really difficult way to, or really limited options in terms of taking this fight. There's the Kitsune Rush for Ray trade. Blade over the top from Missing here. So much damage. Just chews through that Malga HP. Conservative, doesn't go for more, doesn't risk it.
Yeah, and that's
they'll win the fight.
Exactly what I wanted to see. You do actually hold
couple of kills.
EMP, and I imagine
his touch is really awkward now for EXO as well. Maybe unlucky main needs to make some money moves. But they can fight early. Kuna's going to go on to Tracer. Eyes on this Lucio. They're not going to get the touch if they don't go. Yeah, they're just conceding it then. Tied up 1-1. The India buff is working.
Even though they lose Missing, that kind of sucks. But you know, what can you do? Sometimes
now where are we going? Point B, it looks like. Over to point B. Looks like EXO will get there first. They have the barrage, but Missing can mark that with deflect. And Senna still has his EMP. Though, the fights have happened. There's been enough time between when Senna has charged his EMP and now Kindred is close to Cage. I think Senna should potentially consider saving the EMP if they even can. Want to use it to counter the Cage, and Kindred's just caught here. Won't even get to the Cage. Never mind, doesn't matter. What is Kindred playing at? Counterpin, barrage comes in. They're not marking it as well as they could have done, really. So it is 4v4, but Malga advantage is massive in this situation for Queen's Gambit here. They beam down the Lucio. They're in control, and they should be able to get first flip, but Jeremy snaked his way over the roof. Gets that trade onto the Juno, and that's a massive trade as well. So they do get first flip, but it's going to be a quick recontest here from Kindred, and Santana will go down. It's a massive pick from Jeremy. Massive. Hey, Nax.
Yeah, like Jeremy, again, like takes down Velvet and then also takes down Scuffed, and Santana's like never able to deal
All right,
with
coming up to a pretty stacked bank here, and Kindred finds himself in that situation
from the side of Azathoth,
where she can't really use the Cage, because if you use the Cage, she gets EMP'd, so she either has to use the Cage in a situation she's happy to get EMP'd just to force it out, or just keep holding it. Senna moving into position, trying to deal with this Tracer. Pulse Bomb will be wide. Cage comes out from Kindred down. There's the EMP. Jeremy's going to get caught in that one as well, and it's devastating, isn't it? The exact setup they wanted. What you need to do if you're Kindred in this situation, right, where you're in this checkmate situation where, well, if I press Cage, they're going to press EMP and then my Cage will get no value. What you need to do is you either need to Cage early or something, but you need to Cage in a way where you'll get EMP'd, alright, but maybe then you can get Suzu'd or you can get it cleansed in some way and nobody else gets caught in the EMP. There, Jeremy way too close gets caught in the EMP and it just becomes the easiest kill in the world for Queen's Gambit here. So a tricky situation for EXO to try and play their way out of that they weren't able to. And the ult bank is still massive. They can Ray in response to this Kitsune Rush now if they want. Slam comes in. Cage from Santana. She dies for it, but the Cage does go off and the Ray is coming through. They're still playing in the Ray, looking for more kills. Even with tank disadvantage, they should be able to win this fight. They're going to keep pushing as well. It's a good push. Sombra swap from Kuna.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit just cleaned that one up, and like, sure, you lose Santana as you
scary moment. Oh wait, was he Ajax in that? Oh dear.
It just doesn't work out for
oh dear.
Now they're gonna have to mirror this.
Bad to worse.
Jeremy can't stay on the far anymore, and Kuna wants to try and mirror the Sombra, but like, you know,
and Queen's Gambit in pole position.
In Queen's Gambit's favor, they're gonna have, you know, they're gonna be close to that EMP. They're 1 point away.
Yeah, and that's another option. Next is just to keep holding it, but I feel like that you get into this weird situation where both of you are just holding your ults, you're in like just this weird stalemate. Holding close at the choke here, EXO. Queen's Gambit need to be careful. They have the rally, but no ult, so EXO might just go early. They're all round. They know they're there. Get the rally going, Velvet. Get the rally going. Needs to help Santana right now. Missing's going to invest the Blade as well. They need to use both. Only one kill with that Blade damage as well. But Missing needs help. Oh, needs help with this Malga. Punching. Stop. Stop doesn't land. For Pocket is there just in time from Scuffed. Oh, that was a bit scary from Queen's Gambit there. EXO, ultimately, they trade 0 ults for 2 ults. Queen's Gambit didn't want to have to use both there. I think Santana took too much damage. We needed a rally earlier from Velvet once they see they're all close there, honestly.
It's probably not going to be happening anytime soon, especially if Missin has anything to say about it.
Okay.
That's, by the way, I think the second
So Queen's Gambit in position to tie this one up. Counterpin comes out. Actually, Santana in trouble, but Kindred in bigger trouble. She will fall. And now it's going to be EMP versus EMP. Kindred has for Cage, though. So again, we get the same sort of dynamic between Kindred and Santana in terms of this situation. But what you can do now is if Kindred drops for Cage, Kindred gets EMP'd. Kuna can just hit the counter EMP, hopefully catch more of Queen's Gambit. But the swing factor here is as long as Scuff's Ray go off, they're in a great position to win this fight. And the ults are just better on Queen's Gambit's comp. That's why they're playing these heroes. It's working for them. Kindred coming in. Cage immediately. Oh, it's a miss Cage. It's a miss Cage. Going to get EMP anyway. It's a massive EMP as well. The Ray's dropped in. And this should just be map counter EMP from Kuna. But I don't know if they can turn any kills because they're still playing in the Ray. Kitsune Rush has come out. I don't think they've quite found the kills they needed though. Oh, Missin doesn't finish this one. He's going to get away with it. Oh, taken too long. The escape from Pauline is massive. Oh, it felt like that was Queen Gambit's moment right there. They got the Ray off. I thought they had it when that Ray kept going. The EMP was massive. The Cage missed to begin with anyway from Kindred. But now, look at this. Queen's Gambit. Cage, Blade, Rally. Need to make sure they get the Cage and the Rally before they really commit to this fight. But the beat might not be enough. The Blossom from Jeremy might not be enough to see them through this. Just need to make sure they get these ults up, Queen's Gambit, before they really commit. One fight to win the map.
Really difficult for Azathoth to hold on to this. This has got to be the best sound barrier of...
Walking forward, playing aggressively here. Unlucky main has been Virus. Cage will come out. Blossom is cancelled by the hack right now. Beat over the top from Unlucky main, but the Blade is going. Can they cut through? Can they have the damage? They've not found any kills. Pauline's escaped on 2 HP again. How does she keep getting away with it? They find no kills with Cage Blade. Oh, even with the beat, you'd think they had enough to cut through it, but no, they don't. Oh, and EXO have pulled this one out of nowhere. They had to win several really difficult fights to win this point.
Queen's Gambit gonna have to get
and we'll
that
go
one
to
up and running
Fountain
quickly.
to finish it.
Flashpoint's gonna be, and they should be able to get there first because of the spawns. But you're looking at
Cage for Kindred. Senna nearly has that EMP. Kuna's not far behind either, and his EMPs charge very quickly in these Malga mirrors.
Near the Death Blossom, the Orbital Ray is still a little bit behind as well. So Exo Azathoth, I think they're sitting pretty here. If Kindred gets a good cage,
Ooh, they know Kindred's coming. Can they get away from this cage? Drops it. Only catches for Malga, actually. EMP's not there for Senna. Santana's in big trouble. They kill it. Santana gets out. EMP nearly up for Senna. Could it be the final blow? 1-for-1 trade. They've lost Scuffed. Go for it, Senna. Finish him. EMP comes out. They need the kills. They need to kill Kuna before they can counter EMP. They get it. There we go.
Yeah, it does kind of end up right.
They kill that cage so quickly as well.
Earlier, but Scuff does have to pay the
and a
price,
good
so
first fight. Now Scuffed has the Ray.
Get a little bit of healing, get up that orbital Ray.
And even though it's technically, you know, EXO, they have 2 ults, Gambit, they have 1. But the Ray is so powerful. When EMP into Ray, I don't think feels that great. So I think if I'm Kuna, I don't know how I go for this EMP, really. I think EMP into Ray can be really low impact. They need Scuff to get it, though. Still 2% away, 2% away. Has the Ray now. Are they just disengaging this Kitsune Rush? Gonna disengage it for free, concede for cap for it, and now repush with the Ray. Just need to keep eyes. Need to be wary of this Blossom as well. The Ray comes out now, looking for the EMP. Kuna's going to commit into it, but the Ray is still going. The EMP does nothing against it. They go for a Blossom, but the Ray is too powerful. That's what I'm talking about. EMP into Ray is not a good ult to use into that ult. And now, they are in a great position because Kuna used that EMP, Jeremy used the Blossom, Unlucky main has the beat. But look at it. Cage, Rally, Blossom, it's got to be unlosable for Queen's Gambit.
I think the EMP, you'd like to have it now because there's so many ults that you would love to be able to have that as a tool to counter with, you know? You got a Death Blossom.
Coming through the choke, holding close. Rally used from Velvet, Beat will be used in response. Cage not quite there for Santana yet, still 1% away. Cage is now available. The Cage comes down, it catches the Reaper. Blossom over the top to finish that one. The combo is good. Kuna can get the touch to keep forcing overtime. Dies for it now, and it's just the backline left. EXO can't do anything. Queen's Gambit, they do it. They get it over the line.
Their own comp and will tie us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah,
The India buff
Azathoth, like,
doesn't let us
Queens Gambit
down.
Played this same counter composition in Major 3, and that's what took them all the way to Grand Finals, and damn near let them overcome Nightmare Eclipse in those Grand Finals, but it just isn't the same. You know, we're in a completely different landscape, and for whatever reason, I feel like EXO Azathoth just haven't seen this counter comp coming, but in terms of going back to what worked before, it feels like
Broadwin, EXO take it 3-1.
They still understand that, like, once you build up that EMP, you can just completely shut down anything that the enemy team wants to do. And Kuna, like, all credits to Kuna, just wasn't as insane.
And all right, I told you I had a good feeling about this series. I told you we were going to get a close one eventually. I knew it. Could feel it in my bones, and my bones.
That's kind of a
My
throwaway,
bones
like,
knew
'cause
it.
You're never going to be able to get the follow-up damage through all of the healing that comes out. Sure, you do kind of like gut some of the utility that people want to use in that orbital ray to put out some of that damage, but like again, you don't have the damage yourself. You can't.
That reminds me, Trash Panda. I think one of the stream elements things, it's one of the emotes doesn't work on it. It's like the endorse one doesn't work.
It's such a devious combo.
It like comes up
EMP can
bugged.
shut down both of those at once, but you end up shutting down neither and just fall to bolt.
And this is kind of, it almost went back to when Kuna swapped to the
And yeah, the main difference we're really seeing here is that once we get into this Malga mirror, very similar to Stockholm, right? It's very much a very much a ult heavy, big ult trades in multiple fights comp, all about the macro. And Queen's Gambit, they just have the better ults for it. They just have the better ults for it. We did see over onto the Reaper Sombra, Exo's comp, they did adapt. But the Lucio Kiri, this is what I mean about the Juno Brig, right, as well. This is what I mean about the Juno Brig. How great was it that they had the Ray in some of these fights? And the Ray was just worth more than a single ult, right?
In the micro play, going head to head with like Nightmare Eclipse or
You threw so hard, you thought every OBS.
you know, how strong your team is feeling that day, if
you
you're
need like.
full strength or not.
This will be a tangent now. Will probably only be interesting for Toby. But you know, in my code where I had I had a switch basically, which would just be like, tell it if it's swap and look for different colors based on left and right. You know.
They're gonna take us to push and. Esperanza to me
because of that exact thing of like stuff swapping sides.
Like they still want to try and play this Malga.
You'll be all right though, Toby. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
I don't think you can play the Hazard into this at all, even if it is a very strong map for that specific tank hero. You kind of just got to keep with what you're going. And this time I'd like to see Kuna start on the Sombra, so hopefully we don't end up in this type of situation where EXO Azathoth are constantly behind.
And all right, straight into Esperanza. No time wasted. Predictions are open if you want them.
But it's going to be like a lot of push maps. The start of this map. How is this tempo is set? How far are we going to get this bot initially? And also when and where those ultimates are being used.
I do also kind of want to.
Maybe it's just different lobby admins.
These are both teams.
So they just have like a different things they.
Finals again, that winning the championship.
Different things they do.
Honestly, I think it would be an upset for either of these teams to beat Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, on mine when I had it, the code just switched for colors basically, or which colors it looked for instead. It wasn't actually. It was like a pain when I realized the problem, but it wasn't actually that bad to like work around it.
Because their micro play is just so much better.
Right, Esperanza then. So is this a sign that maybe this feels like one where Malga would be harder and Hazard would be easier?
Like, they can't just try and get away with this Malga composition forever.
So maybe maybe there are some Noahs in chat. EXO kind of just on the
What is in front of us is EXO Azathoth.
Are they just on this Malga perma? That's just their lives now? Are they going to keep forcing it in every situation they can? Because Esperanza maybe seems a weird pick for that. Or are they just like, just a bit more Malga pilled than others, but still play Hazard? I can't remember exactly from when we saw him play yesterday. It was a lot of Malga.
Like, it worked out decently well. We didn't see Scuffed and Velvet get picked off nearly as much as before. I think it's harder to play the Pharah on that map, so they weren't taking as much poke damage. But their positioning also got a lot better. Is that really reasonable to keep that up?
You think it's all about the Pharah? Okay. I mean, this is a pretty decent one for Pharah, I think.
DPS line, and I think against EXO Azathoth, like, we're kind of getting into positions where you can keep it up. Because, like, EXO's not playing, like, a dive.
Ooh, hold on.
There's
Have I got a good message?
Like, a Genji.
No.
You do kind of have to worry
Oh, it's a
about,
cat.
like,
It is a
Kuna
good
on the
message.
tracer, but unless Kuna gets, like,
Thanks, Panda.
right up in Scuff's business, like, you're never going to be able to get that one clip completely. And I
Panda's
think Velvet
cat.
is a competent enough Brigitte to be
Watching
able
the
to
stream.
do that. So just like a Tracer, I don't think you got to worry about that too much.
What a cutie.
It's like a Sombra Tracer or a Sombra Reaper or any of those like kind of close range flank DPS lines.
I like the lighting as well. You've got a real cozy vibe with that
The
lighting.
problem. And as long as EXO don't come out with either of those, and they can kind of keep their support so they're not subject to just random forest spam, it's not the worst, but you have to try and build your orbital rays fast because you're not going to be able to put out as much damage as the Kiriko is. We've seen a lot of like really strong Kiriko play, a lot of frag potential coming out from that back line. You can't really match that, so you do have to make sure that you are getting those.
It looks
rays
warm
so
as well.
DPS can
That's
make
like,
up that deficit
is my
whenever you
heating
have
on?
that ult
Maybe I need to top my heating up. Maybe I'll be okay. I'll be warmed by Overwatch.
It's harder and harder every
Nice
time.
shirt, Glads fan. This is from 2018 as well. This is some real, a real OG merch here. 2018 Glad shirt. Can you believe it? It's really nice as well. It's got like, can I show you? Yeah, like the black stripe. I actually really like it. It's a little bit like, obviously because it's quite old, you know, where like it just starts fluffing a little bit, but I like it. It's good. Happy I got it. Happy I still have it. All right, looks like it's Malga all the way.
It feels like it, and like EXO
Jeremy,
like they do have a pretty good read
sticking
on it
to his
because they
Pharah.
understand, like they're not gonna mirror the Juno break backline because of the threat of the hazard, right? Like the fact that Santana could just jump on a Juno and just.
All right, so again, lots of the same principles are going to apply here whenever we see hazard into the Malga. Is that if it can just be a front to back fight where the tanks get to meet in the middle and Santana is stuck fighting Kindred, the hazard team's going to have a really bad time. It's going to be difficult for Queen's Gambit. One thing we saw in Lijiang Tower was Santana was just taking so much damage from this Pharah Sojourn Malga combo. Now she actually wasn't able to find many meaningful targets. So need an improvement from Santana here. Can't afford to get caught so often. Needs to find ways past and round for Malga. Oh, Missen's gonna catch for Pharah. That'll do it. They've avoided the Malga. Now Santana comes back in over the top of Kindred's head, kills Kuna with that combo. And it's looking good for EXO. I told you Queen's Gambit were gonna win this series. Why do you guys never listen to me? I'm a wealth of good information and knowledge.
People are gonna think I'm crazy when I say this, but Sojourn Slide is actually
I framed it.
cooldowns in this meta. Because if a Sojourn uses it to get into
Take that as a compliment or I'll take it as a compliment.
That's a free kill for a hazard. So if you can bait out Slide and make
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Jeremy almost exclusively on the Pharah.
Position, that's a free kill every single time. And EXO Azathoth are going to be playing in so many different places that
it was a pain to frame though. It was a real bugger. I think the Malga into the hazard is okay on certain maps. I don't know if this map falls into that category. I'm actually, honestly, really surprised EXO have picked this. Because it feels like an awkward one to play Malga into it. And... oh, hits the stop! Can't quite pocket Kindred through it, but they might be able to trade for kill out. Kindred's still full HP, but again, look at this. Kindred's trying to find value, misses for rollout, but there's no one chasing.
Business is over. All right, we're now
but you can see Queen's Gambit, they're active.
Look at Kuna's ult charge, by the way.
They're on their toes, and they are finding all these targets. Jeremy has got the swap. Nyx has got his wish. Onto the Reaper now. Kitsune rush from the top right from Scarfed will waterfall its way down, get everyone, and it's going to be a disengage from EXO. And disengage looks good, actually. Kindred manages to get out of that one. Suzu's back as well. Now they can re-push. Don't have their own support ults just yet. You see Missen lurking underneath in this pulse bomb. They have to be careful. Needs to force for Suzu first, though. Pauline's low just kills her. Easy one for Missen. Now the pulse bomb is open if they find it as well, but they're just walking it around the corner. And they are getting pushed over right now. No trades either. So this snowball is getting scary. Really scary.
The other one is Suzu, and that was used just for EXO Azathoth to get out there. So you have Missen who can just go in.
They do have support ult advantage now, EXO, and obviously they have that cage coming up soon. But the damage is kind of already done. 90 meters and counting on the board for Queen's Gambit. Kitsune Rush will come out right now. Velvet has the beat to mirror if they need it, but Santana just trying to buy time, block it. Oh, they lose Santana. Surprised we didn't get the response beat there from Velvet. They just accept the fight for one. They trade Kindred, though. So EXO give themselves a chance to go on the front foot here, looking for a few late staggered kills, but not finding anything. Queen's Gambit now come back, Beat versus Beat, but they have that cage to deal with here. So we saw a few hazards using their downpour in the enemy cages, and it does seem to turn the tides a little bit against some of the cage fights, because if you're stuck fighting in the cage, but you're stuck rooted as well, so you can't even dodge or use any cover, it can be difficult. Beat will come out from Velvet, but Unlucky Main has it to match. Downpour comes out now. Downpour catches a lot of them as well. Lucio is caught in there. Senna will hit the execute. And there we go, the Downpour matches up quite nicely into it again.
Yeah, and that Reaper flag,
and now straight back to EXO's base.
Awesome. I mean, you've got it now, but it's
DPS ults are available here.
Like you said, you weren't able to break that forward spawn.
Scuffed has the Kitsune rush.
They're gonna have the Kitsune rush here. I mean, you're gonna be able to use both DPS ults to potentially shut it down, but I mean, like, you know, it's opportunity cost, right? Like, you're gonna have to try and spend just to get out of spawn, just to try and
looking for it. Pressure on Sakuna. Kitsune rush has been used by Scuffed as well, but oh wait, Kindred was in. Did Kindred stomp in? I mean, if she did, that's why she died. Easy trigger for the Kitsune rush there for Scuffed then. And now they have DPS ults versus nothing, so EXO should be able to stabilize here. But more and more meters conceded. Overclock coming out from Kuna right now. Dive in behind, but Senna is taken out of the air. Still a lot of pressure, but pocket Kuna through enough. The damage has been done. They will be able to stabilize here. But a long way back. The good news is they've lost so quickly. They've still got 5 minutes to work with. Still got 5 minutes for this comeback. They need an almighty comeback, but at least they got 5 minutes to work with. Silver linings. They've got the Kitsune rush, and they've got the Blossom to throw in with it as well. So a powerful combo. Queen's Gambit still a little bit short on everything right now, so it might just be a situation where Queen's Gambit, they take the fight, they try and force out as many ults as possible, and they'll still get a recontest before the cap. Flank coming in. Jeremy will spot that one out, and they force Santana all the way back. A lot of damage here. The wall denies that pin, though. Kitsune Rush has been used by pooling, but I don't know exactly where that is right now. What are we Kitsune rushing? I guess we just wanted to see the Fox. It's a nice animation, but a wasted ult. And now Queen's Gambit. They're getting very close to their ults. They can take this fight for real. Jeremy still has this Blossom, but hasn't found an opportunity. Downpour comes out, catches all of them in there. Blossom to try and release some of the pressure, but there's the block and Scuffed. Hits the dink. Santana's still in a lot of trouble. They're not out of the woods yet here, Queen's Gambit. Velvet dies just before Beat. They have Kitsune Rush if they really need it, but they're going to go with Overclock first instead, and Kindred will get burnt through. They're all so low, but they can't quite finish the kills. They're also low, and their Stomp comes in. Suzu is good. Scuffed will deal with that one. Senna gets the cleanup. And Queen's Gambit, they didn't use either support ult there.
Stomped on by an enemy hazard, so she could just play on these angles she's used to, where she could just go for these big pop-off plays. And
maybe Trash Panda. We'll see if Nez, we'll see what the meta's looking like. If it's still hazard meta, it might well be worth considering. Alright, a really early contest from Kindred. Kindred can take so much damage right now. Kitsune rushing, and again, stomping in versus Kitsune Rush. So we talk about these support ults, right? Ults like Ray, ults like Kitsune Rush. And these ults are super powerful if you can fight in a fixed location, but the thing you always have to be worried about is what if a team disengages or walks away. So you want to be able to punish a cooldown most of the time. So if somebody, like say a Mauga, stomps in, that's a clear timing, because now that Mauga has no movement ability to get out. You drop that Kitsune Rush, there's no escape. It's happened multiple times. I mean, at least EXO, they took that fight really early. They force out the ult, so they will get another one. But they need more than this. It's now a beat-v-beat situation. Kindred does have the cage at least. So it should be a pretty winnable situation. But the key here for EXO is to win it as efficiently as possible. They either want to use one ult versus 0 ults, or 2 versus 1. Both seem reasonable enough. Will be that cage dropped as well. Does catch the hazard. Beat comes out from Velvet. Only enough to try and save Santana. They're still trying to pocket him through. Kitsune Rush was invested over top as well. Santana does fall. Pulse Bomb wide from missing. Okay. Not the worst. Cage, Kitsune Rush, two of the more powerful ones, but it's, you know, a 2-for-1 trade.
So that was
Not the end of the world for
pretty
EXO.
uncharacteristic misplay from Velvet. She pops the sound barrier, but it only catches onto herself and scuffed. They wanted to get it onto Santana,
now,
but it got cut off.
Kitsune Rush coming back, Overclock coming back. It's a pretty even situation, right? Support ult versus support ult, Clock versus Clock. Hey, Hadouken King. Hope you're good.
Hold on to the OC, which is going to be mirrored by Senna.
But this is, yeah, this is tricky. Senna has been in top form in this map especially. Get a billion rails versus Malga, and Senna's made use of a lot of them. Overclock comes out first from Kunis, and it doesn't quite have it to respond with, but the Kitsune Rush will come out. They are all over it. B keeps Kuna alive. Downpour comes out, avoided though, and now a chance, but Jeremy has fallen, and Senna has this Overclock, but she doesn't even need it. They've dealt with all the ultimates, they'll push right back. No trades either. And we talked about them having 5 minutes to work with here, EXO, but all they've got to show for their 5 minutes of work, or well, 4 minutes up to this point, 25 bloody meters.
I think she has the cardiac overdrive, and she's got the overrun. Okay, just a
Kindred swapped to Widow. Kindred's gonna die late.
Gets that one. No, that might
Could still be full caps at this point. Overclock for Senna.
We can just walk.
Look at Jeremy hiding in the corner. Right hand side from our POV, or from Queen's Gambit's POV. Nearly has the Blossom. Walks in, Overclock will be popped. Pressure onto Jeremy, has to use for Wraith. No chance to commit in. Senna onto the high ground. 2-tap. Now eyes on this Reaper. They need to care Blossom. Jeremy needs a clutch. They need a lifeline here. EXO. The Blossom will come out. It kills Senna. Only one kill. Will get traded as well. The trades, are they enough? Santana is awfully low. Kindred looking to finish that one. Cleans it up. Beat comes out from Velvet. They want to finish it right here, right now. Queen's Gambit. But it's right at EXO's spawn. They might regret this beat if EXO can stagger back onto the point. But Kindred will fall. TP on. Pulse Bomb is good from Missing though. They're still trying to battle their way through. Pauline is back, and they hold on. Oh, might regret that one, Velvet. Might regret that one.
Run it all the way back. Queen's Gambit are still going to get some forward spawns. They might be able to get themselves at least.
Try to clutch in a down situation. Wasn't necessary from Velvet. Still this map very much in Queen's Gambit's hands. You can see EXO, they're just tapping the cart, trying to slow it down a little bit. Now the Kitsune Rush comes out, and now the choice is, are Queen's Gambit going to mirror? They're just going to disengage. Queen's Gambit are trying to cheat ults. They want to give themselves an overwhelming ult situation to try and win. Now the beat comes through from Unlucky Main. Santana goes for the downpour. Kitsune Rush is invested. This is Queen's Gambit's moment right now, and the downpour is beautiful from Santana. Catches two. Kindred with a desperation one to try and turn it. Does root a couple of people, but then there's no follow-up, and Queen's Gambit on top.
That downpour from Kindred at the end was absolutely massive. I think catches 3, but missing it.
Yeah, they don't end up regretting the beat, but it was like, it was still a mistake, I think, because they had to. They still play the fight after it really nicely because they get the disengage to equalize the ult situation, then they could go back in with more reasonable. They did have loads of room for error, you know, but never want to give the other team a sniff.
Go without Suzu is the same as like a Sojourn without the slide. It's just like a free jump for a Genji or for a Hazard.
All right, let me go top up my water.
Genji Hazard composition.
And then we'll see where we go next. Predictions open for the next map already, so get them in.
That vulnerable squishy,
Get them in.
Assassination. And the fact that Mission's able to get another one for her money is the difference maker right now. It's the Genjis in these meta that you need to be keeping an eye on. They are the killers. They are the playmakers. They are the ones that are finding these big opportune moments to shut down the momentum. And it's something that I don't know if EXO Azathoth is prepared to mirror, because we haven't seen much of Jeremy's Genji. You know, we've seen a lot of the Pharaoh, we've seen a fair bit of Reaper. We saw a little bit of the Genji against Nightmare, but it looked unpracticed. Like, it was very unpolished. And I don't know if EXO feel like they can make that deficit up.
Jeremy's not known for the Genji, and I honestly believe that's the main reason that they're trying to force this Malga comp that now seems a tad bit out of date. Queen's Gambit thought that they had to mirror it at first, but each map that we've seen them play have ventured further and further away, and that's large in part due to Missin getting the amount of value she has on the Genji, Santana disregarding Kindred's presence in general, but also just finding the cracks in the armor. EXO Azathoth have been leaving a lot of doors open, from Kindred overextending, from supports not necessarily covering for each other if there's a Tracer / Genji in the backline. Missin was tearing it up for this series so far, and Queen's Gambit are relying on her to bring it home next map.
It's kind of why this Hazard meta is the wave. It's just like you have so much assassination potential. If the composition on the other side gets split even a little bit, like, that's an opportunity. And it's, again, like, we haven't seen Jeremy be able to play that Genji to that same level. And like you said, probably why they're still trying to lean into the Pharah as much as they are, because they know Jeremy can play that really, really well.
Oh, yeah.
And it does also let Kindred play that Mauga that she's really well practiced on. But Santana's Mauga is also disgusting, and Senna can just shut down the Mauga. So
All right, so feels like the momentum very much in Queen's Gambit's
only they
favor.
do, and they're gonna have to tell us on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will see you on the other side.
Really comes back to why did they pick Esperanza if they wanted to play Mauga? I guess they wanted to play. I guess was the theory. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. Was the theory because they just lost the Mauga mirror on the Suravasa, right? So what they wanted to get was a situation where they would feel comfortable playing Mauga, but they could bait the other team into playing Hazard. So maybe that was the logic behind it. Obviously, it doesn't pay off, right? But maybe that was the logic. But it feels like, because they had that success in that series with, on Lijiang Tower, or with that matchup, sorry, on Lijiang Tower. So, okay, maybe the Esperanza pick, I've reverse engineered for logic, I think. So, maybe more sense. But it feels like Queen's Gambit made good adaptations. Santana played much better on the Esperanza and the Lijiang Tower. Solved a lot of the problems that they were having. And okay. A way back in. And Queen's Gambit. People told me. People were telling me. A lot of good people. A lot of great people have been telling me. But they've been telling me all about the lower bracket run of Queen's Gambit previously. And it feels like they might be at it again, doesn't it? Feels like they might be at it again. I didn't mean to pause it. Back to live. Give myself those channel points. Yeah, it feels like they've got more of the ropes as well. And obviously the situation now for Queen's Gambit means even if we go to a map 5, they're going to get to pick the mode for it. And this is using a similar map pool format that AWW YASS is going to use this year, if I'm not mistaken, right? Where we've only got 4. This isn't the right graphic, because somebody... I don't know if someone has a link to it, but I think the way the map pool is it's... There's only 4, but they're grouped into blocks of 4, essentially, you know? So I think on map 5, do you get to pick from any mode again? Let's see if I can find... See if I can find it.
Black, I'm proud.
Bracket, teams, rosters.
So much.
We just don't get any of the other control maps, which I'm not necessarily complaining about. This is always one of my favorites to start the series, both to play and to cast. It gives us a good taste of...
Maybe we only saw it right at the start or something.
Even if the compositions aren't necessarily changing throughout that. We'll be starting on Night Market by the looks of it here. It's going to be kind of that sign.
Yeah, Senna is on Gambit. She's tagged up as 3210.
But she's often fallen back to that Mauga if she can't quite seem to get it working, whereas Santana...
Come on. Oh, there we go.
Not so
okay,
much
yeah.
Nepal. A lot of these...
Oh, wait, maybe it's not then. Maybe I'm just lying to you. Am I just lying for no reason?
I actually like playing that hero so much, but it's not like they don't have experience.
Maybe I'm lying to you for no reason.
Kindred has pulled out the Diva in the past. Jeremy can keep playing.
Yeah, I'm lying to you for no reason, I guess. Looks like they are just split. So what's left? Hybrid and Escort?
Walk me through your thought process on this. You're trying to explain to me through the break.
So the options right now for Escort are Route 66, Dorado, or Havana. And if you
Including the championships, they've won 2 upper bracket matches, they've won 8 lower bracket matches, and potentially a 9th now. That's the Atlanta Rain tech, right? Just immediately lose in the first round, but then go on a crazy lower bracket run every LAN. Not season 6 Atlanta Rain, but like the Gator Hawk version. I guess that's actually a bad set of players to use. The Kai version of Atlanta.
EXO Azathoth really want their win condition to be. Do they want nothing to do with Hazard? If so, you go to Havana. Do you want to try and go back to the well of playing into Jeremy's Farah? Well, then maybe you.
It was different yesterday / this morning. It was grouped together. Yeah, I swear I saw that as well, but I can't seem to find it.
And so far, it feels like
doesn't seem like we've got a graphic that really illustrates it exactly for us.
And forced over onto the Reaper. So that's why I think Havana's the smart choice here. You know, I think you just go for what, you know, Queen's
Oh, you mean on Liquipedia?
Something that
okay, maybe.
Allow the Hazard to play optimally.
You could be right. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of when I've got like that memory of it.
And you just gotta play, like, you just gotta go with Havana and play with confidence, I think.
I want to see some Kindred Reinhardt. You know,
In upper bracket, they've lost to YASS, Azathoth, and Azathoth in the upper bracket. But then placing Hyde and Azathoth twice. And it looks like they might do the same. Place Hyde and them again here.
Just for a little bit, please.
Seems like we're getting a little bit of a delay in this map pick.
A very difficult choice for EXO Azathoth. It's more like than it is necessarily what's going to work best for.
Yeah, Hybrid and Escort they're picking from,
feel better
presumably.
Live comp that you haven't really practiced as much. Do you want to go to Route 66 that will favor the Hazard? Do you want to go to Havana that likely no one has touched in a while since that map usually is far away from?
Yeah, what do you want if you're EXO here? Do you want to go back to some type of Amalgam mirror? Do you want to just switch it again to Havana or something, where we've seen teams still try and play some of the SIG and stuff?
Keep you in suspense. They have been taking a good while to pick.
Dorado.
Dorado. That okay. So
presumably they're not playing Malga anymore, right? Wouldn't pick Dorado if you want to keep playing Malga. So they're going to go to Hazard, Winston, Diva, some kind of curveball.
I don't really know. Like, I kind of just feel like Root or Havana would have been better, but I'm happy to be made a fool of here, especially if it does end up working out for EXO Azathoth. Clearly, they know something that I don't, or they have a strategy.
Who's the coach, Artemis?
Aware of, or
not to be fussy.
They're willing to die on the sword, you know?
I'll be fussy.
We're going down. We're just going to do it on good old-fashioned, fair and balanced Dorado that everybody loves.
This just feels...
see, I was right to be fussy. No, thank you. I knew it was a trap. Sixth sense. Sixth sense.
Wrecking Ball compositions. Now, I don't think that's what they're going to do, but it's a familiar spot. You've had to play some competitive matches on it before. It's just a matter if Kindred decides to walk out with this Diva. Is she going to start on the Hazard?
All right, Dorado. So I guess all eyes on what EXO are going to pull out here. Same lineup in. No roster substitutions.
But you got to pull something out of that bag of surprises, and hopefully one that catches Queen's Gambit off guard, because this is their tournament life on the line.
Unrelated, but
he's the losing coach, Cassie.
Hatsune Miktua. Mods, can we permaban that person? I don't want to see.
Is it Woods?
Such language in my good.
I don't know who Woods is, to be fair. Not a name I'm familiar with.
In the chat is what I want to see. And I also don't mind seeing EXO Azathoth opting into this Hazard mirror, but they are keeping Jeremy on the Farah. There's still a lot of good rooftops on Dorado where I think it is viable. You do also kind of have to worry about the ways in which the first point facilitates Senna's Widowmaker. Which is definitely something that she is more than comfortable.
So yeah, it looks like it will just be, I mean, it's a decent enough Farah map, and they're just going to be playing the Hazard. So we've not really seen this, the Hazard matchup. It's a bit of a weird map to do it on.
You definitely can.
Split allegiances, Cassie. Conflict of interest. Fuck. Where are our regulators? This is a clear conflict of interest, please. Come on.
A Sojourn. It's no secret that Senna will be playing.
All right, grapple shot from Senna to kick us off. Nothing. Let me crank it up a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, like you said, no secret. They already know. They're not gonna even show their heads. They're not gonna risk getting picked off early. They are gonna give up a fair bit of positioning though. Jeremy is trying to deny with Ray Rockets. That's a rail shot from Kuna, but unless you get the headshot,
we'll get topped up now, Senna. Jeremy trying to pressure this, but finds himself in an awkward position. They clear him out of this angle. Grapple. Oh! The client dodge. Just licking the wall. Don't strafe. Pull in baits out Senna.
On the other hand, not looking too worse for wear. And
Yeah, I can do that, Bread. No problem. Great wall lick by Pauline. They still have to concede for first corner of a choke, though.
Yeah, this is kind of like the threat of the Widowmaker shot.
Santana is in so deep. Just, where's the damage? Where's the backup?
So much respect from the side of Exo Azathoth.
They've just conceded so much space.
They don't want to get picked.
They're all the way out.
Give up so much ground that they end up just losing Kindred altogether, just like you said.
Been a little bit,
Now, like,
shambolic here, Exo. They will get a recontest. There we go. They get the stop. They've got Jeremy in this top left position, but Kindred's taking a lot of damage right now. Jeremy going to try and move in, clears in his Tracer. But they've lost the tank on points, and Jeremy has to move on to point. They're all just going to fall. Easy as you like right now. Easy as you like.
And we haven't seen a wink of them on map.
And because, like, you know, Jeremy's going to be one of the last ones to die, Exo Azathoth try and make that stagger fight work. Queen's Gambit get control of this high ground, and if you get Senna set up on either of these high grounds, it's going to be 10 times harder for Jeremy to get
I'm okay.
here. You know, if you're Queen's Gambit, maybe if you lose a fight, you kind of, you know, force Senna to swap off.
Okay, slight ult advantage across the board really for Queen's Gambit in all of this. Senna not really connected any meaningful shots here, but Queen's Gambit have just really been bullying it. Kindred's going for a rollout over roofs. Should be able to force some kind of Suzu. There we go, gets for Suzu. Drops down though. Wall was on the high ground as well, so Kindred goes too far, gets taken down. This is all too easy for Queen's Gambit right now. Yeah. Getting stagger kills, chasing them, and the payload is not stopping. Mission's had nothing to bloody do.
Jeremy had been like in a good position to
just sit on point.
So far hasn't been
oh my god, Kindred has no eyes.
The unseen
oh.
Right by. We gotta check our corners there, girly.
Santana doesn't choose to go for a flank. Honestly, it really could have just dropped that into a flank and kept going here. We'll wall them off as they come through. Senna hits that headshot. The rally's in there to meet it as well. Jeremy's gonna get hit by the downpour. There's missing to follow that one up as well. Oh, that is one-way traffic.
Gambit are steamrolling at the highest degree, 5 minutes CB to head into this third point.
And they've steamrolled through the entire portion of the map where this Pharah is actually, you know, fairly oppressive to the point where now she's kind of useless. But you're stuck on it because Jeremy has this rocket.
All right, at least Exo have ults. They've got a chance to stabilize. Got a horrible time back. It actually swaps to a barrage as well. We'll go on to the Genji. Can obviously try and shut down this Widow, but never mind. Oh my god, Kindred is going to die as well. It's just a disaster.
Especially in front of Senna with sights, like losing that player, there is no fight. There is nowhere for you to go. Exo Azathoth, we're looking at one fight territory.
Yeah, this might just be
Exo, like they're pulling back completely.
This feels kind of over. Like obviously Exo, they still have the ults to stabilize and all of this, but it feels over. Dive comes in now onto Kuna. Lots of pressure. Has the overclock. That beat is forced out. Santana has taken a lot of damage. Gets themselves over that wall though. Senna's going to take down Pauline again. They do chase that kill onto Santana though. Few problems with the wall climb for Kindred. And Senna is still lurking around, but very difficult position. And there we go. That Genji swap coming into play from Jeremy. Takes down the Widow, and they do get their stabilization. But probably also, look at it, from when that first overclock was invested and that beat, 2 ults used from Exo just to stabilize in a fight that favors them with spawn advantages. Anyway. Hey, Flack.
She's not going to get any good angles now and is going to have to try and play, like, from this weird
whoa,
like,
chill out.
Angle. She still feels confident enough that she can find Pauline's head if she just squints hard enough.
Mods?
Or maybe you just wait for Missin to go in with a pulse bomb because she's also threatening the backline with that. They know that that is also a threat.
Grapple shot coming in now from Senna. Kuna's gonna fall early. And it's just over, isn't it?
Pulse bomb out. Goodbye, Kindred, and it's looking to be 1 more meter.
This is a monster time bank as well on Dorado.
Steamroll run. This is their final victory.
Why would Hydron say that?
So it seems that they've chosen to die on the sword, and it's very admirable.
I'm going to wager, I'm a little bit suspicious that that person was really
they try
a spokesperson for Hydron as they claimed, you know?
Like,
I'm skeptical.
There wasn't even a moment in time where Senna hits a headshot onto Jeremy to kill the Pharah, but you still just never get an opportunity to use that barrage. You're never getting Queen's Gambit caught off guard in a position where this Pharah can actually be useful.
Yeah, I'm good,
anytime
Flack.
you try and
Enjoying
take
it.
a
We've got
high
ourselves a
ground
good
angle, like
series
through the
on
street
in our hands.
space,
Well,
Queen's Gambit just
it was pretty close.
completely
To be
locked
fair,
down
now it feels like
on
it's
the
snowballing
Azathoth.
away
Something
from
that
Exo.
Kindred,
But
I mean,
a couple of
looks
Frios to kick
confident
us off,
on
and now we've got
mechanically, but in terms of the macro,
now
like,
we've got
the way the team is playing around
now we've got a
Wither,
decent
it's
series.
just-
So yeah,
it feels
I'm
so
having a good time.
close.
Nice to be back to
Exo
the
just
streaming.
have no clue how to play this composition. And I think that's why they've been trying to stick with the Smaugha composition.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like your team looks
On the
destined to win, really,
defense,
Flack.
or sorry, on the
Ultra
attack,
dominant so far and all
I
of it.
don't know if I like the Smaugha comp at all, because they're gonna have Jeremy, sure, but that's the only thing they really have to try and contest the high ground, contest where Senna's gonna be posted up, and a Widow on a high ground should be able to deal with the Pharah pretty handily.
I mean, it started as a decent series. I think this is the longer the series has gone on, the greater the gap has been. You know.
3-minute time bank on this map. Like they're literally just towering over Exo Azathoth saying, "Come on, try me, kid. Like, give it
All
your
right.
best shot."
So what's the solution? Back to Mauga? I mean, honestly, I feel like the Dorado has actually low-key sabotaged them here. Honestly.
Are going to make Exo Azathoth work for every single meter.
All right, two questions. Where is Senna? And okay, I was gonna ask how does Jeremy use the boosters here, but it's actually just to try and go on.
Whoa! Thank you, Never Cared.
Yeah, knowing this is actually really smart from Jeremy.
remember
Aside
to
from the
cancel
peppering
this one
Santana
day.
portion, because now you
I
give
wish
away
so many of my subs wouldn't always threaten to cancel their subs in their sub message.
Like, you shouldn't have been putting in those
But you know,
shots onto Santana. You just got
you take
caught
what
up
you
in
can
the
get,
buddy.
eh? Take what you can get.
It's only sneaky until
Alright,
you
Santana
make
may be
sense.
trapped in a little bit here. This, why would we go in this far in? And this has provided a massive opening right now for Exo.
Gone. Queen's Gambit won't have any way to stop this payload for a while.
Yeah, that's a big pick. But
We talk about how the Hazard wants to play into these Malware comps, where the Hazard comp wants to avoid this Malware as much as possible, try and hit that Sojourn, try and hit that Kiri a lot more, and on a map like Dorado with all these high grounds, all this verticality, should be easy to stage in those situations a lot of the time. Not to mention, of course, this Widow is going to be a bit of a nightmare, because the Malware really can't get on the Widow in most situations. And there we go, just falling over here, Exo.
I'm going to lose the pasta. Oh my gosh. Exo Azathoth.
Santana looking for any more chase kills. TP should be available, I presume. Yeah, there we go. Wait, Pauline actually takes one with her as well. Go on, Pauline.
I mean, like, Missin's expendable. Like, the Tracer is just there to try and be a pest into the back.
They will get
She's gonna swap over to the Genji.
we'll get a bit of a window here to walk up Exo where they're only they're 5v4, but they have to be careful peeking into center sidelines. And again, like, there's no one who can really deal with it. Like, unless Pauline or Kuna hits a dink, and every time they peek, they're just gonna get hit by this dive from Santana. And there we go. Do you get a trade onto the Brig this time, a bit of a high value one, but if they get any late kills here, it could be brutal. Wall is up for Santana.
Alright, well, Jeremy doing a little bit of ratting is going to pay for it, but takes down Velvet, and that is, you know, not the most impactful pick in this particular meta, but...
Same Flat. Same would be happy.
A lot slower than the pick onto Missin was, so Exo Azathoth do actually have a chance to win this, but instead of putting up the sights, Queen's Gambit
this now when we get to the big ult trade, in theory with the Mauga, can push themselves over the top, but 30% is still a long way from Cage.
Advantage for Exo Azathoth will be completely gone.
So they have to play it super slow. Maybe not get an opportunity. Considering she's going to be traded here. Kuna does hit the rail. Alright. It was their only real way to deal with this Widow, but eventually they find it. Missin is 1 HP behind as well. Can Jeremy finish that? He can. Alright, they lose Unlucky Main, so no beat available here. Santana, not a lot of help and support. Just trying to stall it out right now. Play their lives. Pulse Bomb trade here would go huge for Jeremy if he can find it. Wants to force that Suzu. Kindred still pushing. Can anyone get the touch here? Senna's going to try and go for it. Takes Jeremy all the way down, and now Santana gets the touch. Rally coming back from Velvet. The cage is out, but the rally shield is up. They're trying to pocket him through. Santana lives. They kill it. What a rally, but the overclock. The overclock of the beat will finish it in the end. Oh, mighty good effort from Velvet, though. Forces all those extra ults out of them there, because that was scary for Exo. That shot as well from Senna. The falling for the touch into kill Tracer. So scary. So scary for Exo. Jeremy getting onto the Reaper right now, which I don't feel great about.
Because this was not at all promised.
Don't feel great about at all.
No, I thought we were going to be done after that first point, but apparently
forcing a point for now. Jeremy is taking his top right position.
In quotations, the most
Senna lurking around the garden area.
with this staircase added, Kindred can easily work with Jeremy. To kind of
Jeremy
just
can't
Again,
knock
no
on
great
stairs.
response from
No,
this Widow.
Jeremy takes the windows, actually.
No stairs. Parkour only. I like the windows better.
Whoa,
Maybe
but how has
stairs,
Kindred died?
like them, but they're the stairs going downwards to her death.
Nothing's really happened, and well, Santana's going to walk forward. Look for some stagger kills here, some late kills. Go on, there we go.
Is not going to be waiting. Santana's just going to
Can't hit the shots, but can hit a slash, so that'll get the job done.
Headshot onto Jeremy. I think Jeremy was still kind of lurking in the back line, so I think you're okay with that.
And that's a fight for free as well, so only 2 minutes left. And Queen's Gambit's ult bank is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Unfortunately, that's not where Senna's playing right now. She has to grapple to get back on there, but nearly lost her life for playing a little bit too greedy, but gonna go ahead and back
Reposition to the back of the map now.
Every time they peek their heads
You see Missing keeping it contested. Has been set on fire, so we'll slow it down, and they're going to keep forcing it. Scuffed is going to respond with a Kitsune rush now. Trying to push forward. Senna's good for it as well. And this means Pauline was trying to milk that Kitsune rush a little bit to get a much later one. Bait Queen's Gambit forward. But Senna just takes that plan away. Rips it to shreds.
So, like, there's two potential win conditions for Exo Azathoth right now.
Not seen Jeremy play Widow. The Genji swap I feel like makes more sense than the Reaper. But the walls will have to be waited out before Exo can really move. Stop peeking! Kuna! Stop peeking! Oh, for goodness sake! For goodness sake! Oh. It's all too easy for Queen's Gambit right now.
Like, I don't know what else to say about Senna's Widowmaker. She has the power to show up and take over lobbies, and it's not like Queen's Gambit even needed that right now with how far ahead they were. Senna just wants to make sure, she wants to add her name to that.
Alright, Kitsune rush just to start forcing the objective now from Pauline. Dash comes in from Jeremy, trying to clear, missing off a point. They actually catch him here for Kuna, so a chance to get some real cart progress. Cost him that Kitsune rush. But it looks like Queen's Gambit are just going to slow it down, try and play for these sight lines.
Missin was the only one who took that fight onto the low ground.
Jeremy's trying to close the distance. Kindred's actually dropped the cage here, caught them in it, but Velvet with that rally. There, Suzu comes in as well. Bash onto Kindred. Kindred is super low. Does manage to charge their way out of that one. Downpour to chase it though. I think just got round the corner. Kindred might be okay. Beat comes through, but doesn't catch Kindred. Kindred is still 1 HP. Santana's just trying to use the wall to survive though. But during all of this, Senna is still taking heads. It's Pauline again. Her head's made of magnets. And this will just be it. There's 10 seconds left. And Exo are about to get eliminated.
Gambit have made sure that their run shall not fall short, that their hopes are staying alive. Unlucky Main, one last test, but it's not going to do much.
Maybe one more touch in it, but back shots galore. And Kindred will fall.
Miracle, yet there's none to say the Queens have.
And honestly, I think a little bit of self-sabotage with the map pick. But I don't think you want to take anything away from Queen's Gambit here. I think good performance on multiple comps. Solved all the problems they had on Lijiang Tower. Changed how they were playing the matchup. Had a lot of success in it. Senna played really well. I think as well, a lot of credit for Scuffed and Velvet in all of this. Yeah, just a good all-round performance from Queen's Gambit.
Exo Azathoth were ever going to dislodge any members of Queen's Gambit from that high ground. If this Queen's Gambit, with this level of confidence, goes up against YASS again, I think we see a completely different story. If this Queen's Gambit, with this confidence, goes up against Nightmare Eclipse in the Grand Finals, I think we may have a series on our hands there. But this, I mean, everything after the first map was all Queen's Gambit, and it was never close.
As soon as Queen's Gambit realized, hey,
all
why
right,
are we playing Exo Azathoth's games? Why are we giving them what they want? We can add our own spin onto this, and that's exactly what happened.
So where are we now? Oh yes, YASS versus Faeble.
Try running the hazard, and it worked in
Let me get these team sheets up. I'll turn the rosters on so you can see them as well. There we go, these two teams here. So, obviously, for those who didn't see, YASS had a pretty disappointing performance, actually. I don't know if you saw Shoal's tweet, but obviously quite upset our own performance here. So, I'm kind of pulling for YASS to actually a bit of redemption here. But I think Faeble have been playing well as of late. I think Avery looks pretty good. McMahon looks quite good as well. So yeah, I'm pulling for YASS, but it'll have to be better than yesterday. But a chance at redemption, you know, a chance at redemption.
No, that was just a rough shot after shot from Senna. She just was never knocked out.
Are you managing them as well by any chance, Cassie?
Up there, then you better know, CB, that Queen's Gambit, this isn't a team that we expected to bow out early. Sure, they faced some unfortunate circumstances in their upper bracket run, but they rallied and recovered well here.
Just in case, you know. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink then. Then we can lock in for this final series, okay? Just like a lot of the players. Yeah, I think I'm an RES head for this one as well.
Correct. I do predict they will be taking us to the grand finals, but they do have a couple more obstacles to get there. Unfortunately, though, for EXO Azathoth,
all right, be right back, chat.
Out, and it's gonna be outside of the top.
They did.
Four. Like
they did, but redemption is the word of the day.
Judging
I
by
believe.
their performance in the previous tournament, and even judging by the star power they bring to the table, the likes of Kindred and Kuna, Unlucky May and Paulette, like there's a lot of talent there. Jeremy, you know, the venture extraordinaire never really got to drill on that thing today. Was unfortunately just constantly shot out of the skies on the Pharah, and it was like the Hail Mary play from EXO Azathoth. It just doesn't work out. It's really sad that they don't actually get to fulfill that, but they still put up a hell of a fight, and we got to give them props for that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Not enough, but I don't think this will be the end for EXO Azathoth. All of these players have made massive steps amongst their journey throughout the entire circuit, and hopefully we can continue to see them competing within Overwatch Esports, CB. And speaking of that, we have a lot more action still to come yet today. Like, I'm so excited for the rest, not only the last game that we have, but we still have a whole nother day tomorrow to look forward to.
But you know what we have to look forward to right now is an interview with one of our winning players from Queen's Gambit. We're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break, get them all loaded up on in here, and we will hear from them just how they feel about their journey through the lower bracket and what is next for them. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we must say goodbye to EXO Azathoth as they have been dispatched by the Queens and their Gambit, as Queen's Gambit win 3-2-1 and move on in the lower bracket. And that series was, I mean, it felt pretty close at first. Like, you saw Lijiang go the way of Exo Azathoth, but it never really stayed in their favor.
No, once that initial surprise of that Mauga composition against the Pharah really wore off, we saw Queen's Gambit kind of sit up in their gamer chairs and be like, hey, we gotta pull ourselves together. We know that we are a strong team, even if it doesn't have to be within this Mauga comp.
I should have left you with the stream up. That was rude of me, actually. Pretty rude of me.
Initially, completely on tempo.
Please forgive me, chat.
All the key ultimates needed to win out that macro gameplay, as we saw on Surabasa, and from there, CB, the confidence just kept growing. Queen's Gambit, we're just gonna play our own game. If we can beat them on the Mauga comp, we can very well do it with the Hazard.
Yeah, breaking news, Macy. Don't leak it.
The composition that they came out with, I mean, it's something that worked to great effect for this team in Major 3 and in the past, and they just slipped right back into it like an old sweater. Like, it's just totally comfy. You know, never really felt like they had missed a step. And then again, when they just get to play their own game, when they get to put Senna on some of these star-making performances,
you don't forgive me?
It's like you can't really just beat this. Like, you're just kind of just getting pummeled and pushed into a locker by one of the best in the game over and over again. It's the mark.
All right, where are we at then? Last series.
Team. And speaking of coaches,
YASS
we have got
against Faeble.
the coach of Queen's Gambit here for an interview.
What's
Welcome,
good,
my
what's
teammate.
good, what's
How
good?
are you?
I'm fantastic, my teammate. I promised the team I'd do something, so I got to do this. 5 big booms for the Queen's Gambit. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
All right.
Well, thanks, Sabo. Good luck.
That game deserves at least like 4 out of 5 booms, but if you think it's 5, I'll trust you on this one. How many booms, by the way, would you give a double chocolate chunk cookie, by the way? Is that like...
I think that's 5 big booms. Definitely a double,
okay.
a double chocolate chunk cookie. That's 5 big booms.
Okay. All right. Okay, it's gotta be. All right. That works for me. Yeah.
He coaches you as well, Prash?
Question. You can take it from here.
How many boobs is a double chocolate chip? Great interview question, CB.
I really get to the heart of what the people want to know, all right?
You know what the people want.
You go way back?
I'm a real journalism, all right?
You are. See, you got that, and I get to ask the slightly less cookie-related questions about this game.
The depths of top 128? Shit.
In particular, they were going to play that Malgo.
Oh, really? Busy man.
Secret heading into today. And map 1, you started off on the Hazard and tried to mirror that Malga. Didn't exactly go the way that it was planned. What was really kind of going through the communications between you and the players? What did you notice that kind of had to be switched up to make those adjustments moving forwards?
So going into map 1, we were just nervous. We knew they were going to play Malga, and we had like a warm-up before it. So, like, we had a little mix where we just made them play Malga comp. It's just, we've been playing into so much Haz, and we've scrimmed into like no Malga. And we kind of had the same thing against YASS, where they played the ball, and we just had no scrim like prep on it at all. So we just kind of didn't know what to do. And I think like with the Juno Brig stuff, we're kind of trying to hide some strats for later in the bracket. You know, we don't want to give teams data on our Kiri Lucio and stuff, and you know, trying to just play some mind games a little bit there. But yeah, I think they just didn't understand like Malga's our comp, Senna's just the Sombra Goat, the Demon Queen, and yeah, just we just gapped them in the Malga mirror, and then they just fought. For some reason, they forced Dorado. I don't know why they forced Dorado. Like
that's what I'm saying.
When they kind of has comp, it's kind of, you know, kind of troll, but it's okay.
Yeah, I was kind of scratching my head at that one because I was like, surely they go to like Havana to try and throw you guys off, or surely they go to like
Havana Spawn Camp. I thought they were gonna like Havana Spawn Camp, like Mayfarah, just like hold the doors.
Kindred's known for like her Rhine too. Like you could just come out with that. Like, okay, so I was at least on the same wavelength as like the coaches, so I'm right a little bit, but they like it was actually EXO that chose wrong.
Yeah, I think Woods needs to get a little review on that one. I don't know.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about, you know, earlier on in this tournament. You guys had a bit of a rough day on day 1, going up against YASS and falling, courtesy of some internet problems, I believe.
What do you mean, Prash? I think you can coach multiple regions, but you can't play multiple regions.
You know, sub in for that flex DPS role, which is not necessarily something that's in Santix's wheelhouse, but you got to make do. How do you like?
Is that what you mean? You talk about something else? Am I out of the loop?
Because that's the kind of thing that can be really like mentally damaging.
Just got to sit them down. Just got to sit them down, and like, because we were mad. We were
the Goats tournament
because we lost 2.
Oh, okay.
We won the first map really easily when Chloe was on good ping, and then we put Kayla like Santix on flex DPS, and she's got a good Genji. She's got a good Tracer. Like she plays it in ranked and stuff, but she's obviously never had like scrim time on it. So we got decent value out of it. Pushed it map 5, but we're just really mad because we knew we lost of our own mistakes on the Dorado. Like we lost by like 1.16 meters on Dorado or something, like something ridiculously small, and we just entered the fight that we needed to win, and just kind of sit them down, make them reset, make sure everybody knows like, okay, because every single tourney we've gone out in the same round. We've gone out second round winners every single tourney. When we came third, we came second, and we made progress every tourney. We came second last time. There's only one, there's only one spot we can be in this tourney, in our opinion. And yeah, we just cracked on the mental. We just cracked on the mental, and it happens. But you just gotta lock in. You just gotta have the conversations, fix the problems, and then lock in.
There is potential for an YASS rematch still in the cards. So if that happens, what happens to your team? Like, how does that play?
That's right, isn't it? Winner of this will play Queen's Gambit.
Really? Well, the shot
for its upcoming series.
I mean, if Senna gets to play Widowmaker, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, if we keep seeing performances like we have been from this team today, like especially after you guys started to play your own game at the tail end there, you kind of see the continued growth with that. And that isn't to say that the matches ahead, this one was a difficult one that I'm sure you weren't quite expecting to have this early on. We're looking ahead where you'll be playing the winner of either YASS or Faeble, and then after that you're looking into Valentine. I know you have very high expectations for this team, but is there a particular opponent that you're wanting to face that you're kind of looking out for going ahead?
Nightmare Grand Finals. Like, the overall map score between us and Nightmare is 4-4. We 2-0'd them in Swiss, they 4-2'd us in Grand Finals. In terms of like previous competition, we're dead neutral. We lost, again, Grand Finals last major, 3 maps. Chloe's internet was just unplayable. We lost 3 maps out of that. We dragged 2 back. Bun got tilted, subbed herself out. Peace came in, closed out the game. And we don't really have that luxury, we can't swap people in and out. Don't really have the bank balance for that, but yeah, I think we just want to face Nightmare. Chloe's back on good internet. We're playing really well right now. Senna's back. She's been playing kind of inconsistently over the past couple of days. But yeah, that game against Azza, she just kind of, as soon as the pressure's on, Senna always turns up. I have complete trust in her. So yeah, Nightmare in the Grand Finals, and I think it's going to be a sweep until then.
It sounds like if you guys do go up against
High
Nightmare
confidence.
Finals, let's even say that like Nightmare wins. There's this battle of like MVPs. I think it sounds like to you the MVP would actually be Chloe's ISP for playing for Nightmare. Like they got the ISP on the payroll because every time it's these big games and it's like, hey, I'm on ping all of a sudden. Like,
yeah, I think if we have like Chloe on good internet for one tournament, I don't think we drop a map. It's just I think every single map we've dropped in Calling All Heroes has been Chloe on bad internet. So.
All right. Well, let's make sure that she's got like if you guys win this tournament, you could probably afford to get her some like fiber optic or something, like get her back on like.
We'll get her in the team house. Let's go. Let's go. Queen's Gambit team house.
All right, I love it. That's what's on the docket for you guys. That is the goal, and I can't wait to see how you guys inch closer to that goal. Thank you very much for joining us for this interview. It's been lovely to have you. And anything else you want to say? Send you on your way?
Top work, Yukino.
Shout out EXO.
Top work.
Queen's Gambit. Shout out my teammates. Use code triangles at victory.gg on any EXO Azathoth or Hypnos jersey for 5% off your order. And yeah, see you in Grand Finals.
If this team keeps playing like that,
pushing for shirts. Pushing for
shirts. Team that brings the boom. That's what they do.
And 5 of them at that. 5 out of 5 booms for that score. Which, hey, considering the comeback that it was during that game, you're gonna need it, and you're gonna need about 10 more to keep going all the way to get that rematch against Nightmare Eclipse that I'm just talking about here, because there's a lot of traffic.
All right then. One more series for the day.
To a Costco, like, what's your favorite Costco menu item? Like,
Praying for that. Oh yes, redemption.
If we're gonna talk about like how
for recovery series.
Are you a double chocolate chunk cookie girl? Or
What's the score last time?
The hot dogs?
Don't remind me.
What kind of question?
I'll remind me.
All right, that tracks. You know what? Like, for me, it's the chicken.
3-2. Oh, yes, was one that was it wasn't on stream, was it?
To go ahead and get one, but I don't think I have that kind of time, unfortunately. We do also have to take a break, so we get a little bit of time. Not enough for me to get a chicken bake, which I'm really.
Oh wait, no, I'm muddling stuff here.
On the other side of this break, don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you in a little bit.
That was for the Queen's Gambit rematch, wasn't it? Sorry. I'm muddling stuff. Alright. I don't know. I mean, Faeble have looked quite good the 2 times we've seen them. But I'm pulling for him. But yes, it is. Anything happening? You think yes clears? Team of the year? Oh yeah, I saw this, isn't it? 0 to Winthrop. Winthrop really gonna take squeeze every last penny out of Collegiate, aren't they? We're gonna have a rivals team? Oh. Peps have really got everything lined up for their big LAN announcement now. Is that FD God highlight thing? Let's see it.
That's one of the hardest Lucio carries I've ever seen in my life. You better be watching out for FD God, because he's looking for those environmentals.
Getting maximum value, what they were looking for. They're trying to find a pick or two! Are you kidding me? Another big boom coming out from FD God. Gambit stolen from the kill feed, but it matters not! FD God!
Avec il ici, plus de main tank pour Paris Eternal et derrière le FD God!
It's actually Soon who drops first. Big dive coming in from the Dallas Fuel. FD God!
Wow, FD God!
These are some vintage clips.
FD God!
Just from the good old Paris days. They need to have bigger things for these, for the giveaways. Or the giveaways for the trophies. Yeah, I think Marcus Rashford in conversations with a lot of clubs. A lot of Italian clubs. I think AC Milan, Juventus, Napoli as well, maybe. All sort of sniffing around and asking. How many hours have I got in Apex? 0. 0 in Apex, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. I don't know. Don't know if I'm missing out.
Welcome back once again, Calling All Heroes family. My name is CB. I
We're
am
back.
joined, of course, by the lovely Tiny Shiny, who I learned during the break does not know who the Costco guys are. So just completely missed that reference in the interview.
No, I'm not, as you said yourself, CB, so it doesn't sound like I'm insulting. I'm not as chronically online as you.
Who are the
so,
Costco
no,
guys?
I did not get that reference. But I am enjoy it for the top.
What's the Lord
After
chat?
the show, I'm going to send you a barrage of TikToks and just, like, alter your brain chemistry completely with just...
I need to be educated.
yeah, educated is what we'll call it. Yeah, that's the word we can probably use. All right, maybe you don't know who the Costco guys are, but I do know that you know who these two teams are because we have another series on our hands. Let's have a quick look at where everything is on the bracket. We just watched Azathoth dispatched by Queen's Gambit, and one of these two teams has a date with Queen's Gambit to make their way.
We're Costco guys. Of course we had to try the new double chunk chocolate cookie.
We're Costco guys. Of course we have to try out the furniture.
We're Costco guys. Of course we work out with the tires.
We're Costco guys. What the heck is this thing?
We're Costco guys. Of course we look at every TV in the place every time we come in.
We're Costco guys. Of course we get the sample even though we bought the thing the last 3 times we were here.
We're Costco guys. Of course we cool off in the milk fridge.
We're Costco guys. I'm still eating my chicken bake.
We're Costco guys. Of course we throw paper towels. We're Costco guys. Of course we need 13.5 pounds of meat.
We're Costco guys. If these things are out, we're gonna throw them.
We're Costco guys. Let's see how many Squishmallows I can pick up at one time.
We're Costco guys. Of course I gotta try out the office chair.
This thing's good.
Great. Great. Honestly, I think I would have been okay without that lore.
Faeble can hit very high highs, and we are well aware of
Never
it.
getting his time back. I know, Kizzy, right?
Appearances in those lower finals, but they've also found themselves in a rather consistently.
I mean, I was Quark. I was waiting for like the punchline, or you know, they give us a pattern of what's happening, and then there's a twist, or something different happens, and some kind of comedy occurs. But
to get over that hoop. Right now, you go out here, you're once again
still waiting. Still waiting.
Take out YASS, they can beat that narrative that they've set through themselves throughout these last couple months.
I've not,
and
Tom,
both of these
not
teams,
listened
by the
to
way,
that.
found themselves in the lower bracket courtesy of
But
some of
honestly,
the upper tier teams that were
based on what I've seen so far, I'm not sold.
YASS was knocked down.
The twist is that's the same bit. It's a double fake.
In the lower finals for one of these two teams to potentially make their way through Queen's Gambit to play. We're gonna kick things off.
This one recently went viral.
Tower,
I feel like it's just gonna be a waste of my time again.
These two teams, because
we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 Boom!
Great. Yeah. Great. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I put my thing in the wrong place. There we go.
Meta. That said, like, how
I
far
don't believe
is
you,
that
Tom.
really going to
I don't believe you this is important lore. I'd wager none of this lore is important.
Counter that is to not get lost in the sauce. And for teams that have been with each other for a long time, that they know their players in and out, you almost don't have to communicate to some point because you just trust that they're going to be there.
I will not fetch. I will not. It's the breakout music video. I feel like I definitely don't want to see it then. Are we just old? I mean, we are, but it's also like a what's the fucking meme? Is it that kids? Am I ever wrong or are the kids wrong? The kids are fucking wrong. The kids are wrong.
Yeah, I mean, when they went up against Valentine, YASS kind of got read like the morning paper. So, you know, if Faeble is able to like kind of mirror that success and get the good read on them, then they might very well be up to the task. The thing, though, is that we're kicking things.
Who do you root for here? I'm YASS
Bill.
build.
See YASS play the Wrecking Ball
All right,
on this map.
here we go then.
I doubt we're going to. I mean,
Elimination game.
Surprise! It's YASS.
YASS looking for redemption. Faeble, decent lower bracket run so far themselves.
One of the most EU teams of all time.
Expect this to be a relatively hazard-heavy series compared to the one we just watched.
No, Avery is not going to stay on that. I don't trust that one bit.
Maybe the biggest, biggest issue we've seen YASS run into a lot in these situations
Yeah, that's comedy. All right.
Maybe they try to play a bit more Tracer than other teams.
Avery,
I think
improv classes, 'cause that's
a stronger hero for Sabotabi individually, but Genji very powerful in this meta. So we'll see what Sabo chooses to start on here. Shoal actually onto the Venture. Nope, just kidding. Alright, TP's out. Sojin's a piece. Pharah swap, Genji swap.
That Pharah, which we have seen Faeble come out with in the past, and I think this might put YASS a little bit.
Okay, lock it in.
They haven't been the best at dealing
Alright, straight to point here for YASS.
offbeat compositions. In fact, even in the mirror, they've looked like
Mickman
but not
trying to give themselves this angle. Sabotabi will come out and mark that, so Mickman's gonna rotate around, look for something else. Oh, catches it! Oh no, Shoal! Disaster! Disaster start. Interrupts the slide. Now Amity awfully low in all of this as well. She's going to be forced back, and they're just going to have to try and disengage. But a couple of them are caught in still. Linda's going to get caught down. Amity's going to double down and go in. Maybe just look for a trade, but going to struggle to get out of this one. And they're all going to die a little bit staggered as well. Not the start we would have been hoping for.
But they just can't ever confirm that kill. And yeah, YASS giving up the point. Now this is where
we've reached the point of the night where Panda has gone mad with power. Swaps coming in now. Tracer Ashe. Alright.
I like her Tracer a lot more.
To be honest, we saw Shoal playing some of the Ashe yesterday, and she was having a really hard time staying alive. But actually, versus this version of the comp from Faeble with the Pharah and the Sojin, maybe more opportunity for her to get room to play. But Amity's going to get caught out.
Yeah, without Amity there, like you can just
cut down with that wall, and now they're going to have a real hard time getting out. Shoal's going to try and slam way out of this one. They do trade for Pharah at least. Now make their retake a little bit easier.
You said that the slide is the most important cooldown. Ashe is even more vulnerable to that.
You're back to saying it's a Symbassian. It's actually such a hard comp to Symbassian into.
The slide does. So like, you don't really have to worry about baiting that out.
Alright, Avery's starting up top. They're coming through lower again. Sabotabi's going to go force point. They're all going to try and swing that way. The problem is, if you give the Ashe to the back of a point, it's an awkward area for the Ashe to play. Boop in again. Shoal in trouble. No, they do finish the kill eventually. I think did manage to get herself back onto solid ground, but can't keep herself alive, and Linda's going to get caught too. One trade from Macy. I don't think it's enough, though, because Amity's so low on HP, as is Sabotabi. Barrage gets thrown in as well to relieve the pressure from that downpour. Downpour had only caught Avery in it.
Sabotabi lingering a little bit late.
Trying to sneak for cap here, actually, Tabby.
A little bit too much pressure there.
Not going, though, and now they are low on time, and Sabotabi, last one to die, means might be on Linda to try and touch, but Linda also nearly has the beat, so it's an awkward one. Might be a downpour coming out. Oh, it's going to catch everyone. No chance for beat, no chance for Kitsune Rush. Amity has got the touch, but without no support ults, it's just going to be a blowout here for Faeble in this first round. Oh, and that was a rough start. That was a rough start.
Especially Mickman able to pull out this far that all you haven't seemed to find a solution to.
Yeah, I even like when YASS is playing up to their greatest strengths, I still don't know that I give them the advantage on control, especially Lijiang Tower. I think even by their own admission, from what I've heard from Sabotabi, like this isn't really where they want to be. They just kind of want to get this map done and over with so they can get to where they can really start to play their game and really start to catch Faeble off guard. I mean, like so far, it's actually the Pharah that ends up catching YASS off guard.
Morning, Fovai.
Swap over onto the Ashe.
I think it's morning. Is it morning in New Zealand right now?
Ever getting a good angle, like I know a lot of players will have that kind of like low elo brain where they're like, just go hit scan and you can counter the Pharah, and it's like, okay, sure, but you have to be at a place where you can see the Pharah and shoot the Pharah and confirm the kill or pressure her down.
All right,
out of the
more
way.
of the same. Ashe again. Ashe Tracer again.
Here, but
Boop onto Shoal, getting that full pocket.
On Night Market to try and deal with this flyer.
Got control of this room now. If they can keep this space for Shoal, maybe opportunity for her to get something done. Sabotabi is flanked all the way behind as well. Got this big flank. Pressure onto Z Panther, trying to force it. Amity's going to come from the other hand, and there we go. Force Minimi into Sabotabi's clutches. She'll get that first kill. And now they have a lot of space. They're bullying back Avery here. Oh, the trade, though, catches a rocket. 4v4 right now as Avery's going to D-peak to top up their health. But now space for the Ashe. Comes in, doesn't catch Linda with that wall. They're fighting over this cap. Wall doesn't really catch anyone off either. Mickman's going to try and pressure this one out. Boot onto Amity. Forcing her away. Amity's taking a lot of damage here, but it's actually Linda who gets the kill. Dynamite helping that one out. Linda in big trouble, though. Will get traded on point, and now look at this. They finally found space for Ash. They've given Shoal opportunities. Helps connect 2 kills there. They're not out of the woods yet, though. Whoa, Z-Panther's going to Kitsune Rush for this? It's ambitious. No one's capped. The Kitsune Rush forces YASS to deep-peek a little bit, but Avery will fall. Now the Dynamite comes out. Macy gets traded. Suzu stops that Dynamite healing. Downpour's going to come out to catch anyone. Fiery is caught in it. Can they convert the kill? They need to kill this Lucio. Fiery's going to get out of it. 92% on beat. Still haven't capped, though, but a chance to get this early beat. Linda's going to die before theirs. Macy will be back soon. Bob onto point. Beat in response right now. Amity in a lot of trouble. Macy trades 1. Bob is still on point. But that earlier beat from Fiery. Oh, Fiery was rooted. They should have got the kill. They should have got the kill on Fiery.
The point is just now being capped.
Yeah, that was the first
Oh, if they got a kill on Fiery, that whole fight is completely different and they win it.
A lot coming online for Faeble, though. Like, they're going to have a barrage, potentially an OC, and a down.
Okay, retake now. Both support ults in hand for YASS, so they have the ability to, but again, always with the Ashe, it's about getting that Ashe into a meaningful position. Much harder on the retake than when you have map control. Or in the first fight, like we saw here. Kitsune Rush round the corner. Oh, wait! Yeah, the wall fully blocks it here. Disaster Kitsune Rush for Macy. It's only a sliver, a single bar. Now the barrage comes in. Suzu's there as well. It's only a 1-for-1 trade. Shoal gets it. Fiery's going to die on the way out as well. Ajax as well? Oh, disaster. Yeah, I heard the beat, but I didn't see the beat.
They only use the barrage there, though. Like, that is value. And YASS, like, they've completely...
This is a disaster. They had the support ult advantage. They had it. Until they didn't. And now Kitsune Rush. Oh, look at the ults for Faeble. It's so difficult. Coming back in. Shoal in all sorts of trouble getting that full pocket, but the Kitsune Rush is just going to overwhelm them. Sabotabi and Shoal, though, DPS coming up trumps for YASS. 2 trades, and they're forcing the objective. Avery's going to move back, but Amity's there already. HP advantage, and Amity and Sabotabi will finish that one off. Well played. Just going to have to be a die on point situation now for Faeble. Get the reset.
Takes down Z-Panther after the Kitsune Rush is popped, so, you know, Faeble still does get a fair bit of value on that, but they're so focused on...
And that's a huge fight to win because they were in a significant ult disadvantage as well. They've given themselves a lifeline here, YASS.
He gets another one there onto Avery to clean that one up, and now YASS are coming up on a respectable ult bank. They've got a downpour of their own. Going to have a pulse bomb. The Bob.
Looks like they're going to retake, potentially with overclock here. Amity does have the downpour to try and shut it down a little bit. Then Shoal's going to have Bob as well. Lots of ways to keep this one contested. Fiery getting ever closer to that beat. Trying to keep eyes on the flank. Sabotabi has to be careful. Full rail in hand. Trying to bait it out. Get themselves into position. Trading on point. And oh, the rocket! Right into the face, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. No overclock. Downpour comes out from Avery, but Linda just skating around the rooftops. Keeping this one contested. Will be forced back now, but Amity still has the contest. And Shoal nearly has this Bob. It's going to be a beat push. Bob can come out defensively here. Buys him a bit of time. Macy has the Kitsune Rush if they need it as well. They don't use it, though, and Shoal's going to die. They need more coming back into this. Amity has kept it contested, but Bob is still doing work, though. Catches Mickman, but they lose Macy. No Kitsune Rush comes out, and oh, yes.
Kind of the problem,
needed heavier ult investment, needed that Kitsune Rush to come back out. They have double support ult here. The last double support ult was an absolute travesty. Macy's going to die late as well, but not the end of the world for the Kiri. Sabotabi should be able to get the touch. You see it now on the right hand side. It's getting marked by Mickman, actually. Sabotabi's dancing around, trying to juke him out. Kitsune Rush in spawn. They're trying to go early. Linda can't get the beat off. Will die. They need Sabo to get the touch. Sabo's in spawn, though. Can anyone touch? Amity's going to have to go for it. They get onto point. Macy's committed for it. Linda has the beat coming back if they can survive. But Barrage comes out. Doesn't quite die. Pocket is good. Sabotabi now rushing for the touch. I don't think she can make it, though. And a spirited attempt at the end.
Because I feel like YASS got away with a lot more in this exchange than they realistically should have. And even though
but you saw once they were able to get the Ashe into position, there was some legs in the composition, and they can now totally take it to a map that it's a little bit easier to do more of that.
Control is kind of like a throwaway, especially
but
they never really get a good opportunity to deal with Mickman.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start. I know, was it CB was saying that apparently they weren't super confident on this map anyway.
You can get into a good like wrecking ball kind of angle. You know, couple that with like Sabotabi's Tracer, and suddenly we have an YASS that Faeble really has to worry about. Unfortunately for All Yass, though, Faeble now has a map advantage because they just give up control.
It's really unfortunate when you just have to look at a map type and take it to the chin. With All Yass being so comfortable on a very niche comp, it's hard to make work, especially when we're in a meta of...
I mean, it started with like Night Market was such an absolute blowout of a map. Maybe the biggest concern is, well, IS seemed to be able to keep up comp-wise, even though on the paper the Tracer Ash should feel harder. It was really the disaster support ults that cost them. Like in this, considering how close this Garden was, the fact that both support ults got 0 value from IS on that retake.
You know, again, like I talked to Sab
and in that last fight, they didn't get to use them properly either because Faeble, they fought forward.
Lights were on a little bit too bright. They had a couple of ping issues. They were feeling a little bit of like pressure from being on stream.
All right, what's the choice then here?
They just weren't playing up to what they know they were capable of. To me, at least, some of these fights they took, especially on Gardens, look like at least Sabotabi's feeling herself a little bit more. And one of the key problems that I kept seeing in that Valentine match.
So if you want something for Ash, you want like a more open map in Numbani, I can dig it.
That hasn't been the case this time. What was the case last time, though, was Numbani is their first pick. They pick this because they know they can play ball on it and everybody hates it. No one's scrimming Numbani. So they're like, all right, we'll scrim it, we'll play it, and we're also going to play ball on it. Good luck, babe.
Literally, that's the message that OES are sending to everybody is, this is our map. Good luck trying to do anything on it. Avery can easily play this Hazard here, like Winston. You can, whatever you want Faeble to do, you have a bit more flexibility on that regard. Are they ready for this ball? I feel like we kind of cheesed you, chat. Just saying, oh hey, it's gonna
Are we gonna play bald version here?
It's gonna be great. You got none of that Lijiang Tower.
You sure it looks like LA Glads? It is LA Glads.
We're not liars. We already on that
it's from 2018. Can you see the badge?
I mean, like a double dupe from them, like, you know, gotcha. We're actually just gonna play the meta on Numbani. Aha, we've made fools of you. That'd be great if they're just trying to like prank the audience, but I think they actually like they have their sights set on getting a top 4 finish. Like Sabotabi called that shot. She said, this is going to be a top 4 finish for Yass, and they are 1 win away from getting it. And if they are able to
that's
do
free,
so,
you've heard?
Then like, here we go. This is the one. Why? Like, I see no reason why they would throw it away.
Free of what?
I fully expect Konata to come out and play the wrecking ball for the tank.
3 times.
He's gonna go ahead and take it back over onto the bench, and we're probably gonna.
Oh, about Glads?
Weird hero
People keep asking. It's a nice shirt.
Sabotabi hopefully gonna also pick
You're just
up the
jealous,
Tracer,
Panda.
and we'll see what becomes of that. Hopefully this time around the lights are not on too bright.
I mean, it isn't it a Glad shirt? And it is from 2018.
Yeah, this is also kind of, if All Yass can't win this map, or they can't make that strong performance, I do fear for their future in the rest of this series. Because this is the
Yeah, I mean, the purple's really nice, right? Purple's really nice. The white with it complements it well. I'll show you these again. The black stripes I like.
Points of consistency from what we've seen previously.
4 times.
If they can manage to not get caught off guard by this, then OES will have to do some serious thinking going on ahead. If you really want to be that much of a fortune teller,
Locking it in.
We're gonna focus on
the IS comeback. It starts right here, right now. Right here, right now, probably.
It works very
hopefully
well to our good old attackers' advantage.
I do want to answer one of your questions though.
Need for Washington Justice shirt? Not gagging for a Washington Justice shirt. Alright, so Konata in? I'm saying that right? Konata, yeah.
So, okay, so there's the
so
there's the
ball is the expectation here. And the question is obviously... Oh, thank you, Lettuce.
Thank you
very much for the 9.
If they lose this map, I think the entire escort map pool also facilitates the
So the question is, do Faeble have an answer here? Because the roster gives away that the ball is coming into play.
By the way, if they lose this one and take us to escort, push and clash though, I think are going to be.
And it looks like Faeble.
Them, so you know,
maybe toying with the idea of something else. We've seen a lot of cast run against the ball.
Fable's advantage.
Thanks, Jakes. It's from 2018.
Which I have seen a fair bit of you want those boosters to be
so we've seen a lot of cast come out in response. We've seen Brig come out in response. Diana also allows it as well.
We'll see. I kind of feel like, you know,
cheers, Lego.
Have a tough time dealing with this.
It's not going to be the most fun.
All right.
At least you're fiery on the.
McMahon gonna go Tracer. Okay, so a very different looking composition. Anna Kiri versus Anna Brig. Diva out as well. Just a slam at the choke.
When it comes to these pile drives and just playing off the overall disruption of Konata. They didn't have time.
Avery gonna try and pocket them out. They're trying to bait out the slam. There's the slam though. No really meaningful damage. Needs to try and eat the dynamite as well. Kanata doesn't find anything, but runs into a low HP Tracer, but Minimi gets the pick 1 for 1. They have a little bit of space. Aggressive slide in from Minimi as well right now, which means Kanata is not on him. But Sabotabi gets it done. Separated from the heals here, but Sabotabi misses the blink. Slide back to the other high ground. Sleep connects as well. I don't think they can punish this. They will nade it to slow down Kanata for a bit. Actually, Avery is all over Kanata. Kanata manages to get out to the Mega. Recall has been forced on Sabotabi as well, but here they come. Kanata back up. The ball just keeps on coming, and they lose Avery on point now as well. And the hold is good. No ticks conceded. Macy slept somewhere, but Kanata playing bodyguard, booping through, taking him for a ride. Still not able to convert the kills though. Fiery and Panther able to survive.
It's literally just be annoying, buy time, and like frustrate the enemy team. And if you can keep like putting Fiery to the
Holders is not quite from 2018. Still had hair in 2018.
Hit to my Ana to try and keep Z Panther alive. Like,
all right.
Suddenly Faeble is
Quicker and Nano for Z Panther as well. Most of the time we see them used onto Avery. Looks like they're going for it again. There it is, onto it. Sleep is going to get eaten, so Linda will get absolutely deleted. No chance to get to that Nano, and Avery has got 2, maybe 3 with it. The Nano is good. Macy even used the Kitsune Rush in response to all of that, but it saves them from nothing. Kanata can keep this one contested for a bit longer. I mean, Sabotabi... I feel like Sabo should have actually played live there. Played live, maybe try and keep an angle behind. Then the recontest is maybe on. Kanata's looking for a touch. She's behind right now. We'll get that touch. This is where it would be nice if Sabotabi was able to play live as well. Keep the touch going.
Sometimes you just gotta watch out for the walls. Okay, so you're gonna get the
But okay, so they get first point off the back of that big Nano from Avery.
Never really got the chance to pop those mines. That will still be a problem going forward, though. Like, you might have to invest like the self-destruct or... You know, use the Bionade early
Bob,
just to try and clear some of those
nearly
mines.
up for Shoal. Nano nearly up
like
for Linda.
Sabotabi to go in.
Rally available from Fiery to deal with a lot of this. Mines will come in early here. Separates Avery, but I don't know if Avery's got boosters, got Matrix, gets them out of that one. Doesn't find anything. They've separated Mickman as well. Any chance to catch them? No. Now the rally push from Fiery, and way too close as Macy will be forced all the way out. Does get out though. Now separation. Pulse bomb onto Kanata there. Damaging away, awfully low, trying to run for their life, but Bob has bought him a lot of space in main against this rally. The rest of Faeble, they have to take a back step to deal with that. The self-destruct allows Avery to remake, but now the Nano Ball is coming on top. Pressure coming out, will get slept up here. Should be okay to get out of this one. Not even get out, just keep rolling and trolling, and Ninja's killed Minimi during all of this. The Ball's taking so much attention. Round and round she goes. But Avery onto the backline again. Really would like to see a Brig swap coming out from Macy into the Diva here.
YASS are going to completely disengage, but they are going to play at least a little bit more.
Are we doing a double swap?
They're going to
Are
swap
we going Zen Brig? I mean, the Brig I like for sure. The Zen?
You're banking on the Discord for
okay. You can keep the Zen alive, it'll work. Keeping the Zen alive when you've got to keep an Ash alive as well. That's a big ask, I feel like. That's the big ask. Resets the ults as well, and now we've got Z Panther with this Nano again. Last time it was onto Avery, and it was massive. Oh, Kanata Minimi caught again. The Nano has come out though, but they deal with this one. This time they deal with it. The Zen Discord for Brig. I think mainly the Brig helps massively. Fiery manages to get a trade on point, which feels like it should be illegal in that situation, but they do manage to stabilize regardless. We'll be able to clean up this Tracer, and they get their stabilization.
Really scary, right? Because like all of this high
only 2 minutes left on the clock for Faeble.
Every time they try to set foot in any of that space,
and that time the Nano was dealt with.
Different angles that a strike can come from. It's either like a
pulse bomb and mines, a chance for YASS, and again they want to hit early here if they can.
He's got the pulse bomb. Even if Faeble
eyes on the ball,
and get a good contest going,
where's Kanata coming from?
Here really quickly, and that's going to take some time to dispatch. More time.
They're all coming high ground now, Faeble. They're all grouped up though. Discords can be thrown in there. Discord though initially onto Mickman. We'll be able to force the recall out early, but the overclock catches Macy. Huge pick now. Booped off onto the low ground. Mines come out as well. Will slide away from this one, and Minimi is okay. All of Faeble are okay, actually. Pulse bomb's wide from Sabotabi as well. Shoal has the Bob to keep this one contested as well. This will buy him more space, more time. The Bob comes out. They lose Linda, though. Oh, it's not the greatest Bob. It's stuck behind the car. And they're cleaning up regardless. Macy is now back in the fight. Gets one 10% away from Transcendence if they can keep it contested. They need more. Macy has that Transcendence now, a chance to come back in if they need it. But they're just keeping this contested for ages, just rolling and trolling through. Macy still looking for a pick. Discord out onto it. Has for Transcendence if they need. Shoal finds for pick, and they can't clear Kanata off point, even with a pocket above. Bomb is out. Oh, it catches Kanata. Someone else needs to touch. They might leave a Transcendence. Post Bomb gets one. Macy goes for it, and C9s with the Transcendence. Oh my god, it was so good. Until it wasn't. Oh, disaster that Kanata dies to the bomb, to the self-destruct. But a disaster that, disaster that they died to the pulse bomb, and then a disaster C9 Transcendence. Oh.
Goodness.
What a series of unfortunate events.
Oh,
that was
Faeble.
That was unlucky. Oh, yes, just went through the shredder.
They have a
for sure, though,
chance.
that, like, you don't use the self-destruct here because, like, there wasn't enough.
Onto the cast now as well, Minimi. More
remake.
opportunities between the sleep, between the flashbang to punish this ball now. Kanata has been getting away with a lot. Oh, it's a boop, actually. I don't think that nano. Avery's going to die. That nano was intended for Avery, but Mickman gets booped into the path. Insane play from Kanata. Didn't intend it, but sometimes you make the right plays, your timing is good, and things just work out beautifully. And Fable's nano boost goes begging
Yeah, they're
again.
gonna have a minefield. Sabotabi's gonna have a pulse bomb, and I mean, you don't really have the
What a
transcendence to
perfectly
stop
timed
them and
boop.
grind things to a screeching halt. You just kind of need to avoid getting picked off by Shoal or, you know, getting like sectioned
Now
off,
Mines on
caught
this
off
next
guard by
rotation.
Sabotabi,
Awkward one for the Anna Brig. Fiery nearly has the rally now.
drop a carpet bomb right now.
Looking for it. They bait it out, though. Nicely baited by Fiery. So the Mines, it causes some separation, but no kills. Pulse Bomb is good, though. Sets up Sabotabi. Capitalizes on that separation. And now, no pocket for Fiery. Does have the rally, but they might just completely reset here, I think. They're all quite low in there, looking for that Brig kill, but Sabotabi can't find it. Recall has been forced as well. They're all low. Dynamite in there, too. They will rally. Fiery wants to live. They do stabilize, but this rally has been used just to sustain. No pushing ability with it.
All you're doing is keeping people alive, which, like,
And they're after time, Faeble. They have to make it work, but they're pushing into Transcendence, they're pushing into Bob.
All of the ults that all Yass are coming up against, the Transcendence, the Bob, they can slow this down. You're gonna get this into OT.
Cart still quite far back, so the touch will be easy enough. High noon push coming through. Everyone's going to D-peak. Bob comes out in response here. Bob is now on point, making this really awkward for Fiery. There we go, slam over top. Avery's going to run out, does have the self-destruct now. Just need no one to die to this. They have the Transcendence if they really need it. But they're actually just rolling them. Transcendence just to be safe. And a good hold in the end from YASS. Right back in it.
Cowboy jump scare there. Macy was like, oh my god. Like, didn't even realize what she had done and, like, popped the Transcendence because she thought she was going to get flashed anyway.
What happened to Hazard? Well, we've ball player in for YASS.
Yeah, they're going to stop.
As is tradition, of course, you know, for the
but still a win condition for Faeble.
as is tradition for any yes type team. So ball player in, so Faeble will play the Diva to try and deal with the ball a little bit better. I mean, I don't think Hazard is that bad into ball. But we've seen Avery play a lot of Diva, so seems something they're pretty comfortable and keen to swap to whenever they get the opportunity.
Cause chaos, sow the seeds of discontent amongst the backline.
But yeah, good ball play, crucial pulse bomb landing from Sabotabi at the end. And honestly, they probably should have held second as well. They just made an absolute mess of it. I mean, this has been a bit of a theme for YASS throughout, is that they get themselves in these good situations, and then sometimes fumble the bag a little bit.
Casting an
and there was a case of that still on the second point, but played well enough overall. Never in an okay position.
I'm borderline getting motion sick watching this record ball player just tear it.
Chat, you got your Dramamine on deck? Let's if you got it, let's pop it right now.
We're gonna need it. Unless
no fraud command for Chris. He didn't win fraud of the year, did he?
But Kanata,
he coped his way out of it.
Too much of the silly. Bring back the game. There we go.
All right, Faeble. Similar comp. The Cass, the Brig, the Anna. They want to contain the ball. They want to punish the ball. But Macy is going to be on the Zen. This is where I feel like the Hazard would actually go quite hard, right? Like a Hazard Tracer dive into a Zen Brig. Feels okay.
Or potentially, yeah, there we go. There's the Ashe. So they're just going to try and coach gun to the high ground and try and contest that. I think the problem, though, is they have to try and make sure that Avery's preoccupied before...
It was Rush, wasn't it, for Order for Year, I feel like?
is in trouble. I mean, Avery's certainly
Alright, slamming in.
trying to keep the brig alive.
Oh,
Sure.
has to recall. Recall has now been forced. They can keep chasing this Tracer around. But no, Minimi's able to get the kill as they try and make their way in here. And Macy and Linda, they have to back up. Looking for the punish onto the ball, but Kanata's shields will get her out of there.
Almost had kind of completely caught Faeble off guard there, but more respect and time to restabilize.
Alright, they deal with them trying to come in the flank here. And this is the big problem, obviously, is how do you get your Zen Brig into a meaningful position? On the defense, you get opportunities just to take space for free a lot of the time. And play these longer sight lines. But harder. And Kanata is getting absolutely hounded by Mickman here. As falls for recall, though, actually. And now Kanata's going to take the scenic route. Regroup with their team, and Schultz just walked in. Got a dynamite pick here. And now they've got space, and this time they were so busy trying to deal with a ball behind. RES's backline was able to rotate into a more meaningful position. And now look at this beautiful position Macy has got herself.
Yeah, no supports though. Okay, this is looking like all
easy for him there. Really nicely timed from RES. They realise they're all chasing the ball. Then, with that distraction, makes for walking way more comfortable.
So Faeble do have an opportunity to come up and play at this corner and try and shut this down. The problem, though, is, like, YASS don't really care about corners all that much because they can just whiz right past them, as you see in real time.
Dude, Mickman is having the fight of their life.
I think so, yeah. I think that's the expectation. Mickman's just dead. Oh, this is it. It's Zen Brig Ball. This was the solution. Dynamite onto the corner. Only catches for D.Va. Slam there as well, trying to clear a bit of space. Nano comes out onto Avery. They've done a good job dealing with these as of late. And this one looks like it'll be good again. Kanata transferring the shield to all of her teammates, making sure they're extra safe. But RES tucked up nice and cozy around this corner. And now a chance to push back. Avery nearly has the self-destruct, so can keep playing aggressive if they want to. But the mine's in the back catch Minimi. And right now, nothing is working for Faeble. They can't survive these ball tracer engages. Their own aggressive plays. They can't kill this Zen Brig backline.
Is currently in an iron lung right now. Okay, that kill's not going to come through. YASS, thankfully.
And they are getting this payload moving. They've got Bob to help finish this one as well. This is really tricky for the Faeble team. 5-orb swing. Doesn't catch anything. They catch Sabo Tabby though. Alright. Okay. Didn't see exactly where it went wrong, but they just sort of fell over.
Panther can live long enough to see the day that they do so successfully. Fights like this are one of the few ways that Faeble can manage to outsmart YASS.
Yeah, and like, okay, now that they've managed to like stop the push, they just need to try and play this high ground and not allow any members of YASS to dislodge them.
Alright, they still have both support ults. They still have the Bob. Perfect ultimates.
Play far enough up to really support the deep dive.
It's so funny that you've actually added his Liquipedia. Alright, they forced him inside here. They don't want to get objective a little bit closer. Looks like Fire is actually lining up an aggressive one. Bob into the back here for the High Noon. Gonna try and charge on it. Going through. We'll just kill Bob with it. So a decent enough trade, honestly, in terms of High Noon value. Z-Panther is still being harassed in the backline here. Trying to focus forward, trying to keep that pocket going. Defensive Nano out onto Minimi right now, but Avery's going to lose the mech. Self-destruct for them to get back into it. Macy is popping this Transcendence and the rally, but they need kills with this. Double support invested. Mines in the back from Kanata too, but where are the kills? They're getting forced back, they are getting contained, and Minimi pushing them back right now. The early kill onto Sabo Tabby really just took the punch out of that push when Kanata comes in with the mine. So often we've seen that the mines maybe don't get direct value, but it causes a separation, causes a couple of cooldowns to be used, then all of a sudden maybe there is an opening for Sabo Tabby there. She's coming back with Pulse Bomb now, but the nade's massive actually. But wait, Z-Panther's died! Discord dive from Kanata finishes that one off. Mickman has the Pulse Bomb, needs a big connect here, just trying to reset. They've lost Avery on point. Do they have a recontest here? Maybe not. They're stuck inside. They can't kite out of this one. Pulse Bomb is wide from Sabo Tabby, but getting the kills regardless. And this will mean there will be no recontest. And there will be 3 minutes for RES to tie up this series. Ooh, late killers were onto Z-Panther. This time Kanata and Sabo Tabby. You see the difference it makes when the Tracer's able to be involved in these dives? Absolutely massive for RES. And they put themselves in a great position. And Kanata has another Mines. The Mines are charging outrageously fast. Rally for Fiery. Well, soon, 20%.
a minefield online. She's kind of scouting around just to see where.
Trying to play inside. Hazard swap from Avery now. Want to kill this Zembrig more often, but stuck anchoring point for that. Remember, they didn't get it all that far, only 10 meters in it, but there we go. Avery finds the connect. Mines will come in response here. Lots of mines onto this Hazard, deletes Avery, and now somebody else needs to take over the touch. For Rally into the mines. They call that Turlan's Fury, but this time Fiery doesn't bash into them, holds on and stabilizes, slam back onto point, and they have stabilized as a result of that rally. Pocket in the back from Z Panther keeps everyone up, and they will be okay, but now the Bob has been slept. Defensive nano onto Minimi, they need Minimi to get kills, they've lost Fiery. Transcendent's out from Macy, but it can't save Sabotabi, but one shot comes in. Transcendent keeps them safe. Linda nearly has managed to keep this one going. Avery is going to fall again, and they have the rally. Linda's popped it. This should be the finishing blow. Macy with a shot to the face for Minimi. And oh yes, with time to spare.
In this series, CB.
So, like,
tied up 1-1.
I kind of like the idea of Fable's composition because you can just kind of put the nano onto the Hazard and catch the backline out, because that is like one of the best nano targets in the game right now. You just don't play the Ana because she is so diveable, and we see that in real time because like Konata and Sabotabi.
Your block on Hazard ult hits Tori.
Over and over again.
I saw the
and it's so
beat.
hard to
Do you mean the beat? Or are we talking about different things? I remember the beat one where you walled the beat.
Has the CC to be able to deal. You know, you have the sleep dart, but the problem is
you
only got one of them, and there's always two people who are trying to kill you. They want.
And that gives Valentine an opportunity to be the ones to kickstart the fight first.
Yeah, this is for one. Response to that blade. Okay, with that trade, Downpour over the top. Doesn't find anything. Downpour response coming through. Wait, what am I looking at? Kills Bug Soup, actually. Hey, Braven. Be in response to that blade. Oh, you build yourself a roof? You build yourself a roof? Get yourself a little hoose? That's actually really cool. That's really cool. Doesn't find anything. Downpour response coming through. Catches actually just kills Bug Soup, actually. I feel like as well, especially, not to glaze you just because you're here, Hitori, but actually, watching you play versus all the other hazards, like in Calling All Heroes, feels like you're way ahead in terms of like wall usage, all the setups you're taking, all the positions you're starting from. Feels like it's a massive gap for you and the Nightmare, Eclipse right now.
At least kind of dictate the pace and maybe take us back to a place where they can play the Hazard mirror. But the problem with that is like, you know, it needs to be like Clash or Push. You can't take us to Escort here. Because, again, all of the Escort maps facilitate a really strong Wrecking Ball play.
All right, so we get this interesting situation now, whereas
equipped to deal with. Although I will say,
you mean like the main team, like Infected and Zero and that?
Sigma in their pocket, but I don't know if you really want to play like Sigma double sniper against something like this. Like that kind of feels like bad juju all around.
You gotta find a way to force this Hazard mirror. I don't think trying to match the dive or play on a composition that you haven't necessarily practiced is going to be the answer.
That's cool then, actually, yeah.
A push, maybe even a flashpoint or clash are likely the direction we're going to see them going.
By the way,
so now we're going to get the situation where basically Faeble know what they're up against in terms of they want to avoid the ball, Zen, Brig, and these type of things. I think the Hazard swap was reasonable. I think like Hazard Genji, Hazard Tracer, make something that can really punish that Zen Brig, because Macy and Linda's life, too easy for most of that. They're going to go to Esperanza, which is... Oh, it was a trick.
I don't know if this is much better.
That's worse.
Route 66?
Wait.
I don't know about this. I guess if they're just trying to block... They're trying to block, right? What was the other one? Havana? Surely Havana would have been better, right? In terms of like places you don't want to play ball.
On this one, if you're Faeble and you've picked this, either you lack the critical information, which it's yes, all right. They don't.
He tried to add Fraud of the Year to Russia's Wikipedia.
Or you feel confident enough in your dive play to be able to counter dive with either the Hazard or maybe you bring Avery out on a Winston. But like, I don't know. I don't.
You believe in YASS and final? Yeah, what was it? Queen's Gambit were talking a pretty big game as well. So they were 4-4 with you over the last one. So they think think they've got you from the lower bracket run.
Or am I going to try to counter dive and
We'll see. We'll see.
Right? There was too much of that indecisiveness that I think set Faeble back pretty far. And it's not an impossible thing to fix. You just need to make that decision as a team of you're just going to use.
Would I go under the awards in profile? Surely, right? Fraud of the year. I mean, a trophy's a trophy, right? Full disclosure, there are no actual trophies being provided. Yeah, well, we're on at a much nicer time. Like, what is it, like 8 PM? I guess for grand finals will be later, right?
Because it's been a while since we had a proper dive meta in Overwatch. Like, you think like
You threw up 5 minutes before last grand final. Still won. Still won.
I lost all memory because it's been so much rush meta over and over again that it's all kind of blurring together. But I think there was Ramatra in there somewhere. Who's to say? There was definitely a lot of Mauga to Risa, like trading positions now.
All right, Kanata's still in, so we're still expecting ball. Predictions are open.
We have to have the better micro.
I feel like this one could really go either way. I feel like Ridge 66 really isn't that bad for ball. I'm surprised we haven't seen Havana.
Or sure, why not? Play Mauga. Yeah, okay. Attack response, I guess. Maybe they don't come out with that. It's Konata. I doubt you try to take them.
Oh yeah, that's not too bad then at all, if it's like 9.
No one's really used to having to make that call. Like, do I continue to commit to this and take down the enemy backline, or do I peel back from my own backline? That's also not one that you really have to make in the hazard dive as well, because you're playing Kiriko
all right.
and Lucio. They should be able to live
So this time, Lucio, Anna.
Like, you know,
Lucio's a bit of a... Oh no, I'll go and break. Never mind, yeah.
Like,
That feels more like it.
About that at all, but, you know,
but yeah.
Wrecking Ball, you kind of do.
Avery back on the hazard with Mickman on the tracer. Feels like this is the one that should in theory now make the backline of RYASS's life a lot harder than it was on that Nambani. So we'll see if they start on. We're going to go Kiri Lucio themselves.
Eventually we'll get out to take those.
Yeah, Kiri Lucio themselves. Show on Widow. Sticking it.
YASS can figure out how they can get on this back.
Yeah.
All right, a hard corner to swing.
Where is Z Panther? And that is
for the Widow at least. Obviously the ball is well past this corner already.
It's gonna be kind of hard for her to access though, because Fiery on that brig is gonna be
bit of a view onto the high ground here.
Hopefully Gianni on the spot with those whip shots to try and keep Konata out. The question though is,
just trying to bully this hazard out of the way for now.
And will Shoal click ahead? Nope, gets a shield, but close enough.
Bit of space now, and this ball is causing big distractions. Looking for the Tracer, looking for the Sojourn, catches her! Big opening pick for Shoal. And now they can keep this payload moving. Another dink comes in, looking for the traders. Avery, grapple shot, only a body though. They're also low on the side of RYASS. Kanata lives with a sliver of HP. And now RYASS in complete control. And catch late on Z Panther. Slow to rotate out. I feel like it took forever for Z Panther to get out of that one and get taken down as a result. Now this payload is moving, 3 on point. Big pressure on this recontest, and you see Shoal nearly at these walls already.
Try and stay alive from the barrage of Konata, but that gives Shoal the space to hit those big shots.
Slam only onto it, and wait, Linda's just shut down Mickman. How's this happened? They're trying to come out the low ground right now, trying to avoid that Widow line of sights, but they're going to be forced to touch. They come out. Avery is so low. Easy kill for Shoal in the end, and the cap's going to go. Huge time bank here for RYASS.
5 minutes for YASS.
Looking for a few late kills here as well if they can. Kanata's going to get a slam. Sabotabi not quite there yet, but we'll be ready for this next engage if Kanata can find another one. Looking for it above Z Panther right now. Sabotabi scouts it out. Z Panther playing inside. Kanata trying to look for the boop, trying to dislodge him. Catches a boop onto Mickman as well. And Sabotabi good with the stick. Fiery not able to block it. And this might just snowball out of control. Look at Faeble there, just trying to batten down the hatches and deal with this ball. They are under serious duress. And wow, this is happening. It means we're just isolated on point. Now the nano comes out. Avery, though, needs to find kills because Sabotabi has taken down most of their team. Needs a trade. Needs to kill this Widow. Defensive boot comes in from Kanata. Oh, and RYASS have done such a good job dealing with these nanos in the later part of probably like Nambani onwards, basically. After that first one on Nambani, everyone else they've dealt with.
This is going to be a full cap. Like, Fable's backline's making some swaps. They're swapping over to the Kiriko Lucio, and I think you really need to have that backline that has that level of survivability. But, like, even still, you have to worry about Shoal having these angles because she is hitting right now. And
oh, Genji on top! Minami now, Tracer, Genji. Really designed to take this Widow out of the game. Kitsune Rush has still been used on point, and they have a beat to throw into this one as well if they want to keep going. But Linda's not going to go for it right now. Chooses not to invest after that early pick. And they will be able to stabilize there. Shoal going to keep the Widow, but it's going to get increasingly harder because this is now a very dive-heavy comp. They've stabilized up top, Faeble. Trying to clear him out.
Again, one of the biggest
but
things
can Shoal get into a meaningful position? She's all the way up on coast now. Just a body shot into Avery, and that gives away her position. Still harassment on the high ground. Fiery booped up into the air, but Sabotabi can't get on that top roof either. They're going to try and force point a little bit right now, but Mickman... Pulse Bomb goes out, actually. A bit of a wild attempt from Sabotabi. No recall as well. Chance for Mickman to get the kill. Gets it in the end. Minimi, on the other hand, on the back line. DPS coming up trumps. And that roof position just hard for a Ball Tracer to dive meaningfully. Great transfer of shields coming back there from Kanata to make sure Linda survives that too.
Yeah, it's a little rough when you have.
And now they have the beat, they have the mines.
That's a lot of damage coming out all
but it's this top roof position that's tricky for him. Shoal gets a half opportunity there. Wall's going to deny her angle.
There's another cactus for your troubles. No sight lines for you. Gonna go in SMG.
Whoa, wait, how's Fiery died to Linda? What's going on? I guess the boot, the slam, it came in from Kanata. Now no beat in this fight for Faeble. Grapple comes up. Recall has been used as well as the Mines is out from Kanata to force point. 3-person beat only for YASS as they come in. Can they find kills? Downpour comes out. Recall from Sabotabi to dodge that one. Macy gets the Kiriko gap. Beat comes in now from Fiery. A later gap. They need kills with it though. They are hunting down Sabotabi. Denies the Mega. But they're still trying to force point right now. But it's just Kanata there, and they're completely line of sighted. No value of either support ults or the last two support ults here from YASS.
Because where the cart is where the fights are going to be happening, and you're never going to get a really good sight line on the.
Is Shoal swapping? Sojin maybe, or her favored Ashe? Favored Ashe.
So she can actually play a little bit more aggressive now with the use of the coach gun. Maybe even take a high ground position on top of the.
Kanata's still harassing, annoying with these balls in these boops.
All clear. You're good.
No ults just yet, and actually Sabotabi's going to get caught as well, so this might just put an end to this one. Dynamite onto the high ground. Forces Minimi back a little bit, and they're trying to keep this coast position while they wait for Sabotabi to respawn. Need to worry about the blade, need to worry about the pulse. Avery's trying to get aggressive, but has taken about half damage. Looking for the blade commit now, coming in all the way onto Shoal. Boot coach gun's perfect! Shoal not out of trouble yet, still coming as Minimi. Finds the kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, tank advantage. Pulse bomb now for Mickman. Can they find the connect? All eyes on the ball. Kanata's getting forced back. Macy has the Kitsune rush if they want to keep going. Kanata's going to point. Pulse bomb out is good, but Kanata 1 HP still. Manages to get out and get to that Mega too. She will live. But Faeble, they hold. They hold.
Able to live. YASS have some ults here. Like, you know, they have lost a lot of their time bank, but if they can bait Faeble into a
that was both DPS ults thrown in, but Faeble, they're about to have a Kitsune rush and beat. If they can get to those ults, again, they can commit harder with these dives. They can really go kill Shoal. Kanata, Mines will come out again, trying to force towards point. Kitsune rush from the side from Macy. Will be able to kill Minimi with that one. Now they can start to get payload moving. Looking for another one, but Z Panther shuts down Sabotabi. Kitsune rush in response from Z Panther is getting booped and juggled around, but Fiery nearly at that beat. Will have this beat before Linda does as well. We are into overtime. Fiery has it. Macy kills Mickman. Fiery's going to go for the beat right now. Linda's still 10% away. Avery, desperate for these kills, gets booped back right now. Just getting juggled around. Shoal will fall. 5% on the beat from Linda. They keep the touch going. Linda's going to get the beat, but no, dies as it goes off. Minimi back, and they C9 as they go through it. Oh, they had opportunities, YASS.
That was, I mean, that was pretty close.
They had opportunities, but those support ults didn't get the value on second that they really should have. Travesty for them there in the end. Could have been a much... Because if they win one of those fights, they cap second, then who knows what happens. Obviously, third point tricky for Ball, but distance is distance. It would have been better. Now, a tricky situation to manage.
I kind of like their chances now. Like,
need a good hold.
Unless they get full held, like, I kind of expect that this might be Faeble actually taking the advantage in the series. Just barely, though, because that was a razor's edge kind of fight where, again, like, a nanosecond of touch coming out from YASS could have been the difference between Adrenalinda popping that beat and keeping the fight going, and things going the way they actually did.
It wasn't pretty at all, but Faeble made it work, and a big turning point for them was Minami swapping to that
Sojin start for Shoal here.
massive dive target. You can output more consistent damage and help Avery dive. You're not just sitting there waiting for YASS to come to you. You're going to them and preventing that setup ahead of time, and that change of pace helped Faeble and kind of get their boots together for that 5.
I can't remember actually. Who knows? We probably just gave it to Rush again.
Back over to so, okay. Minami on the Hanzo is just going to try and scan.
It's been known to happen. It's been known to happen.
I wouldn't put it past them to, or wouldn't put it past YASS to try and play for a spawn hold here. The question though is like, okay, Faeble understands that this dive composition has worked out for them, but from what angles is Karnataka going to be coming in and attacking from? It looks like directly above them, at least to start
Same
off
comp from Faeble again. Want to get all over this. For Sojin will be more survival. Has to slide up to the high ground, and Kanata with the punish. Really can't underestimate what a good performance this has been from Kanata. Value on the dives. Tricky, elusive on the engages. Manages to find value from this transfer shield ability as well, coming back to peel. And really finds a lot of exit boops as well. Not just value, you know, hitting the slams and getting cooldowns out of the enemy backline, but when they are hitting that exit, hitting these exit boops onto the DPS who are in these committed positions. Now Kanata's still harassing this Lucio on the coast. Awfully low, needs to be careful. Shields will get him out and back to the Mega right now. Much quicker Kitsune Rush coming up for Z Panther as well. Oh, boop in! Puts Lindra into a bad position. That wall causes her all sorts of problems. Now trying to deal with the Tracer. TP's to the Genji. Boop comes in. We'll be okay though.
Yeah, you know, again, a lot
of quicker support ults for both of the supports on Faeble. Kanata is getting close to mines, but they're sort of staggering back into this a little bit. Shoal misses that rail as they come around the corner. Now they're trying to find a little bit of space. Shoal will slide into a wider angle, but they need to keep point contested soon. Fiery has the beat, will drop it, catches everyone, no ults to respond with. Both support ults committed to point right now. Macy's going to fall, and they don't get the support ults to use in response. They're still dancing around and they can maybe contest, but they are completely outnumbered. Mines will come through from Kanata. This is optimistic. Linda's not going to get out of this one, yeah. And the mines just buys him a few seconds, if that. Not a good mines in the end from Kanata. And now YASS. Plenty of time to attack second. Now remember, of course.
Ultimates from the side of Faeble, and then you still lose.
Remember, of course.
And it takes you so long without that extra damage.
There was also plenty of time for YASS before that went wrong, but that's a terrible start.
Welcome to Hazard meta.
I see. That's what we're saying. You use your slide to get into the
Shoal just out before her team was really there. And now this will be some nice free push for Faeble.
They're so set up with this positioning. Look at that.
Slam onto Minami, will force him back. Mace is going to get caught as well. Avery's just taking heads. Getting everything they want.
When they start to go down, when they start to lose this Kiriko over and over again, especially when she's holding.
They're forced all the way out. Another setback. More meters conceded for free. YASS have double support ult though. They struggled on their attack to get value out of their support ults. They need to get value here.
To bail her out, so everything kind of falls apart if Macy keeps dying.
Macy. Up and healthy now. 4 ultimates on the board.
All right, Ampin free trying to get Shoal space, but she's slid in there with the overclock. Doesn't find anything. One body shot onto the Genji, forces for deflect. Everyone's low if anyone can finish these kills. Slides away. Downpour coming out. Blade coming out as well. Suzu is good actually. Suzu and B keep Shoal safe from all of this aggression from Faeble. But now can they turn the kills? They've stabilized behind, but Minami will dive in. Can't kill the Lucio. Shoal hits the punish. And they had to concede a lot of meters. They're going to get Kitsune Rush with a point as well. It's not over yet, but the mine's on point. Migman gets bumped into it. They're playing for it. I don't know about this Kitsune Rush. They had more time. They had clearer opportunities. The Mines does its job. Great peel from that Blade aggression.
Literally 5 ults that they just had to pull.
Yeah, and they have none for this next fight. There's only a sound barrier on the other side, so if they
beat advantage for Fiery.
Sound barrier from Fiery, or find a kill on
we need an Ajax. We need an Ajax. That's the opposite of an Ajax. That's an opening pick. All right. It's all on Kanata. Can we get an Ajax going? Eyes on Fiery. Shoal is dead as well. Oh, yeah. Gets the beat off, catches everyone. And they've just got picks before the fight even starts. They did so well in the previous fight, and then they just lose such an easy one. And there we go. Over the line. Faeble regained the lead in the series. Ah.
And I think it's a Gambit that actually pays off twofold because they're so confident in being
It's
able
a
to
shame.
this team with the hazard.
It happens. It just keep happening, doesn't it? It has to be said for YASS. Just so many times they'll win these tricky fights, like that one we saw there, where they had to do, where they started with the overclock, then they had that insane peel for Shoal from Macy and from Linda. They win that fight, then the next fight, just a couple of picks for nothing, a couple of magic picks before the fight starts, and then they don't even get an opportunity. It was a difficult fight, you know, beat disadvantage, but they don't even give themselves a good start, or don't even give themselves a proper start at it.
So like great play from Faeble to just completely shut that one down.
And that's what you're going to need to continue to do, right? Another big revelation, Hazard can now play into this wrecking ball. Even if YASS were able to pull this out.
Whoa! Thank you, Misfit.
Found a way to really make sure that Macy was not playing the game or just getting a random pickoff onto Sabotabi here and there. If they can continue to do that, that's where YASS have kind of crumbled before. If they can't.
Thank you very much for the 3 months. Appreciate it.
Of them taking a full fight.
Like Macy is doing a better job of surviving than she was against Valentine, but like that is still kind of like an Achilles heel of this comp and always will be. And again, like, you know, you use the Suzu, if that's used for any reason.
They have to announce the partnership teams soon. Yeah, I mean, I imagine most things will be announced within the next sort of 10 days, 2 weeks.
I know exactly what I'm going to do about it. And again, with the rest of the escort table just like completely.
Why am I wearing an LA Gladiator shirt, not C9 one? Yeah, the LA Gladiators are back.
Even though it's YASS's map pick.
You might think they were out of business and bankrupt, but they're actually back.
And even still, I'm not sure it's like the best option.
Esperanza, like, it's doable, right? But to what degree? If you can't keep your team alive, and if Avery continues to play the hazard as well as they have so far,
does China have partner slots?
If I'm YASS heading into that map.
I've not heard that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to try.
One got announced.
Because Echo is like begging me to like open the door for her. Yeah, you can see the cat
Really?
here. She's been like all over my. I've got the door closed, and she's like, "Please let me out." All right.
Once again, aren't an org though, are they? They're just like
that YASS is going to be making.
It's like a Twitter brand type
There's
thing.
only one really good option, unless they hit us with a curveball, but we'll give them an opportunity to come up with that. We're gonna throw to a quick break. Don't go into that. Map 4 of this series.
Unluckily for you, Trueblade, I have the ability to read, so I would not be clicking on that Sheffield Dragons link. Oh, let me grab a water actually while we're between maps. Wait, did you think it was real? I didn't even open the link. I could tell you it wasn't real. All right, let's see. Let's see what was the big bait. There's no way. Oh, it's actually impossible. It's actually impossible you fell for this. It's impossible. you fell for this. I can't believe it. It's impossible. There's no conceivable way. There's no way. Oh. Any other city but Sheffield?
Welcome back, chat. I've now let the cat out, and it's just me in here, alongside Tiny Shiny. Of course, we are
Sheffield
back
on top.
with 2 teams
I guess
who
so.
both have their sights set on at least the top
Oh.
and one of them
All right.
will get it. Unfortunately, the
Fred's
other
up
will
for
be
map
sent
4.
off to the abyss. YASS called their shot and said that they were going to get it. This, though, is not the shot that I...
People just want to know about the leak, Panda. People addicted, you know.
I guess I just want casters to be wrong today, or, you know...
You got no one to blame but yourself on this one, True Blade.
So many times.
No one to blame but
I will
yourself.
be confidently wrong, and it's totally nothing new to me. You can't hurt me.
No way, they piss off were they, Fovai?
You probably
Oh, come
could. I mean,
on.
Esperanza would have been a lot better.
Come
for
on.
That, but, like, it's not out of the question on Colosseo. I think there are still a lot of questions. Like, you know, maybe they
Which
try
count is
and
it, this
take
one?
the Hazard Mirror. They shouldn't have to worry about, like, the Pharah in the Hazard Mirror here if they want to go that route. But I don't expect that, like, I don't know if I really fully expect the ball here.
No, it's been done.
I don't know how long ago it was, so maybe they didn't. Maybe they're okay. They were in the
You're
clear.
purposely making your own lives harder on this map. We'll get a clear sign of that, of whether Panada is subbed out for
Wait.
Mini or not.
There's no way. There's no way. Come off it. Knees. Fuck me. Fuck me.
I think this is a good spot for Faeble to be in.
Inconceivable. I mean, it's a funny tweet, right? Like, you know, like I get it. It's a decent enough bit.
I don't see the vision.
But if people believe in it,
What the vision is I don't.
I don't know.
Either. I think like any tank that like Avery.
Why is Stream Elements giving us for combo breakdown?
Again, like if
I like that a lot, actually. A little combo breaker. Good on you, Stream Elements. Look at the bot. It thinks it's people too.
We have seen teams play the Sigma here on Colosseo in this very tournament.
That's the first time I've seen the combo message fix, so that's our current combo streak.
Could just continue on with the Hazard Mirror, where they feel like they probably do have.
Everyone knows SHG. Yep.
Let's see as I jump in. Chronota is still in, so they probably are going to try and play the Wrecking Ball here, which, again, like, if that's the route they were going to go, I fear that Colosseo might not be the better pick between
Where are we? Wait, so this was YASS's map pick, right? When was it added? I'm not sure. Trash Panda added it, so either like today or yesterday, probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't take any like usable data from that particular game, to be honest with you. That was very much like one team trolling. So
Let's lock in for a second though, because this is curious. This is a curious map pick from YASS. They want to play Colosseo to play ball. Is ball good on Colosseo? My instinct says no. Is it good for Zen Brig, Ash? Especially in this corridor fight? Maybe the answer is yes, actually. So maybe I can get behind that element of it a little bit more. But interested to see if Kanata can make anything work here. Remember, elimination game, YASS. They have to win both in these next maps.
If Macy can just play good positioning and close to Adrenalinda, there's a chance. But Brig also can kind of get ground stopped by Hazard if you're out too far or use your
Alright. Having to play quite far back initially. Needs to keep their distance versus this Hazard.
Plan to use that to their advantage, just because of the nature of push, just every little meter is going to count.
Yeah, and like YASS is playing really
Tries to catch for Tracer with that slam, but finds nothing. Now Minimi trying to get in position. Hazard coming up as well. Shoal will jump backwards. Double pocket coming in, and Shoal will be okay. Now wants to repick Minimi, but gives her the slip. But Minimi runs into more trouble. Macy and Linda are still up there. Initial peel is good. You saw him stand so far back, anticipating the dive, using Shoal to bait it, but they can double pocket Shoal, give her the orb, give her the packs. But Avery does catch Macy, so they're not out of the woods yet at all. AWW is awfully low as well. Recall has to be used. I think Linda's just low on packs. They're low on healing in general, and AWW's going to have to get the Mega. No recall here for AWW either, remember, so has to be careful. Kanata helps her out of that one.
Also where YAS wanted to fight, where they can put Shoal on this bridge.
Yeah, and like when Macy comes back, like she's gonna be up on the high ground, which is where you want your.
Oh,
anyway.
Mickman's caught on the way out here. Shoal will finish that one. A chance to push back.
You know, have to worry about
they force the Hazard back. Needs to be careful because there's always a risk of this Hazard trading. And Minimi's in the flank. Do they know? Oh, there we go. Avery comes back up. They catch Macy again. Macy's just quite split from the brig there. And Minimi and Avery, we said they need to be careful for the Hazard. But with the Genji flank as well, they bust that one wide open. Linda does live, and Kitsune Rush was used. But they can start putting some real meters on the board. Linda has to be careful. Linda's actually dropped down onto the low ground here. Kanata's in a spot of bother here. Just kidding. Ball's always fine. Always fine. Downpour comes out from Avery. Does catch Shoal with that one as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. Not worth it. 3v3, Genji behind, Macy needs help, deflect has been used, needs to hit the shot, help coming back, Linda's all over him. There we go, the peel this time is good, and Kanata will finish it off.
But like that buys Faeble a fair bit of time because like no one was contesting the
okay, chance now for YAS to finally get some meters on the board. They have a Transcendence to deal with some of this next aggression as well. They've got the Beat and the Blade they're going to have to face down, but with a Bob, with a Transcendence, there's a chance here for YAS. With this Zembrig Ash though, we always talk about how dangerous or how painful it is to trade that Pulse Bomb. They just give a pop out first, Shoal. But should be easy enough for him to disengage this one. Kanata's going to try and boop someone in to that Bob damage, but they're just going to be able to wait on this bow. And now they will Transcend versus the Blade, but Fiery has a beat to still push with. And that's the Bob and the Transcendence out. Now the beat comes in. They have to run. The overhealing. Macy's trying to give all the space in the world, but Mickman uses that overhealth to convert the kill. Trade is good from AWW here. Can they find any more? Mine's actually going to be committed here, but AWW was so low. I don't know. Kanata's got Avery low, but they've still got Pocket there on Avery. Can Kanata find it? Defensive wall buys Avery that time to get some self-heal going as well. And okay, they've stabilized, but YAS don't get value out of their ultimates here. Big trouble.
YAS is once again set up on this high ground, and this is where they want to be. This is where the Discord orbs and
you see Minimi and Avery trying to come through, set up flanks from different sides here. Kanata's going to try and interrupt some of this, and oh, Avery just gets deleted by that Discord. Now pressure onto Minimi, who does dash in, looking for the trade, but Kanata's in full peel mode here. They lose Linda, but they deal with everything else. And they should be able to clean all of this one up here as well, just for Tracer left. Mickman will keep the payload contested as long as they can.
Mickman gonna die as well on the bot, so that is gonna slow things down again. YAS probably won't get too much bot progress.
You just saw the title? Yeah, Panda has successfully baited everyone.
Still being annoying, still buying a fair bit
this one's gonna bait him even harder, Panda. Just bullying the poor leak-hungry public. They deserve it, though. Alright, Dynamite and Slam comes in. That forces out the Suzu from Z-Panther. Keeps them all alive for now. YAS have to be careful with how far they walk up, though, because this Kitsune Rush from Z-Panther could be brutal if YAS get too close. You can see him playing deep in corridor. Want to get this Transcendence on this rally. Preferably the Transcendence by the time they go. Or just both. Both is fine, too. Another slam onto the backline, but this time Z-Panther not forced to use any cooldowns. Oh, boop in. Big problem for Fiery. Will get caught. Really nice timing again. The YAS have really been clean on their timings here between the slam engage and the dynamite. causing all sorts of problems for him. And now Sabotabi will catch Sea Panther. No chance to use those ults. They did use the rally themselves here, but finally, yes, they get to dip their heads outside. Outside of this corridor. They can see the other side of a map. And they're going to go set themselves up on high ground as Sabotabi claims them the lead. And I imagine we're going to see a pretty aggressive Mines engage here. And this is a big opportunity. Big opportunity for YASS here. Mines is early, trying to separate Faeble. Dodges the downpour, and Avery's taking a lot of damage. Will get Suzu'd out here, and they lift Faeble. But Minami's a bit separated here. Can they find that kill? Both DPS trying to flank. Linda marking that angle. Macy does have the Transcendence if they get in trouble, but they need to come help point. And see Panther's died to Mines. A late boop. Kanata catches Panther sleeping. And now they can try and push it in. Bob comes through. Blade as well, but Transcendence will deal with both of them. Bob Transcendence will beat Blade. And YASS on the front foot. Don't trade, don't trade, don't trade. Everything's okay. Everything's okay.
We got it under the bridge, and that was kind
and this is it. Cap and serious meters on the board. Sombra coming out now from Minami. Winston coming out from Avery. Desperate swaps. They have a Kitsune Rush, so they should be able to win this next fight. But the damage might already be done. Trying to get back in. Virus from downtown. Kitsune Rush used, but the Kite seems good from YASS. Are they getting out of this? And Minami jumps in. It's a 1-for-1 trade only, but a bit of a disaster here. Macy will keep backing it up. Boop comes in onto this Winston. Needs to try and jump out. Avery is burning on the way out too. Oh, so low. Luckily, there's no Tracer to follow it up. Kanata's going to try and get it done herself. But Faeble are struggling right now. Macy's just going to kill Fiery. Cheers to that. And YASS are right back in this. Dive onto the back line, tries to bash out of it, Linda, but can't get out. And slips through their fingers there. Mines onto point from Kanata. I don't know about this one at all. Minami is so low, but gets to that mini pack. Doesn't matter. Kanata will kill it anyway. Shon and Kanata just going to do it themselves. They've got some trades. A few laps for Kanata. Trying to set a new personal best.
It's like a whirlpool. No, thank you. That'll just suck me right in. I'll never get out.
And alright.
If your DPS are dead, there's no way to
Mines felt a bit questionable, but they kind of traded their way out of the problem, and now Macy has Transcendence for this next push. Avery will have the Primal, but probably forcing the Transcendence at best. Sabotabi is going to die before the fight, actually. Primal comes in now, will get juggled in, and I think, YASS, they're just choosing to play it conservatively. Get the Primal out for free. Now they have Transcendence, Rally, and Bob coming back. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Eyes on the clock because the time's going to get really important here for the decision making from YASS.
They might get the checkpoint, but there is still the matter of the butt scratch. And Konata can go back in for another touch here before we even get the
EMP coming up soon for Minami too.
Other members of YASS.
Bob's going to come out early to contest this one, but I think they're just out. Just out. Oh my god, Faeble was so ready for it there. They've absolutely robbed the bank. Bob thrown away. And now they have both support ults and EMP Faeble. This is their big opportunity.
EMP could be a big fight winner for Faeble if they're able to build up to.
Looking for the connect. C Shoal. Not going to use the EMP, just tries to stay alive. Has been revealed.
Really get in, get out. Now everyone knows where she is.
Macy's holding really close, has to pop that Transcendence in response. Second support ult comes in. Linda still has his rally though. Can they live? Can they stabilize? No, EMP over top, they can't. But importantly, Linda didn't invest the ultimate here. They stopped him getting cap until right now too, so they'll give him 8 seconds. And they'll get another shot at this fight. And now look at it. Faeble had to spend their 3 big ultimates for this. YASS. It's all going to come down to this fight, but they are in control of the series. Kanata needs to be careful here. Needs to make sure they get the touch before lead. Mines onto point now. Pulse bomb is good. A Zest pulse from Sabotabi gets the trade. Shon is back now. Linda is on point. Bash onto the Winston. 10 seconds left. Don't push the robot that far. Just clean up the kills. And YASS are going to be sending us to map 5.
YASS are fighting for that spot, that tournament life that they wanted so bad, and they're gonna get one more contest. Overtime win.
Avery can touch, but they don't have anything other than this pulse bomb. Avery is absolutely deleted by it.
Throws themselves into the masses, praying that big men.
Pulse bomb wide in the end. They can keep it contested for a little bit. Need to be careful, nothing crazy happens now, YASS. Because Avery's coming back into this fight before they know it, and the Primal's not a mile away. Kitsune Rush not a mile away. There we go. Minami dealt with on the flank here. There we go. Shoal hitting it. Both DPS taken down. And that'll seal it. Kitsune Jax for the for the cherry on top. And yes, ascending us to map number 5.
Oh yes, this team, they're throwing a party themselves with this wrecking ball. We just keep doubting teams.
Beautiful.
Maps and like, oh, this doesn't work.
There we go. Last series of the day, best series of the day.
They wanted to get that top 4 finish, and just like that, it's only one map between these two teams.
And like, it's so close, right? Like, look at the score at the tail end. It's like, what, 79 to 76 meters at the very end? Like,
yep, it's been, everyone's won their map pick so far, right?
Was going to be enough to stop the touch from
was a little bit
out.
curious about the ball on Colosseo, but actually felt really fine for him. And certainly,
the enemy tracer. That's not something that's just
certainly not only felt a lot more,
can make that kind of thing
not only did the ball feel fine, but actually the Zen Brig Ash felt really good as well. Felt like I had all the space, but now it is going to be the map pick for Faeble. Hey Joby, just in time for map number 5.
But every time they go back in.
What mode is left as well? What have we seen? We saw.
And it's just waiting for Avery
we just
to
saw
come
push.
Back.
Is it Flashpoint left?
Rage, but it just never happens. Shoal finds Minami, finds Mickman.
We're probably going to take him to New Junk City then, maybe.
That happened to really get that primal out. Dig your heels
yeah,
in
that doesn't feel so great.
Truly once more.
Doesn't feel so great.
I don't think that this road is necessarily over though for all Yass.
Busy day watching the guys get fucked in CGL Goats tourney.
It's honestly because Faeble made these swaps relatively late. They didn't really have an answer.
I don't know. They seem to change it because I thought there were combinations, but when they showed the map pool, they didn't show it as combinations.
Now the map pool is completely reset. If I'm not.
Oh wait, it is reset.
On the maps we've already played, anything is up for grabs, and it leaves Faeble with their most important decision of the entire team.
They never put the whole map pool on screen, so we never know exactly what they're picking from because of the combinations. Okay, so they are using the combinations.
I kind of feel like
because it said they were using the combination. Liquipedia is actually so fraudulent half the time. I feel like I always get baited into fucking spreading misinformation by Liquipedia.
But still, like with Lijiang now,
I'm never trusting it again.
Like, do you really feel like you have the better of like Samoa or Nepal?
So yeah, Flashpoint is combined with Hybrid then, right?
Trap. Like, I don't think you go for that. Maybe you go for Samoa, and yeah, it's kind of a rough decision. Like, you know that like any push map at this point, because again, Esperanza, that's a ball map. Hanaoka, maybe if you could.
I mean, their pay is irrelevant, right? Like, if you don't have the right information, don't update any information.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be shocked if Faeble sit on
you know?
this one for a while either. Like this is kind of.
Like, it's not that hard to just get a rulebook. I understand if it has not like the work power of a number of people to do it, and it's not updated. That's fine. But it's like a.
Where you have a team like YASS, which really is a true Cinderella story.
Well, no, because if you're gonna do it right. If say because it's all volunteer run, right? So if it's all volunteers, and you don't have the time or the people to do the work, that's understandable, right? That's understandable because it's a volunteer run thing. But if you're going to update it, update the right thing.
It's the meta, right? Like, it is not just them like leveling their game up, which they absolutely
when you
have,
say
but
no
also
rulebook
the
added,
meta.
what do you mean?
The fact that they can get away with this kind of wacky composition that no one else in the field is bringing to the table, and it works because we're no longer in like Mauga hell like we were like a year
like a Calling All Heroes rulebook. They'll have a rulebook somewhere.
It feels like years like that we've had oh wow, it feels like it's been so long. It's actually gonna be Suravasa Flashpoint. This one's a head scratcher. Because this could either be really good or really bad, and I honestly don't know which what it's gonna be. Like, this is
self-promotion trash panda. Yeah, I mean, it keeps happening. I feel like there's multiple times where I go on Liquipedia, because the thing is, if I go on Liquipedia and there's missing information, right, I'll go, oh fuck, okay, I need to go find the information for myself. If there is information there and it's wrong, I just sort of I give it the benefit of the doubt. Why would I presume it's wrong? So it's just happened to me multiple times. So it's annoying.
But what we've seen on this map for the
it's
most
annoying.
part
if you don't have the information, or if you're not sure it's right,
I think that like it might
don't update it.
Faeble just a little bit more. Like,
no, think it's that deep.
I'm still not fully convinced. Like, there's still a couple of sub points too, like Palace, where maybe the Wrecking Ball actually does kind of favor a little bit more because you do have like those little bits of high ground. It's gonna be tough. I legitimately do
The
not
map pool
know
shown
what
on
is
screen.
going
I mean,
to
that's what I
happen
was
on this
saying.
map.
Because
All
if you
my
go all the
analysis
way
in the
back,
world
where
about
is it?
years of being entrenched in this game cannot prepare me for this particular moment.
That's the best kind of Overwatch, though. It might be a
Here,
little
it's not
terrifying for us
combined, right? Or it's just like what do you call it? Flashpoint and
I have a bit of idea. Just
Clash are combined, right?
subs, if that will happen.
But on that,
The hard part for all YASS is
iShiny just said it was combined, right?
you're kind of locked into that Wrecking Ball.
So I'm inclined to.
Committed
Do I
it,
believe for
you're not going back
broadcast?
to this composition that's one
I mean, if Liquipedia is actually right and it's for broadcast that are wrong, I'll pivot and be mad at the broadcast. That's fine. But it just seems a little bit shambolic that we can't seem to come to yeah, there was no Flashpoint or Clash of the series, so it is combined then. Okay, good shout, Pad Sander.
We saw one fight go differently.
There we go.
We wouldn't necessarily be in
Pad Sander has cracked it.
You also do have the sticky matter of momentum on the side of YASS. It's like one of Newton's laws or something. Like once a ball keeps rolling, it rolls on forever or something. I don't remember. I didn't pay attention to physics class, but it feels like this ball composition for
I think that's technically true.
by the skin of their teeth. If you're Faeble, like,
anyway,
by
it
that
doesn't
all?
matter.
And if you're YASS, are you feeling
We're locked
yourself?
in.
Like,
Map
you
number
like,
5.
We got this in the bag. We are going.
This is what you found for the rules. Come on, Archie.
Ooh.
It seems like such a dodgy link.
Suravasa was not signaled to me, by the way, from Sabotabi as one of the maps that they like to play the Wrecking Ball on, but we're keeping Konatar
Let's
in.
see. If I go maps,
they will be playing
I realize we're about to start, so I'll lock in. I'll lock in
in
time.
Faeble, like,
maps.
I don't want to ask the stupidest question in the world. Do you think YASS are going to come out on the Wrecking Ball? But, like, are they predicting this? Because it feels like they shouldn't be able to get away with it.
Yeah, I think with Kanata still being in, you have to think that, and also Manami rolling out on the Genji instead of that Sojourn that we've been seeing.
Oh, I didn't find it when I was searching quickly, but
this is what you're expecting YASS to do.
the caster said it was combined. So I say I'll go for broadcast. Either way, I mean it doesn't matter for the we're on Suravasa, so we'll focus on this. But yeah.
Yeah, and you can see like Macy and Adrenalinda playing.
Oh, okay, I see.
Alongside Shoal. Where is Avery? Where are they jumping in from? Ooh, look like
I mean, like the TLDR, like the bottom line or whatever you want to call it, is just fucking go ask someone, figure it out, right? Like if that's the thing you want to do, then that's kind of the job, right? Anyway, early space, early flip for Faeble.
That's kind of the advantage of having this hazard.
Transferred shield's going to keep Linda alive. They're trying to survive it all, but the pressure is too much, and Minami, once one kill falls, those dashes will just chain together.
Straight back into this thing.
There we go, and then slam from Konatar.
Good night, Panda.
And that ball should be staggered outright. Only 30% given up to Faeble thus far. If you're YASS, we have maybe one good fight left with like how long these fights have actually been and how.
All right, and this is why Flashpoint's such a strong map pick against this type of comp. We talked about how on Colosseo, the way the map's designed, actually works quite nicely for a Zen Ashbrig for quite a slow, pokier, long sight lines for that backline to work with. Whereas on this map, it's hard. It's hard. Especially now Faeble are playing this sort of like double dive version.
Those engages of the pile drives that we're used to seeing.
Trying to get themselves space.
Are paranoid
Slam comes in.
Avery could be flying down from any
Oh,
second.
in super deep, Macy's in a lot of trouble. Transferred shields again, but it's not enough. They just kill through it every single time. No support ult to respond to this Kitsune Rush either, and they will fall on this one.
Just as good as cooked. If you're an YASS fan, Faeble looking good to start.
Trade onto Panther.
Pick on a Z Panther may make it take a little bit longer, and Avery doesn't
Wait,
have
Shoal's got a kill as well. Fiery feels the need to beat. Downpour and Beat thrown in. Faeble are panicking right now because those two trades came out of nothing. Linda has far. Linda has Rally Jacks forward for Pulse Bomb. Just as quickly as they get back into it, it goes the other way, but Sabotabi finds the trade. Kanata's still on. Oh, they are pulling themselves back into this out of nothing. Out of absolutely nothing. How have they done this? Oh, yes.
And it's the same problem that YASS were
and
having.
Faeble, they invested those two ults as well. It's actually a disaster. And now we talked about how hard this map can be for a Zenbrig Ash backline, but now they have control of the map. Now they have space. They can set themselves up at the long sight lines.
Feel like it should be cracked wide open is, and YASS.
A great opportunity. The blade is coming from Minami, but Macy has the Transcendence to respond. Orb comes in, they have to use it, and they force the Transcendence without using the Blade. Minimi has this Blade afterwards. They need to kill the Genji right now, yes, because this Blade is coming. Looking in, Boop is going to miss all over Shoal. Coach gun back, and Minimi can't connect. Burning as well, awfully low. Sabotabi looking for the finishing blow. Rolled over by Kanata. They need help on point right now. Slam comes through. 10% away from Mines as well, but just being an absolute nuisance here. Hitting the double boop. Will give themselves up to this Mines really soon, Kanata. Minimi coming back on the Sombra here, but they're just going to ignore and go backline. Mines on point, but nobody's on point. Oh, Kanata probably needed to try and be more aggressive with those Mines. Look for kills. Now Z Panther has another Kitsune rush. Slam comes in as well. Where's the pocket for Fiery? No pocket for Fiery. Was so close to beat. And the boop on the Tracer. Kanata, she's doing everything right now.
Oh no, this like.
And unbelievably, yes, have won this first. They have won this first point. Absolute miracles from RES to win this first point.
There's this moment of panic.
And they are right in this series.
Have to find a kill before that blade comes out.
Unbelievable.
And
they're going to get to this point relatively early as well, a chance to set themselves up. Now, again, quite a small point, hard to get long sightlines necessarily here. And Fiery has the beat to push with as well. Macy still 20% away from his Transcendence. Macy will be absolutely gagging for this Transcendence right now, and gets Pulse Bomb before she get anywhere close to it. Might just have to concede in this one with their Zen going down so early. They're looking for the trade onto Fiery, but Suzu gets them out of trouble. And they will go down for relatively free. And the nice thing for Faeble, didn't even have to use the beat or the downpour or any of that, just for Pulse Bomb there.
And like Faeble are also kind of relying on their ult economy a fair bit as well to try and counteract like, this Zenyatta on the other side, because like what's really true in a lot of these situations for RES is their hold is really good. They can win fights without ults, especially when they hold. When they are retaking, it's really hard if they don't have support ults. So it's super, if it lines up for RES that they always have support ults with a retake, they've got a decent chance. And they have the Transcendence on this occasion. And they have the Pulse Bomb opening pick. Beat comes through from Fiery, but Macy has the Transcendence. And where are they? They're not anywhere close. Downpour to keep going. They dodge it. Transcendence comes out, keeps Macy alive. They'll be perfectly fine in the back right now, and they can start forcing the point. Beat and Downpour go to waste. It looks like Faeble have turned their attention to hunt down Sabotabi. Yeah, like that's
but they've conceded the flip for it. Z Panther nearly has the Kitsune rush, but there are Mines and Bob to deal with this, and a rally too. Dynamite onto the Genji, forces the Suzu and the deflect right now. Pressure onto Linda in the back. Transfer of shields coming out. They're just trying to force for point here. They've just tried to clear him. Kanata will come in and touch. Mines on point now. Kitsune rush in response, but there's Mines all over it. Rally comes through from Linda, trying to keep everyone alive. Pulse Bomb available from Mickman. Can he find it? They've killed two. More pressure coming in. Shot is awfully low as well. But Bob is out, but they're just trying to de-peek for Bob. Kanata's trying to finish for kills, but too low. And again, the Mines and Bob on point. Kanata, she's done so much in this series, so... But so many of these Mines on point, I feel like actually... Actually, there's more times where you can either use like the Mines even as a counter dive, or just put it on, like use it into the enemy players. Like the Mines on point is normally good by default, but it's still situational. Faeble are trying to just go past the point and kill the backline a lot of the time. And Faeble are actually going to push early, look for some stagger kills here. Need to be careful. Lots of pressure onto Shoal. Suzu to keep going. They do catch Shoal. Now Linda is on the run. I think Kanata can get the touch in all of this. We'll pull them back. 3 people now dealing with the ball behind. Sabotabi goes down as well. Low on HP, Kanata, and we'll just have to play their life at this point. Of course they can get out, as is the nature of ball.
Yeah, she gets out and able to live, get back with the team, but like the fact that Faeble took that fight so far.
Wait, Macy's still a little bit close. Macy might be in trouble here.
Close that point out.
Minimi goes for it.
Going over to this next flashpoint.
Oh, Minimi gets punished. It's all an elaborate bait. All an elaborate bait. Faeble still have the ults to take this fight if they want. But the point doesn't unlock for 15 seconds, so waiting to pick up Minimi seems reasonable enough.
To get rid of either the downpour or the blade, but
okay, now in the sky is Kanata. Mine's very close. Macy nearly has his Transcendence as well. Again, really need his Transcendence because there's a lot of scary ults coming in from Faeble. Slam in early, pressure on Dynamite. Oh, Pulse Bomb is good again from Mickman.
Similar way, Pulse Bomb onto Adrenalinda. Oh, yes. see a ball rolling in your
Beat now used in response. Macy still has his Transcendence. Kanata is low, looking to force it onto Shoal. Dash comes in. I think we're just going to let this one go, yeah.
If that gets to the point, do what you gotta do.
Yeah,
Macy not investing into that one. Faeble will be able to clean up. Just for a Pokemon and a beat.
But that's
More
a
than reasonable
pretty
investment.
big ultimate to bleed out of Faeble essentially for free, because like Faeble already had that pulse bomb kill on.
And now they got to retake, but they have the Kitsune Rush. And look how aggressively Faeble are setting up here. Looking for the dink. Macy, Kitsune Rush round the corner, looking for the dinks. Macy has the Transcendence, and they've actually rotated away from this mostly. Kitsune Rush completely kited, but now the blade to go with Minami has been set up for success here. Can they convert? She pulls the blade. Kanata's already dead. The damage might be done. Almost didn't even need the blade in the end. And Faeble put themselves in a tremendous position. They'll still out this Zen. Does get a trade, but this, I mean, I guess they're on ball, right? So, yes, they can touch, but they're going to have to stagger the way back into this one. It's going to be awkward. I don't know if Kanata's even set up for it. Where are we? There we go. Gets the touch. Mine's on point as well. Wants to make something of this. Downpour comes out. Kanata's able to avoid it now. Needs to get another touch. Just about gets the touch. Might die for it now. Can anyone else take over? Doesn't look like it. Sabotabi will die. Oh, Bob was used by Shoal as well. Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Wonderful play.
Oh.
Gets Fable's 1 point away from moving on this bracket.
Yeah, and yes, they understand now. Like it's go time. Like we have to all go for a reset. We can't be staggering. We can't.
That was rough. That was rough. Those two ults getting thrown in. Really tough.
In the last two sub points, they just haven't really been able to. You didn't even see Kodata go.
Rally coming back now for Linda. Pulse bomb for Mickman. Fable really close to both these support ults as well. If they get to that, it's going to be an overwhelming timing for them. Coming in, Pulse bomb is it's massive. It's a twofer.
Those worries just got a whole lot more real right there. Two blown to bits,
and Mickman team on their back. Pulse bomb openings in 3 fights now on this Saravasa. When the lights are bright, Mickman steps up.
It getting hit with the pulse bomb,
and now they've got both support ults for this next fight as well.
That's a lot to overcome, and it's going to put
they can overwhelm this Brig. Hard for a Rally to survive versus a beat. Hard for it to survive versus Kitsune Rush. Very tricky fight, and again, Faeble, they've stepped up the aggression. Defensive Rally comes through, not enough to save Macy. Both support ults invested here, so they can kill through the Brig if they want. They're all over it now. Linda's going to bash in, trying to find a trade or something. Can't find it. Avery might have gone too far, though, in all of this. They trade for Kanata.
Yeah, but Avery falls, and Konata's wrecking ball, so of course
you're now all of a sudden, all these aggressive holds and these early hits that Faeble have been doing, harder without it, but late trade.
Still get themselves out of the spawn. Faeble can't overstay their welcome here, but the fight that's going to happen on the point isn't going to be on Fable's terms.
Last attempt for RES. They need to win this fight, and all the fights on this point. They nearly have mines. They're on to Kiri Lucio now. They've given up on the Zen Brig.
It's just gonna be
need to get back quickly. Minami nearly has Blade. Avery nearly has Downpour. They're going to try and go in again. Slam on the choke. Catches Minami. The Dynamite onto them as well. Minami's half HP. Mines dropped onto point. Avery's going to try and climb out of those ones. Mickman has a Pulse Bomb. Been so good with them on this map. Avery's going to catch Shoal. Didn't even need the Downpour for that one. Mickman will be forced to recall right now. They're looking for more kills. RES have kind of rotated away. They're trying to force objective, and they have got the flip. Now dive into the backline, but Avery can't find anything. Macy's over wall. Avery can't get close to this backline. Kanata's killed Minami. No chance to use that blade. Avery is just chasing shadows. And in the chaos, RES are finding these kills. They're not out of the woods yet. Slam will come through. Downpour is there, but Fiery's low. Is it enough? Sabotabi. Recall used. Avery's awfully low. Here comes Kanata, and Kanata and Sabotabi. They get the cleanup. They give their team a chance. Now one more fight. No ults just yet, but Shoal is going to have that Bob. But a Bob into a beat, a Kitsune Rush, a Blade, a Pulse Bomb. Mickman has been so deadly with these Pulse Bombs as well. They're not going early as well. They are fighting on point. Avery is on the Diva just to try and help this one out. Mickman is going to be forced. Macy has to TP out. Pressure now onto Sabotabi. Bob is out on point. Will be doing something for Yanko. Bob's not on point, so they might be able to flip it still. Dive into the backline. They go past for Bob, the Blade, the Beat. They get it all done. They'll turn back and give Bob gone now. Bob does get the mech. Mine's on point from Kanata, but it needs to be godly. Manages to kill the baby at least. Linda's going to die on point as well. Trying to focus down Z-Panther. Z-Panther is low, but Kanata has to keep point anchored, can't find it. Mickman has for Pulse Bomb. Suzu comes back in for Macy. Mickman misses for Pulse Bomb, but Macy will die after that Suzu anyway. Kanata's still swinging around, but limited heals will get focused down, and I think Faeble are getting themselves over the line. Sabotabi has one. Show us back on Soldier. Wait. Linda's here as well. Linda's going to get the touch. Boot off one more time. They focus it down, back in mech. The Diva will shut it down, and Faeble do get themselves forward in this tournament.
Down to Avery getting back there on the Diva. Sure, Faeble didn't have the healing, but they did have the health bars to be able to withstand.
Ultimately, it's a good series, right? Every team won their map picks.
For finding those picks in the midnight hour when they had
able to force them onto maps that are difficult. I mean, it looks once they went onto the Kiri Lucio, maybe that that swap needed to come in sooner from YASS. But I don't know. Head of a series, nearly clutched it a few times there. The first point was crazy.
But it is unfortunately not the reality that we live in.
You played well, Sean. You played well. I think the whole team played well. Maybe like a Kiri Lucio swap a bit quicker at the end. But overall,
in this lower bracket, they live to see another day.
Overall, I think can be pretty happy with that performance, really.
If you're YASS, I know you're going to be disappointed not making top 4, but I mean, you really played your heart out here. I don't know that you can really be too disappointed with a performance like this.
No, especially against a team such as Faeble.
Congrats, Panther, as well.
When it's come to these hazard type of compositions and really giving them a run for their money.
But yeah, I wouldn't be too upset with that. Like, obviously, sucks to lose, but competitive series gave them some serious problems with that. Serious problems. Kanata was going crazy. And honestly, even like considering like Big Man did this on what, 3 fights, just a Pulse Bomb opening to win the fight for free. Always going to be hard when a Tracer player does that.
It's the same as like that Route 66 pick that we saw earlier, where it's like, I don't know if that really favored them, but they were still able to win it out regardless. Like, Faeble are the perennial underdogs of Calling All Heroes. They have always been like the ones playing behind the 8 ball and always trying to, you know, overcome.
All right, that was the last game of the day as well, right?
That going up against the Cinderella.
Entertaining series, though.
Like we have 2
probably the best series we've seen so far.
One of them can stay alive.
At least from the ones we've watched on broadcast and stuff.
Unfortunately,
and that'll be Faeble getting a date with Queen's Gambit tomorrow.
Fun story to follow while it lasted, and I'm very glad that YASS did get to make that appearance after some inconsistencies.
And that secures our top 4 as well, then, right? Faeble, Queen's Gambit, Valentine, and Nightmare Eclipse. And it will get settled tomorrow.
Now can move on even further. Now, Zibi, it's coming up for one of our favorite times, is when we actually get to hear from the players themselves. I hear we got an interview on the way.
Yeah, we're gonna head on over to the other side of this break, and we will have an interview with one of the players from Faeble. We'll see how many booms they give that series, and yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
All right, I'm gonna grab a drink actually, and then we can sort of wrap up, listen to the interview and stuff. So give me a sec, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. The story of Faeble, fortunately for them, still does have a few more chapters yet to write, as they got out of a pretty rough one just a little bit ago against YASS. A very game YASS. An YASS that was playing into a meta that very heavily favored them, but it was Faeble that ended up winning out the day and living to see another one.
Hey Sabo, commiserations.
Mid-tier finishes, and we'll have
Head of the series.
a top 4 contention facing off against Queen's Gambit tomorrow, and we really didn't know what to expect heading into this series, CB. Knowing YASS is always just a curveball. Wherever you see them in a Calling All Heroes tournament, they can either be your best friend.
Yeah, I mean, nearly some crazy catches on, some crazy clutches on Saravasa, but really hard map for the Zenash Brig.
It just seemed they got pulled to the limits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great showing from YASS. I mean,
Kanata was crazy though. I mean, good performance overall. Like, series could have gone either way. Maybe the most winnable one was probably that Route 66. That's the one that could have been better.
Series like this, where you're in a 5-mapper against a Wrecking Ball team that's playing this chaotic composition that no one is scrimming, to be able to stay, like, sane, for one thing, but also to have the mental fortitude to just, like, keep on your game and continue to scratch and claw your way to a W and to claim it at the end of the day. I mean, you gotta feel like you're on top of the world coming out with a win like that.
You're not exactly scrimming against YASS as comp at all. Heck, YASS don't scrim.
All right, yeah, let's stay for the interview then, and then we can wrap it up, and we'll be back tomorrow for the final 3 games.
What they had within this bracket. But for now, we gotta focus on Faeble and what they were able to accomplish by making it this far. And CB, I think it's only fair that we talk to who's kind of just been the anchor of Faeble for as long as this team has existed. We're gonna get Avery on here for our interview today. And Avery, I just gotta start us out by asking, how are we feeling? 5-map banger. You go into Saravasa. Like, how does it feel to come out on top and get a chance at top 4 in championships?
Yeah, I mean, I feel ecstatic, and it's just like every range of emotion I feel like I'm going through right now. There's nothing better than winning in map 5, and the way we won, it just feels super. It just feels amazing. So
it's got to feel like you just like escaped a war zone, right? Like like a map 5 against a Wrecking Ball team that like YASS. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wish you guys could have heard my comms when we won that. It was pretty explosive.
Explosive or explicit? Like,
maybe a little bit of both.
Because I know what the comms are like when I'm playing against the Wrecking Ball team, and it's a lot of 4-letter words that I can't say on a broadcast. So, all right. Well, so with having escaped, escape with your lives intact, you have now guaranteed yourself a top 4 finish in this tournament, which, you know, it feels like Faeble is usually on the lower end of some of these brackets, but to finish top 4, like, how does that feel for you?
I mean, it's super important, and it was like my goal was to try to push a lot further in champs. I feel like last tournament I was very disappointed in my own play, and I feel like I let the team down because I was.
What are you guys
very
spamming?
burnt out after a long season of collegiate and scrimming CAW and all that. And so coming into this, I really wanted to put my nose to the grindstone and prove that we can break the 8th and the 6th curse or whatever. And just really take it to some better teams. And
sorry, carry on.
I feel like all my teammates really reciprocated that same effort, and it really paid off. So I couldn't be happier.
We could see the hard work that was put in through the gameplay today. But Avery, I think you had the hardest job of them all in learning a new tank hero, kind of coming into this whole tournament. Like, what has it been like for you, like learning how to play Hazard? Have you liked playing him so far? Is it difficult to do into a Wrecking Ball? Talk to us.
Oh, I love Hazard. That character is just Thanos. Like, I can just be lobby admin half the time in ranked, and it means I don't have to play Malga. So, like, I was very happy. I was like, please do not nerf Hazard like into the ground the day before CAW. I want to play it so bad. I don't want to play Malga. And so they listened, I guess. They were looking out for me.
I've been on the same wavelength, by the way. Like, everyone on Twitter is always just like, Hazard's so oppressive. I'm like, yeah, but shut up, because I don't want to go back to Mauga either. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You're
So much
right.
Mauga
but
hate.
be
Grow up,
quieter,
everyone.
please, so the devs don't like.
Mauga
nerf
meta
this
was fine.
Potentially very fun meta.
It was
Speaking
fine.
of, you know, potentially very fun metas, I can imagine that's probably what you're going to be stuck.
Don't
playing
buy
for the
this.
rest of
Don't buy
the
this
season. It
hate.
ain't getting any easier from
Don't
here
listen
on
to
out.
the
You're in
mainstream
top four,
propaganda.
You're in the big league.
It's all a
so
fucking
what exactly
lie.
is your game plan going forward into some of these teams that you said you're in your own words? You know, some of these better teams.
Yeah, I mean, we played. I believe we played Queen's Gambit next, and we played them earlier in the bracket. And played them decently close. I think we took a map, and I think we definitely could have won Lijiang. And if that series goes map 5, I don't know. It might end up a different way. So I'm definitely confident. They play a little bit different of a style than we were used to scrimming. So it's going to take the adaptation that I know my team is capable of, just adapting our play style and you know, trying our best, having some fun. It's the last tournament of the year, so we just want to come in and just have a good time for the most part.
I gotta ask this. Just
Last series was really
did
good
you have a
turns.
good
This one we
time
just watched.
playing against the
That was a
Rifle
top
combo
series,
there?
actually.
Did you kind of want to go back to the Hazard mirrors that you're going to be having the rest of the weekend? Was this kind of a breath of fresh air?
Nah, people want to rewatch, if any.
I like the
Couple of
hazard
Frios
mirror.
at the
Wrecking Ball
start.
is definitely like it's a curveball, and that's I think what YASS kind of banks on. They bank on you not knowing how to play against it, and I think at first
Map 5
we
banger,
had, like,
yeah.
theory crafted ways to beat it, like with the Diva comp, and it ended up just feeling like we just need to take the tempo back, and we need to play our game. So we kind of went back to the hazard with the Lucio, and Persona just pulls out a Genji because for some reason she's just the goat at Genji, just for no reason. And so it was definitely a satisfying win to try to kind of like work through the issues that comp was giving us in real time. And we even, after both of our map losses, I demanded that everyone join my stream, and we did breathing exercises, and we just calmed down a little bit. And I said, you're going to focus on your own role and your own job, and we're going to win. And so
what were the breathing exercises like? Like, what were those like?
I just pulled up a
just
YouTube
like box
video,
breathing,
just like
or-
Box
the
breaths.
4 seconds in, 8 seconds out thing. Like that, I
Box
do it on
breaths.
my own between almost every map, and so I'm like, if I feel the nerves are getting a little bit nervy, I think that's a great thing to bring it down, and I think it honestly like allowed us to win the game. Like we didn't overheat because of that.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine, because, like, again, I know what it's like playing against a Wrecking Ball. As a flex support player, I know what it's like playing against a Wrecking Ball. All right, it sucks. And that's the most delicate way that I can put it. But I can imagine that, like, things are only going to get more stressful and more difficult with some of these other teams. So maybe keep those box breathing videos on deck for the rest of the series. Another question, though, how do you rate your hazard play up against the rest of the field that remains?
Pick up the Dragons.
And
The Dragons are back.
Against Mari.
I mean, I think the hazard versus hazard like matchup, it's kind of hard to tell who's like better, or it's like, at least when I'm playing, I don't feel like, wow, their hazard is just so much better than me, because I'm focusing on doing my own thing. But I think I'm one of the better hazards for sure, and I know like Molly is definitely very good at it, and we've scrimmed them before. But I'm not gonna like say, you know, I am definitively the best hazard, but I'm more than confident on it.
I think you can definitively say that you are at least the 4th best. I think that's fair.
Of Ka.
Oh, the hazard of Ka. Okay.
I'm one of the
right.
hazards of all time.
That's okay. Also true. You got me there.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh my goodness. Well, Avery, I'm sure that you have a lot of box breathing to do just to come down from the high
got you,
that was
mate.
that 5-map match and kind of take a breather with the rest of the team. But before we
Beat
send
you to
out
bees.
here from this interview,
Slow
do you
on the
have
trigger.
Any final thoughts? Any shout-outs you'd like to make here while you're on the interview?
Yeah, I mean, started with
yeah, a
me.
little bit of Junker
The
Queen.
only other person that's been there the whole time is Panther.
Not on my screen.
But
Lag.
we've gone through so many iterations, and I just believe that this roster we ended up with for this tournament is the most passionate. They put their trust into me, and I put my trust into them, and it's just I feel so supported by them, and everyone wants to win so badly. So I just every individual person, like Ray, Panther, everyone else that has played with Faeble throughout the year, I can't thank them enough, and we wouldn't be here without everyone putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this game. So
That is awesome to hear. It's like, it does sound like you guys really do want it, and that trust and how badly you want it, I suspect, will take you very far. It's already taken you this far, and I think, like Molly said, you can kind of have a little bit of that box breathing, bring yourself back down, and just enjoy this moment, because it's only going to get more stressful tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, Avery. We're going to go ahead and send you on your way. We got a show to wrap up here. Thank you once again, and I forgot to ask Avery how many booms they gave that series. That's not...
All right. I think we're wrapping it then, right? Thank you everyone for joining me today. Good day of action. Good finish. Great series. Let's send you to someone. Where are we going? Where are we going? Raid Vega. You're okay. What am I looking at? Wait, you can't see because my camera's in the way. What am I looking at? All right. Good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for more action. Enjoy Vega's stream.